It was her turn to answer by lowering her lids. They had neither of them ever been blood brothers, nor ever seen anyone so made. They had to invent their own ceremony. "Shall it be the finger, the forehead, or the heart?" Mortimer asked. They could prick their fingers, let their blood drip to mingle in a glass, and each drink in turn. They could make incisions on their foreheads at the hairline, and, standing brow to brow, exchange their thoughts. "The heart," Isabella replied. It was the answer he had hoped for. Somewhere in the neighbourhood a cock crowed, and its cry tore apart the silence of the night. Isabella thought that the day about to break would be the first of spring. Roger Mortimer undid his tunic and let it fall to the ground. He tore off his shirt. He stood there with his muscular chest bared to Isabella's gaze. The Queen unlaced her bodice. With a supple movement of the shoulders, she drew her slender white arms from the sleeves and uncovered her breasts with their rosy nipples. 4 maternities had not impaired them. Her gesture was proudly decisive, almost defiant. Mortimer drew his dagger from his belt. Isabella withdrew the long pearl-headed pin that held her tresses in place, and the handles of the amphora fell softly down. Without taking his eyes from the Queen's, Mortimer gashed his skin with a firm hand. The blood ran in a little red rivulet over the sparse chestnut hair of his chest. Isabella did the same to herself with the pin near the left breast, and a bead of blood came out like the juice of a fruit. The fear of pain, rather than the pain itself, for an instant twisted the corners of her mouth. Then they moved towards each other across the 3 feet that separated them. She placed her breast against the man's tall torso, rising on her toes so that the 2 wounds might meet. They each felt the contact of the other's body for the first time, and the warm blood that now belonged to them both. "Dearest," she said, "I give you my heart, and take yours by which I live." "Dearest," he replied, "I take it and promise to keep it in place of my own." They didn't move apart, prolonging indefinitely this strange kiss between lips that had been voluntarily opened in their breasts. Their hearts beat with the same quick and violent rhythm, seeming to reverberate from one to the other. The 3 years of chastity on his side, and the 15 on hers of waiting for love, made the room reel about them. "Hold me tight, dearest," she murmured. Her mouth rose towards the white scar that marked Mortimer's lip, and her little carnivore's teeth opened to bite. The English rebel, the escaped prisoner from the Tower of London, the great Baron of the Welsh Marches, the former Justiciar of Ireland, Roger Mortimer, Baron of Wigmore, who had been Queen Isabella's lover for 2 hours past, had just left in triumphant happiness, his head full of dreams, by the private staircase. The Queen was not sleepy. Perhaps she would feel tired later. For the moment she was dazzled and astounded, as if a comet were aglow within her. She gazed with tremulous gratitude at the huge and ravaged bed. She was savouring her astonishment at a happiness she had never known before. She had never realized that one might have to crush one's mouth against a shoulder to stifle a cry. She had opened the painted shutters and was standing by the window. Dawn was breaking in misty enchantment over Paris. Had she really arrived only yesterday evening? Had she ever lived before this night? Was it really this same city she had known in her childhood? The world had suddenly come to birth. The Seine was flowing grey at the foot of the palace, and over there, on the farther bank, stood the old tower of Nesle. Isabella suddenly remembered her sister-in-law, Marguerite of Burgundy, and a great horror seized on her. "What have I done?" she thought. "What have I done? Had I but known!" All women in love, in every part of the world, and since the beginning of time, were her sisters, were women elect. The dead Marguerite, who had cried to her after the sentence at Maubisson, "I have known a pleasure that is worth all the crowns of the world, and I regret nothing." How often had Isabella thought of that cry without understanding it? But this morning, in this new springtime, having known a man's strength and the joy of taking and being taken, she understood at last. "I would certainly never denounce her today," she thought. And suddenly she felt shame and remorse for the act of royal justice she had instigated long ago, as though it were the one sin she had ever committed. Chapter 6. The happy year of 1325. For Queen Isabella, the spring of 1325 was an enchantment. She marvelled at the sunny mornings shining on the roofs of the city. Thousands of birds twittered in the gardens. The bells of all the churches, convents, and monasteries, even the great bourdon of Notre Dame, seemed to be ringing out hours of happiness. The nights were scented with lilac under a starry sky. Each day brought its meed of pleasure, jousts, feasts, tournaments, hunts, and picnics. An atmosphere of prosperity lay over the capital, and there was a great urge for amusement. There was profuse expenditure on public pleasures, even though the Treasury accounts showed a deficit for the last year of 13,600 livres, due, as everyone was agreed, to the war in Aquitaine. But to obtain the necessary funds, the bishops of Rouen, Langres, and Lisieux had been fined respectively 12, 15, and 50,000 livres for using violence against their chapters or the king's men, and thus these two authoritarian prelates had more than made up for the military deficit. And then the Lombards had been summoned once again to repurchase their rights as burgesses. In this way the luxury of the court was maintained, and everyone hastened to take a part in the diversions, for the prime pleasure which consists of showing oneself off to others. And as it was with the nobility, so it was also with the bourgeoisie, and even with the common people, for everyone was spending rather more than he could afford on the mere pleasures of life. There are, every now and then, years of this sort, when fate seems to smile and to be affording a rest and a respite amid times of affliction. People buy and sell what are called unnecessary luxuries, as if it could ever be unnecessary to adorn oneself, to charm, to conquer, to lay claim to the right to love, to taste the rare fruits of human ingenuity, and to profit by all that Providence and Nature have given man for his pleasure, in the exceptional place to which he has attained in the world. Of course people complained, but not so much of being destitute as of being unable to satisfy all their desires. People complained of being less rich than the richest, of having less than those who had everything. The weather was exceptionally clement, business miraculously prosperous. The crusade had been given up. There was no longer talk of raising an army, nor of devaluing the livre to the Angel. The Privy Council was concerned with the conservation of fish in the rivers, and the fishermen with rod and line, who occupied both banks of the Seine, were warming themselves in the gentle May sunshine. Love was in the air that spring. There were more weddings, and more little bastards too, than for a long time past. The girls were courted and happy, the boys boastful and enterprising. Travellers' eyes were not wide enough to take in all the marvels of the city, nor their throats large enough to savour all the wine poured out for them in the hostelries, nor their nights long enough to enjoy all the pleasures offered them. Oh, how that spring would live in the memory! Of course there were diseases and deaths, mothers carrying newborn children to the cemetery, paralytics, cuckolded husbands complaining of a decline in morals, burgled shopkeepers accusing the watch of neglecting its duty, men ruined from too great a thirst for pleasure, or simply from mere heedlessness, fires that left families homeless, and crimes here and there. But these things were due to the common mischances of life, not to the fault of the king and his council. Indeed, it was a blessing, and due only to a happy and fleeting concatenation of events, to be alive in 1325, to be young, or at least still active, or merely to possess good health. And it was grave folly not to appreciate to the full what God was giving, and not to thank him for it. How much more greatly would the people of Paris have soured that spring of 1325, had they guessed what was in store for them. It was a fairy story which children conceived between lavender-scented sheets during those wonderful months would find it hard to credit when one day they were told of it. 1325, the great days, and how very soon that year would come to be known as the good times. And what of Queen Isabella? The Queen of England seemed to unite in her person all the magic and all the joy. People turned as she went by, not only because she was the Queen of England and the daughter of the great king, whose financial decrees, burnings at the stake, and terrible prosecutions were now forgotten, and only the laws that had brought peace and strength to the realm remembered, but because she was beautiful and seemed immeasurably happy. Among the people it was said that she would have worn the crown better than her brother, Charles the Fool, a charming prince but very weak, and they wondered whether Philippe the Long's law, which set women aside from the throne, was a sound one. The English were very stupid to make so charming a queen suffer so much. At 33, Isabella's beauty was unrivalled by that of any young girl, however fresh she might be. The most renowned beauties among the young women of France seemed to retreat into the shade when Queen Isabella passed by. And all the young ladies dreamed of resembling her, and took her as their model, copying her dresses, her gestures, her high-piled tresses, her way of looking at you and smiling. A woman in love is characterized by the way she walks, even seen from the back. Isabella's shoulders and hips, every step she took, all expressed her happiness. She was nearly always accompanied by Roger Mortimer, who, since the Queen's arrival, had made a sudden conquest of the town. People who the year before had thought him gloomy and proud, rather too arrogant for an exile, who had detected a certain censure in his virtuous air, suddenly discovered in Mortimer a man not only of admirably high character, but of great charm. They ceased to think his black clothes, which were relieved only by a few silver clasps, lugubrious, and now saw them as the elegant affectation of a man who was in mourning for his lost country. Though he had no official position about the Queen, which would have constituted too overt a provocation to King Edward, Mortimer, in fact, led the negotiations. The Bishop of Norwich submitted to his ascendancy. John de Cromwell did not hesitate to declare that the Baron of Wigmore had been treated unjustly, and that it was folly on the part of the sovereign to have alienated so meritorious a lord. The Earl of Kent had struck up a definite friendship with Mortimer, and could decide nothing without his advice. and Mortimer received much evidence from England which went to prove that he was now looked on as the real leader of the opposition to the party of the Despensers. It was generally known and admitted that Mortimer remained with the Queen after supper, for she required his counsel, so she said. And every night, as he came out of Isabella's apartments, he found Ogle, the ex-barber of the Tower of London, now promoted to the position of butler, sleeping on a chest as he waited for his master. Mortimer shook him by the shoulder, and they stepped over the servants asleep on the stone floors of the corridors, who never even raised the skirts of their coats from their faces, so accustomed had they become to these familiar footsteps. Mortimer went home to his lodgings in Saint-Germain-des-Prés, to be welcomed by the fair, pink-complexioned and attentive Alspay, whom he believed, how ingenuous lovers are, to be the only man who knew of his royal liaison. He breathed the fresh dawn air triumphantly. It was now settled that the Queen would not return to England until he could do so himself. The bond between them, renewed day by day and night by night, was becoming closer and more firmly knit, and the little white scar on Isabella's breast, to which he ritually placed his lips before leaving her, remained the visible sign of the fusion of their wills. Though a woman may be a queen, her lover is always her master. Isabella of England, who was capable of facing alone marital discord, the king's betrayals, the hatred of a court, trembled long when Mortimer put his hand on her shoulder, felt her heart dissolve when he left her room, and took candles to the churches to thank God for having given her so wonderful a sin. When Mortimer was absent, even for an hour, she enthroned him in the forefront of her thoughts, and talked to him in a low voice. Each morning, when she awakened, before calling her women, she slid across the bed to the place her lover had left. A midwife had taught her certain secrets useful to ladies who seek their pleasure outside marriage. And it was whispered in court circles, though no one saw offence in it, because it seemed only just amends on the part of fate, that Queen Isabella was in love, as one might have said she was in the country, or better still, in raptures. The treaty, whose preliminaries had been dragging on for some time, was at last signed on May the 31st, between Isabella and her brother, with the reluctant agreement of Edward, who was to recover his domain of Aquitaine, but shorn of Agenais and Bathardais, that is to say, of those districts which the French army had occupied the previous year, and this only in consideration of an indemnity of 60,000 livres. Valois had been inflexible on that point. It had required no less than the mediation of papal envoys to reach this agreement, which was still subject to the express condition that Edward should come and render homage, and this he was clearly reluctant to do, not now merely from considerations of prestige, but from motives of safety. It was agreed, therefore, to resort to a subterfuge which seemed to satisfy everyone. A date would be appointed for his rendering homage. Then, at the last minute, Edward would pretend to be ill, which indeed would scarcely be a lie, for whenever there was now any question of his setting foot in France, he was attacked by all the symptoms of extreme anxiety. He turned pale, grew short of breath, felt his heart beat to an irregular rhythm, and had to lie down, panting, for an hour. He would therefore make over to his eldest son, the young Edward, the titles and estates of the Duke of Aquitaine, and would send him to take the oath in his place. Everyone thought himself the gainer by this arrangement. Edward escaped the necessity of making a terrifying journey. The Despensers avoided the danger of losing their hold over the king. The Queen would recover her favourite son, for, involved though she was in her love affair, she suffered from being separated from him. and Mortimer foresaw the support to his future plans to be derived from the presence of the heir to the throne in the Queen's party. This party was continually growing, and in France itself. Edward was surprised that several of his barons, in this late spring, should have found it necessary to visit their French possessions, and he was even more disturbed by the fact that none of them returned. On the other hand, the Despensers had a number of spies in Paris who kept Edward informed about the attitude of the Earl of Kent, the presence of Maltravers in Mortimer's household, and generally about the opposition party which was gravitating to the court of France about the Queen. Officially, the correspondence between husband and wife was still courteous, and Isabella addressed Edward as "sweetheart" in the long letters she wrote explaining the slowness of the negotiations. But Edward had given orders to the admirals and sheriffs of the ports to intercept all messengers, no matter who they might be, carrying letters sent to anyone by the Queen, the Bishop of Norwich, or members of their entourage. These messengers were to be sent to the king under safe escort. But was it possible to arrest all the Lombards who travelled about with letters of exchange? One day in Paris, when Roger Mortimer was walking in the Temple Quarter, accompanied only by Alspay and Ogle, he was grazed by a block of stone falling from a building under construction. He was saved from being crushed to death only by the noise the block made as it hit a plank in the scaffolding. At the time he thought it merely an accident, but 3 days later, as he was coming from Robert of Artois' house, a ladder fell in front of his horse. Mortimer went to seek advice from Ptolemy, who knew the secrets of Paris better than anyone. The Siennese sent for one of the leaders of the companion masons of the temple, who had kept their privileges in spite of the dispersal of the knights of the order. And the attempts on Mortimer's life ceased. Indeed, from then on, as soon as the workmen saw the black-clothed English lord, they saluted him with raised caps from their scaffoldings. Nevertheless, Mortimer took to having a stronger escort, and had his wine tested with a narwhal's horn as a precaution against poison. The vagabonds in Robert of Artois' pay were told to keep their eyes and ears open. The dangers threatening Mortimer merely increased Queen Isabella's love for him. And then suddenly, at the beginning of August, a little before the time arranged for the English homage, Monseigneur of Valois, whose power was now so firmly based that he was generally referred to as the Second King, suddenly collapsed at the age of 55. For several weeks he had been extremely irascible, losing his temper about everything and nothing. In particular, he had flown into a great rage, which had frightened his entourage, on receiving an unexpected proposal from King Edward that they should marry their youngest children, Louis of Valois and Jane of England, who were both about 7 years old. Had Edward realized too late the blunder he had made 2 years ago by refusing his eldest son in marriage, and did he think he was going to win Valois over by this offer and detach him from the Queen's party? Monseigneur Charles, reacting somewhat eccentrically perhaps, had taken this proposal as another insult, and had become so enraged that he had broken every object on his table, which was very abnormal behaviour in him. At the same time he had shown a feverish impatience in his approach to the work of government, had complained of the slowness of Parliament in ratifying decrees, and had argued with Mille Desnoyers about the accounts produced by the Exchequer, and had then complained of the exhaustion all these duties caused him. One morning in council, as he was about to sign an act, he let the goose quill fall as it was being handed to him, and it spattered ink over the blue robe he was wearing. He bent as if to pick up the quill, and was unable to raise himself. His hand hung down by his leg, and his fingers had turned stiff as marble. He was surprised by the silence all about him, and didn't realize he was falling out of his chair. They picked him up. His eyes were fixed in their sockets, turned up towards the left. His mouth was twisted to the same side, and he was unconscious. His face was very red, almost purple, and they hastily summoned a physician to bleed him. As had happened to his brother, Philip the Fair, 11 years earlier, he had been stricken in the head, in the mysterious mechanism of the will. They thought he was dying, and when they got him back to his house, the huge household was thrown into the tragic bustle of mourning. However, after a few days, during which he seemed to be alive more by the fact of breathing than by any consciousness of mind, he recovered a sort of semi-existence. His power of speech returned, though it was hesitant, badly articulated, stumbled over certain words, and lacked all the fluency and force that had previously distinguished it. His right leg was paralyzed, as was the hand that had dropped the goose quill. Sitting motionless in a chair, oppressed with heat from the coverings with which it was considered proper to stifle him, the former King of Aragon and Emperor of Constantinople, the Count of Romagna, the peer of France, the perpetual candidate to the Holy Roman Empire, the tyrant of Florence, the conqueror of Aquitaine, the assembler of crusades, suddenly realized that all the honours a man may reap count for nothing when his body is in a process of dissolution. He, who since childhood had had no anxiety but to acquire the goods of the earth, suddenly became aware of other cares. He demanded to be taken to his manor of Perret, near Rambouillet, to which he had seldom gone, but which had now suddenly become dear to him by one of those eccentric longings the sick have for places where they believe they may recover their health. The similarity of his disease to that which had struck down his elder brother obsessed his mind, which, though it had become less energetic, was still as clear as ever. He sought in his past deeds the reason for this punishment the Almighty had inflicted on him. Become weak, he turned pious. He thought of the day of judgment. But the proud easily persuade themselves of a clear conscience. Valois found almost nothing with which to reproach himself. In all his campaigns, in all the pillages and massacres he had ordered, in all the extortions he had imposed on provinces he had conquered or delivered, he considered that he had always used his powers, both as general and prince, for the good. Only one memory caused him remorse. Only one action seemed to him to be the possible cause of his present expiation. One name alone hung on his lips when he examined his career: Marigny. For indeed he had never really hated anyone except Marigny. In the case of all those others whom he had ill-treated, punished, tortured, sent to their deaths, he had never acted except out of a conviction that it was for the general good, which he confused with his own ambitions. But the case of Marigny had really been a matter of private hatred. When accusing Marigny, he had deliberately lied. He had borne false witness against him, and he had organized false depositions. He had shrunk from no baseness in order to send the former Prime Minister, Coadjutor, and Rector of the kingdom, who had then been younger than he himself was now, to swing at Montfaucon. There had been no other reason for this except his desire for vengeance, the rancour he felt at seeing, day after day, another enjoy greater power in France than he did himself. And now, sitting in the courtyard of his manor of Perret, looking at the birds flying past and watching his grooms bring out the beautiful horses he would never ride again. Valois had begun. The word surprised him, but there was no other. Had begun to love Marigny, to love his memory. He would have liked his enemy to be still alive, so that he might be reconciled to him, and talk to him of the many things they had both known and experienced, and about which they had quarrelled so much. He missed his elder brother, Philip the Fair, his brother Louis of Evreux, and even his 2 first wives, less than his old rival. And at moments, when he thought no one was looking, he might have been surprised muttering a few phrases of a conversation with a dead man. Every day he sent one of his chamberlains to distribute a bag of money in charity to the poor of a Paris district, parish by parish. And the chamberlains were ordered to say, as they placed the coins in the filthy hands, "Pray, good people, pray God for Monseigneur Enguerrand de Marigny, and for Monseigneur Charles of Valois." He believed he might earn the divine mercy if his name were coupled with that of his victim in the same prayers. And the people of Paris were much surprised that the powerful and magnificent Lord of Valois should desire his name to be mentioned after that of the man whom he had once proclaimed responsible for all the misfortunes of the realm, and had had hanged in chains from a gibbet. In the council the power had passed to Robert of Artois, who, owing to the illness of his father-in-law, now suddenly found himself promoted to the first rank. The giant frequently galloped down the road to Perret, in company with Philippe of Valois, to go to ask the sick man's advice. For everyone was aware, and Artois first of all, of the gap that had suddenly been opened in the direction of the affairs of France. Of course, Monseigneur Valois had often passed for a bungler, had indeed often made decisions without having given them enough thought, and had governed by instinct rather than principle. But from having moved from court to court, from Paris to Spain, and from Spain to Naples, from having supported the interests of the Holy Father in Tuscany, from having taken part in all the campaigns in Flanders, from having intrigued for the Empire, and from having sat for more than 30 years in the councils of 4 kings of France, he had acquired a habit of placing the problems of the realm within the framework of the affairs of Europe. It was a mental process that took place almost automatically. Robert of Artois, who was a stickler for custom and procedure, had not such wide views. Also, people said of the Count of Valois that he was the last, though they could not have explained precisely what they meant by this, unless it was that he was the last representative of the grand manner of administering the world, which would doubtless disappear with him. King Charles the Fair seemed quite indifferent, and journeyed from Orléans to Saint-Maixent and to Châteauneuf-sur-Loire, still waiting for his 3rd wife to announce the happy news that she was pregnant. Queen Isabella had become, so to speak, mistress of the palace in Paris, and held a sort of second English court there. The date of the homage had been fixed for August the 30th. Edward therefore waited for the last week in the month to set out on his journey, and pretend to fall ill at Sandown Abbey, near Dover. The Bishop of Winchester was then sent to Paris to certify under oath, if need be, though he was not asked to do so, the truth of the excuse, and to suggest the substitution of the son for the father, it being understood that Prince Edward, who had been made Duke of Aquitaine and Count of Ponthieu, would bring the promised 60,000 livres. On September the 16th the young prince arrived, but accompanied by the Bishop of Oxford, and above all by Walter Stapledon, Bishop of Exeter and Lord Treasurer. In selecting Stapledon, who was one of the most active and violent partisans of the Dispenser party, and also the cleverest, most cunning, and among the most hated of his entourage, King Edward emphasized not only the fact that he had no intention of changing his policy, but that he mistrusted everything that was going forward in Paris. The Bishop of Exeter's mission was not solely that of an escort. The very day of their arrival, and almost at the very moment Queen Isabella was clasping her son in her arms, it was learned that Monseigneur of Valois had had a relapse, and that it was to be expected God would take him to himself at any moment. Everyone, the family, the great dignitaries, the barons who were in Paris, the English envoys, immediately hurried to Paris, except the indifferent Charles the Fair, who was superintending a few interior alterations at Vincennes, which he had ordered Penfetis, his architect, to undertake. And the people of France continued to enjoy the happy year of 1325. Chapter 7. Each Prince Who Dies. To those who had not seen him during these last weeks, Monseigneur of Valois seemed to have changed terribly. In the first place, everyone was used to seeing him always with some form of headdress, whether it was a large crown glittering with precious stones on days of state, or an embroidered velvet cap whose long scalloped crest fell to his shoulder, or again one of those caps of maintenance with a gold coronet about it, which he wore within doors. For the first time he appeared bare-headed, and his hair was fair, mingled with white and faded with age, while illness had taken the twist out of his long curls, which now hung lifelessly down his cheeks and over the pillows. That he should have grown so thin was startling enough, when one considered how stout and ruddy he had been, but it was less so than the contorted immobility of one side of his face, and the twisted mouth from which a servant was continually wiping away the saliva, or than the dull fixity of his eyes. The gold-embroidered sheets, the blue hangings sewn with lilies, which hung draped like a baldachin over the bedhead, merely served to emphasize the dying man's physical decay. And before receiving the crowd of people who were now pressing into the room, he had asked for a looking-glass, and for a moment had studied that face which, only 2 months ago, had dominated kings and nations. What did prestige and the power of his name matter to him now? Where were all the ambitions he had pursued so long? And what satisfaction was there in always walking with one's head held high while other people bowed, since within that head, the day before yesterday, there had taken place so shattering a fall into the dark void? And what was the use of the hand, whose back and palm servants, grooms, and vassals had hurried so assiduously to kiss, now that it lay dead beside him? And the other hand, which he could still control, and which he would use in a little while, for the last time, to sign the will he was about to dictate, if a left hand would lend itself to writing, did it belong to him any more than the signet ring with which he sealed his orders, and which would be slipped from his finger after his death? Had anything ever really belonged to him? His right leg, which was completely paralyzed, seemed already to have been taken from him, and at times he felt a sort of empty chasm in his chest. Man is a thinking individual who acts on other men and transforms the world. And then, suddenly, the individual disintegrates, falls apart. And then, what is the world, and what are other men? At this moment, the important thing for Monseigneur of Valois was no longer titles, possessions, crowns, kingdoms, the exercise of power, or the primacy of his own person among the living. The emblems of his lineage, the acquisitions of wealth, even the heirs of his blood whom he saw assembled about him, None of these was of any account in his lustreless eyes. The important things were the September air, the leaves, still green but beginning to turn, which he could see through the open windows. But above all, the air he breathed with such difficulty, and which was engulfed in that chasm which seemed to lie deep within his chest. As long as he could feel the air entering his throat, the world would continue to exist with himself at its centre. But a frail centre now, like the last flicker of a candle flame. And then everything would cease to be, or rather, everything would continue to be, but in an utter darkness and a terrifying silence, as a cathedral still exists when the last candle has been put out. Valois thought of the great deaths in his family. He could hear again the words of Philip the Fair. "See what the world is worth. Here lies the King of France." He remembered those of his nephew, Philippe the Long. "Look on your sovereign lord. There is none among you, however poor he may be, with whom I would not exchange my lot." At the time he had heard these words without understanding them, but now he knew what the princes of his family had felt at the moment of passing into the tomb. There were no other words in which to express it, and those who still had time to live could not understand it. Each man who dies is the poorest man in the world. And when all was dissolved, destroyed, and extinguished, when the cathedral was filled with shadows, what would that poorest of men discover on the other side? Would he find what he had been taught by religion? Yet what were those teachings but immense and alarming uncertainties? Would he be brought before a judgment seat? And what was the face of the judge like? And in what scales would all the actions of his life be weighed? What punishment could be inflicted on a being who no longer existed? Punishment? What punishment? Perhaps the punishment consisted in being conscious at the moment of crossing the dark wall. Charles of Valois could not put aside the thought that Enguerrand de Marigny had also been conscious, indeed even more completely conscious, for he was a man in good health and at the height of his powers, who was not dying of the rupture of some secret cog in the human mechanism, but by another's will. For him it had not been the last flicker of a single candle, but all the flames blown out at once. The very same marshals, dignitaries, and great officers who had accompanied Marigny to the scaffold were here now, standing round his bed, filling the whole room, overflowing into the next room beyond the door, and they had that very same look of men who were leading one of their number to his last heartbeat, strangers to the death they were watching, participants in a future from which the condemned man was eliminated. Oh, he would have given all the crowns of Byzantium, all the thrones of Germany, all the sceptres and all the gold from ransoms, for one look, just one, in which he did not feel himself eliminated. Sorrow, compassion, regret, horror, and the sadness of memories. All these might be seen in the circle of multicolored eyes surrounding the bed of a dying prince. But every one of these emotions was simply a proof of his elimination. Valois looked at his eldest son, Philippe, the tall fellow with the big nose, standing beside him under the baldachin, who tomorrow, or one day soon, or perhaps even in a minute's time, would be the real Count of Valois, the living Valois. Tall Philippe was sad, as was proper, and was holding the hand of his wife, Jeanne of Burgundy, the lame. But he was also being careful to adopt the right attitude because of the future before him, and he seemed to be saying to those present, "Look, it's my father who's dying." And from those features of which he was the source and the progenitor, Valois was wiped out. And the other sons, Charles of Alençon, who avoided catching the dying man's eye, and turned slowly away when their glances met, and young Louis, who was frightened, seemed indeed almost ill with fear, because this was the first deathbed he had ever attended. And his daughters, several of whom were present, the Countess of Hainaut, who from time to time made a sign to the servant whose duty it was to wipe his mouth, and her younger sister, the Countess of Blois, and a little farther away the Countess of Beaumont, beside her giant husband Robert of Artois, both standing in a group with Queen Isabella of England, and the young Duke of Aquitaine, the boy with the long eyelashes, behaving as well as if he was in church, who would have but this one memory of his great-uncle Valois. It seemed to Valois as if they were plotting together over there, preparing a future from which he would also be eliminated. If he turned his head to the other side of the bed, it was to see standing there, upright, competent, like a woman who had seen many people die and is already a widow, Mahou de Châtillon-Saint-Paul, his third wife. Gaucher de Châtillon, the old constable, with his saurian head and his 77 years, was in process of winning another victory. He was watching a man 20 years his junior die before him. Etienne de Mornay and Jean de Cherchemont, both former chancellors of Charles of Valois before becoming in turn chancellors of France, Mille Desnoyers, the lawyer and master of the exchequer, Robert Bertrand, the Knight of the Green Lion, and lately appointed a marshal, Brother Thomas de Bourges, his confessor, and Jean de Tourpeau, his physician, were all there to help him, each in accordance with his function. But who could help a man to die? Hugues de Bouville wiped away a tear. But for what was fat Bouville weeping, if it were not for his own lost youth, the imminence of old age, and the passing of his own life? Indeed, a dying prince was a poorer man than the poorest serf in his kingdom, for the poor serf had not to die in public. His wife and children could deceive him as to the imminence of death. He was surrounded by no pomp foretelling his end, nor was he obliged to draw up, when in extremis, the affidavit of his own demise. And indeed that was what they were all waiting for, all these high personages assembled. For what, after all, was a will but an avowal drawn up by oneself of one's own death? It was a document concerned with other people's futures. The secretary was waiting, his ink-pot in place on his writing-board, his parchment and pen ready. So be it. He must begin, or rather finish. It was not so much the effort of mind that was so great, but the effort of renouncement. A will should begin like a prayer.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost.
Charles of Valois had spoken. Everyone thought he was praying.
Right, friend,
he said to the secretary.
Can't you hear that I'm dictating? I shall.
He stopped because it gave him a painful and frightening sensation to hear his own voice uttering his own name for the last time. Was not a name the very symbol of a man's existence and of his individuality? Valois would have liked to stop there, because nothing else interested him any more. But there were all those eyes fixed on him. For the last time he must act, and for others from whom he already felt himself so profoundly separated.
I shall, son of the King of France, Count of Valois, Alencon, Chartres, and Anjou, make known to all concerned that I, being sound in mind, though ill in body.
Though his utterance was slightly embarrassed, and his tongue stumbled over certain words, often the simplest, his mental machinery, that had always been accustomed to formulate his wishes in words, apparently continued to function normally. But to the dying man it seemed as if he himself was his only audience. He was in the middle of a river. His voice was speaking to the bank he was leaving. He trembled at the thought of what would happen when he reached the farther side.
And asking God's mercy, while in fear and dread of his judgment, I order by these present the disposal of myself and my possessions, and make my last will and testament in the manner hereinafter written. In the first place, I resign my soul into the keeping of our Lord Jesus Christ and his merciful Mother and all his saints.
On a sign from the Countess of Hainault, the servant wiped away the saliva which was dribbling from the corner of his mouth. All private conversation had ceased, and everyone was trying to avoid even the rustling of clothes. Those present seemed utterly astonished that this inert and feeble body, crippled by illness, should still be able to think so clearly, and even be fastidious in the choice of language. Gaucher de Châtillon murmured to his neighbours, "He won't die today." Jean de Torpeau, one of the physicians, shook his head doubtfully. In his opinion, Monseigneur Charles would not see another dawn. But Gaucher went on, "I've seen many of 'em. I tell you, there's still life in that body." The Countess of Hainault put her finger to her lips and prayed the constable to be silent. Gaucher was deaf and didn't realize how loud he whispered. Valois continued his dictation.
"I wish my body to be buried in the church of the Minorites in Paris, between the tombs of my two first wives."
His eyes sought the face of his third wife, the living one, the future widow Mahou de Châtillon. 3 wives and a whole life had been lived, and it was Catherine the second whom he had loved the most, perhaps because of her mythical crown of Constantinople. Catherine had been a beauty, well worthy to bear her legendary title. Valois was astonished that his unhappy body, half paralyzed and on the very verge of annihilation, should still retain a vague and diffused quivering of the old desires that transmitted life. And so he would lie beside her, beside the Empress, and on the other side he would have his first wife, the daughter of the King of Naples, both dust for such a long time now. How strange that the memory of a desire should remain, when the body which was its object no longer exists. And what of the resurrection? But there was his third wife, the wife he was looking at now, who had been a good companion to him too. He must leave her something.
"Item, I desire my heart to be placed in the town and place which my wife Mahou de Saint-Paul elects for her burial, and my entrails in the Abbey of Chailly. The right to divide my body having been granted me by a bull of our most holy father, the Pope."
He hesitated in a vain endeavour to remember the date, and added,
"Previously."
How proud he had been of this authorization, which was given only to kings, to distribute his body as saints were divided up into relics. He had insisted on being treated as a king, even in the tomb. But now he was thinking of the resurrection, the only hope left to those on the verge of the final step. If the teachings of religion were true, how would the resurrection affect him? His entrails at Charlie, his heart wherever Mahou de Saint-Paul chose, and his body in the church in Paris, would he rise up before Catherine and Marguerite with an empty breast and a stomach filled with straw and sewn up with hemp? There must be some other arrangement, something the human mind was incapable of conceiving. Would there be a press of bodies and eyes, like that which was now about his bed? What wild confusion there would be if all ancestors and all descendants rose up together, and all murderers face to face with their victims, and all mistresses, and all the betrayed. Would Marigny rise up before him?
"I leave to the Abbey of Charlie 60 livres tournois to celebrate my birthday."
Once again the napkin wiped his chin. For nearly a quarter of an hour he detailed all the churches, abbeys, and pious foundations in his fiefs, to which he desired to leave here 100 livres, there 50, there 120, and there a lily to embellish a shrine. The enumeration was monotonous, except to himself, for whom each name represented a steeple, a village, a town, of which for a few hours more, or even days perhaps, he would still be the lord, and some particular and personal memory of it. The thoughts of those present wandered, as they did at Mass when the service was too long. Only Jeanne the Lame, who found it painful to stand for so long on her short leg, listened attentively. She was adding and calculating. At every figure she looked at her husband Philippe of Valois, and her face, though far from naturally ugly, was made hideous by the avarice of her thoughts. These legacies would all have to be paid out of their inheritance. Philippe was frowning too. In the meantime, the English clan was standing by the windows and plotting again. Queen Isabella was anxious, though the concern on her face might have been thought due to the circumstances. In face she was extremely worried. In the first place, because Mortimer was not there, and she never felt really safe, or indeed really alive, when he was not near her. And in the second, she felt that she was constantly watched and spied on by Stapleton, the Bishop of Exeter, who would come unbidden to Perret on the grounds that it was his duty to escort the young Duke of Aquitaine everywhere. This man, who was Edward's evil genius, was bound to cause disaster wherever he might be, or at the very least serious trouble. Isabella pulled Robert of Artois by the sleeve to make him bend his ear down to her. "Beware of Exeter," she whispered. "That thin bishop standing over there biting his thumb. I'm very anxious, cousin. My last letter from Oleton had been opened, and the seal glued on again." They could hear Charles of Valois' voice saying,
I bequeath to my wife, the Countess, the ruby which my daughter of Blois gave me. I bequeath to her the embroidered cloth which belonged to my mother, Queen Marie.
Though everyone's mind had wandered during the pious bequests, all eyes grew brighter now that it was a question of the jewels. The Countess of Blois raised her eyebrows and showed a certain disappointment. Her father might well have returned to her the ruby she had given him, instead of leaving it to his wife.
Item, the reliquary of St. Edward in my possession.
Hearing the name of St. Edward, the young Prince Edward of England raised his long lashes and tried to catch his mother's eye. But no, the reliquary went also to Maurice de Chatillon, and Isabella thought that Uncle Charles might well have left it to his great-nephew, who was present.
Item, I leave to Philippe, my eldest son, a ruby and all my arms and harness, except a coat of mail which is of acre work, and the sword with which the Lord of Harcourt fought, both of which I leave to Charles, my second son. Item, to my daughter of Burgundy, the wife of Philippe, my son, the finest of all my emeralds.
The lame woman's cheeks turned a little red, and she thanked him with an inclination of the head which seemed almost indecent. You could be sure that she would have the emeralds examined by an expert jeweller to make certain which of them was the finest.
Item, to Charles, my second son, my horses and palfreys, my gold chalice, a silver bowl and a missal.
Charles of Alençon began stupidly weeping, as if he had only become aware of the fact that his father was dying, and of the sorrow he felt at it, at the very moment the dying man mentioned him by name.
Item, I leave to Louis, my third son, all my silver plate.
The child clung to Maurice de Chatillon's skirts. She tenderly stroked his forehead.
Item, I will and command that all that remains of my funeral trappings be sold to pay for prayers for my soul. Item, that my wardrobe be distributed to my body servants.
There was a discreet stir by the open windows, and heads leaned out. 3 litters were entering the courtyard of the manor, which had been strewn with straw to deaden the sound of horses' hooves. From a great litter, decorated with gilded carvings and curtains embroidered with representations of the castles of Artois, the huge and monumental Countess Maurice, her hair now grey beneath her veil, alighted, as did her daughter, the Dowager Queen Jeanne of Burgundy, the widow of Philippe the Long. The Countess was also accompanied by her Chancellor, Canon Thierry d'Hirson, and her lady-in-waiting, Beatrice, the Canon's niece. Maurice had come from her castle of Conflans, near Vincennes, which she rarely left in these days, which were so hostile to her. The second litter, which was all white, was that of the Dowager Queen Clémence of Hungary, widow of Louis Hutin. From the third and more modest litter, which had plain curtains of black leather, emerged with some difficulty, and assisted by only 2 servants, Messer Spinello Tolomei, Captain-General of the Lombard Companies of Paris. And so, through the corridors of the manor, came 2 former queens of France, young women of the same age. They were both 32, and one had succeeded the other on the throne. They were dressed all in white, which was the custom for widowed queens. They were both fair and beautiful, particularly Queen Clémence, and indeed they looked rather like twin sisters. Behind them, a head and shoulders taller, came the redoubtable Countess Maurice, who, as everyone knew, though they lacked the courage to say so, had killed the husband of one of these queens, so that the husband of the other might reign. And then, behind again, dragging a leg, his stomach to the fore, his white hair sparse over his collar, and the crow's feet of time on his cheeks, came old Ptolemy, who had been involved more or less closely in every intrigue. And because age is in itself ennobling, because money is the real source of power in the world, because Monseigneur Valois could not in the past have married the Empress of Constantinople without him, and because, without Ptolemy, the court of France could not have sent Bouville to fetch Queen Clémence from Naples, nor Robert of Artois have undertaken his lawsuits, nor married the daughter of the Count of Valois, and because without Ptolemy the Queen of England could not have been here with her son, the old Lombard, who had seen so much and learnt so much, and had kept so many secrets, was treated with that respect which is normally reserved only for princes. Everyone moved aside and backed against the walls to free the doorway. Bouville trembled when Mahou's skirts brushed against his stomach. Isabella and Robert of Artois looked at each other questioningly. Did Ptolemy's and Mahou's simultaneous arrival mean that the old Tuscan fox was working also for their adversaries? But Ptolemy reassured his clients with a discreet smile. There was no more to their joint arrival than could be explained by the chances of the road. Mahou's entrance embarrassed everyone. It was as if the beams of the ceiling had suddenly become lower. Valois stopped dictating when he saw his old giantess of an enemy appear, driving the two white widows before her as if they were a couple of ewe lambs she was taking out to pasture. And then Valois saw Ptolemy, and his unparalysed hand, on which glittered the ruby that was to pass to the finger of his eldest son, waved in front of his face as he said,
"Marigny! Marigny!"
Everyone thought his mind was wandering. But not at all. The sight of Ptolemy had merely reminded him of their common enemy. Without the help of the Lombards, Valois could never have triumphed over the coadjutor. Then the huge Mahou of Artois was heard to say, "God will forgive you, Charles, for your repentance is sincere." "The bitch," said Robert of Artois, loud enough for those about him to hear. "She, of all people, dares to speak of remorse." Charles of Valois paid no attention to the Countess of Artois, and signed to the Lombard to come near. The old Sienese went to the bedside, raised the paralysed hand, and kissed it. But Valois did not feel the kiss. "We are praying for your recovery, Monseigneur," said Ptolemy. Recovery? It was the only word of comfort Valois had heard from any of these people, for whom his death appeared to be no more than a formality. Recovery? Was the banker saying that merely out of kindness, or did he really believe in it? They looked at each other, and in Ptolemy's single open eye, that dark and cunning eye, the dying man saw something like an expression of complicity. Here, at last, was one eye from which he was not eliminated.
Item,
went on Valois, levelling his forefinger at the secretary.
I will and command that all my debt be paid by my children.
This was indeed a splendid bequest he was making Ptolemy with these words, a more valuable one than all the rubies and all the reliquaries. And Philippe of Valois, Charles of Alençon, Jean the Lame, and the Countess of Blois all looked equally disconcerted. How right the Lombard had been to come.
Item, to Aubert de Villepion, my chamberlain, the sum of 200 livres tournois. To Jean de Cherchemont, who was my chancellor before being that of France, a similar sum. To Pierre de Druon, my equerry.
And now once more Monseigneur of Valois was in the thrall of that spirit of largesse which had cost him so dear throughout his life. Acting the prince to the last gasp, he was recompensing those who had served him. 200 or 300 livres were not in themselves great sums, but, when multiplied by 40 or 50, and added to the pious bequests, all the Pope's gold, which had already been considerably diminished, could not suffice. Nor would a year's revenues from the whole Valois appanage. Charles clearly intended to be prodigal even after his death. Mahou went over to the English group. She greeted Isabella with a glance in which gleamed an old hatred, smiled at the little Prince Edward as if she wanted to bite him, and at last looked at Robert.
"My dear nephew, how grievous this must be to you. He was a real father to you," she said in a low voice.
"And it must be a terrible shock to you, aunt," he replied in the same tone. "After all, he is the same age as yourself, or very near it. You cannot have many more years to live." People were coming and going at the back of the room. Isabella suddenly noticed that the Bishop of Exeter had disappeared, or rather that he was in the process of disappearing, for she saw him going out through the door, with that proud, unctuous, and gliding motion so common among ecclesiastics when moving through a crowd. And he was in company with Canon Dierson, Mahou's chancellor. And the giantess was also watching them going out together, and each woman realized that the other was aware of what was taking place. Isabella was anxiously wondering, what could Stapleton, her enemy's envoy, have to say to the Countess's chancellor? And how did they know each other, since Stapleton had arrived only yesterday? It was perfectly clear that the English spies had been in contact with Mahou. Indeed, it was only to be expected. "She has every reason to want to avenge herself on me and destroy me," thought Isabella. "After all, I denounced her daughters. Oh, how I wish Roger were here! Why did I not insist on his coming?" The two priests had found no difficulty in meeting. Canon Dierson had had Edward's envoy pointed out to him. "Reverend and most saintly Bishop of Exeter," he asked him, "I am a canon and chancellor to the Countess of Artois." They had been instructed to meet at the first opportunity, and this opportunity had arisen here. And now, sitting side by side in a window embrasure at the end of a corridor, their beads in their hands, they conversed in Latin, as if they were making the responses to the prayers for the dying. Canon Dierson had a copy of a very interesting letter addressed to Queen Isabella from a certain English bishop who signed himself O. The letter had been stolen from an Italian businessman while he was sleeping in an inn in Artois. Bishop O advised the Queen not to come back for the present, but to gather as many partisans in France as she could, to assemble 1,000 knights and land with them in England to chase out the Despensers and that wicked Bishop Stapleton. Thierry Dierson had the copy on him. Would Monseigneur Stapleton care to have it? A paper passed from the canon's cloak to the bishop, who cast an eye on it and recognized the clever, succinct style of Adam Orleton. If, he added, Roger Mortimer took command of this expedition, the whole English nobility would rally to him within a few days. Bishop Stapleton gnawed at a corner of his thumb. "Baron Mortimer is living here in open concubinage with Queen Isabella," said Thierry Dierson. Did the bishop want proof of it? Dierson could give him whatever proof he might require. It would be enough to question the servants, have the comings and goings at the palace of the Cité watched, or merely ask the familiars of the court what they thought. Stapleton concealed the letter in his robe under his pectoral cross. The crowd was beginning to leave the bedroom. Monseigneur of Valois had named the executors of his will. His great seal, bearing the lilies and surrounded with the inscription, "Of Charles, son of the King of France, Count of Valois and Anjou," had been impressed in the wax poured onto the ribbons hanging from the document. "Monseigneur, may I present to your high and saintly person my niece Beatrice, lady-in-waiting to the Countess?" said Thierry d'Irson to Stapleton, indicating a beautiful dark girl with liquid eyes and swaying hips, who was approaching them. Beatrice d'Irson kissed the bishop's ring. Then her uncle whispered a few words to her. She went back to the Countess Mahou and murmured in her ear, "It is done, madame." And Mahou, who was still standing near Isabella, put out her great hand and stroked young Prince Edward's forehead. Then everyone went back to Paris. Robert of Artois and the Chancellor, because they had to attend to government matters. Ptolemy, because he had business. And Mahou, because, now that her revenge was in train, she had nothing more to do here. Isabella, because she wanted to see Mortimer. The widowed queens, because nobody could find room to put them up. Even Philippe of Valois had to go back to Paris for administrative matters concerning the great county, of which he was already the de facto lord. There remained beside the dying man only his third wife, his eldest daughter, the Countess of Hainaut, his younger children, and his personal servants. Scarcely more people than there would have been round the deathbed of some little provincial knight, although Valois' name and actions had concerned the world from the Atlantic to the Bosphorus. And next day Monseigneur Charles of Valois was still breathing, and the following day too. The Constable Gaucher had been right. There was still life in that broken body. The whole court during these days went to Vincennes for the homage that young Prince Edward, Duke of Aquitaine, was to render to his uncle, Charles the Fair. Then, in Paris, a brick fell from a scaffolding very close to Bishop Stapleton's head, after which a footbridge gave way under the prelate's mule, while he happened to be following it on foot. And again, one morning, as he was leaving his lodgings at the hour of early mass, he found himself in a narrow street, face to face with Gerard de Alspay, the ex-lieutenant of the Tower of London, and Barber Ogle. The two men seemed to be out simply for a stroll. But did people leave home at that hour of the morning merely to listen to the birds singing? A little silent group of men was standing in the mouth of an alley, and among them Stapleton thought he recognized the long hoarse face of Baron Maltravers. A convoy of market gardeners, which was crowding the street at that moment, gave the bishop the opportunity to hurry back to his own door. That very night, saying good-bye to no one, he took the road to Boulogne, where he embarked secretly. And he took with him not only the copy of Ollerton's letter, but ample evidence against Queen Isabella, Mortimer, the Earl of Kent, and all the lords who formed their entourage. In his manor in the Ile-de-France, a league distant from Rambouillet, Charles of Valois, abandoned by nearly everyone, and withdrawn into his own body as if he were already in the tomb, was still alive. He who had been called the second King of France no longer paid attention to anything except the air which entered his lungs with an irregular rhythm, and, from time to time, with agonizing pauses. And he was to continue breathing this air, which was life to all God's creatures, for long weeks to come, indeed, until December. Part 3. The Disinherited King. Chapter 1. The Hostile Spouses. Queen Isabella had been living in France for 8 months. She had learnt what freedom meant and had found love. And she had forgotten her husband, King Edward. He no longer held a place in her thoughts, except in a rather abstract way, as if he were a tiresome legacy left by some older Isabella, now defunct. He had passed into the dead zones of her memory. She could no longer remember, when she tried to do so to exacerbate her resentment, even the smell of her husband's body, or the exact colour of his eyes. She could recapture only the vague, fluid outline of his overlong chin and blonde beard, and the disagreeable movement of his back. Though memory might be proving evasive, hatred, on the other hand, remained tenaciously present. Bishop Stapleton's hurried return to London confirmed all Edward's fears, and showed him how urgent it was that he should make his wife return to England. And yet he realized he must act cunningly, and, as Hugh the elder said, lull the she-wolf if he wanted her to return to her lair. For some weeks, therefore, Edward's letters were those of a loving husband regretting his wife's absence. The Despensers also played their part in this duplicity by addressing protestations of devotion to the Queen, and joining their supplications to those of the King that she should afford them the joy of her early return. Edward also told the Bishop of Winchester to use his influence with the Queen. But on December the 1st, everything changed. On that day Edward flew into one of his sudden hysterical rages, which were so unroyal, and yet afforded him the illusion of authority. The Bishop of Winchester had just given him the Queen's answer. She refused to return to England for fear of Hugh the younger, and she had also informed the King of France, her brother, of the fear she had of him. No more was necessary. The letters Edward dictated at Westminster during 5 continuous hours were to cause the courts of Europe considerable stupefaction. But first he wrote to the Queen. There was no question of sweetheart now. "Madame," wrote Edward, "we have often asked you, both before the homage and after, that for the great desire we have that you should be with us, and the great unease we suffer due to your long absence, you should come to us as quickly as possible, and without making any more excuses. Before the homage you were excused by reason of the furtherance of the business, but since then you have informed us through the Honourable Father, the Bishop of Winchester, that you will not come, through fear and mistrust of Hugh the Dispenser, which astonishes us greatly. For both you, with regard to him, and he, with regard to you, have always praised each other in my presence, and in particular on your departure, by special promises and other proofs of confident friendship, and also by your letters to him, which he has shown us. We know for a fact, and you must know it equally, madame, that the said Hugh has always done all he could to maintain our honour, and you know too that he has never done you any harm since you have been my wife, except, and by chance, on one single occasion, and through your own fault, if you remember. It would much displease us, now that the homage has been rendered to our very dear brother the King of France, and we are in such friendly relations with him, that you, whom we sent for peace, should be the cause of any coldness between us, and for false reasons. That is why we ask you, and charge you, and order you that you should cease making excuses and feigning pretexts, and should return to us with all haste. As for your expenses, when you have returned as a wife should to her lord, we will order them in such manner that you will lack nothing, and in no way be dishonoured. We also wish and command that you make our very dear son Edward come to us as quickly as possible, for we have a great desire to see him and speak to him. The Honourable Father in God Wautier, Bishop of Exeter, has told us that some of our banished enemies, who are with you, sought him out to do him bodily harm, if they had had the time to do so, and that, to escape such perils, he hastened back to us because of the loyalty and allegiance he owes us. We tell you this so that you may understand that the said bishop, when he left you so suddenly, did so for no other reason. Given at Westminster the 1st day of December, 1325. Edward. If his anger broke out in the first part of the letter, to be followed by lies, the venom was very cleverly placed at the end. Another and shorter letter was addressed to the young Duke of Aquitaine. Most dear son, though you are young and tender in age, remember well what we charged you with and ordered you to do on your departure from us at Dover, and what you then replied, for which we were most grateful to you. And do not go beyond or contravene in any way what we then said to you. And since all is done and your homage is received, present yourself to our very dear brother, the King of France, your uncle, and take leave of him, and come to us in the company of our very dear wife, the Queen, your mother, if she comes at once. But if she does not come, come yourself at once, and do not remain longer, for we have a great desire to see you and talk with you, and do not in any circumstances fail to do this, either because of your mother or anyone else. With our blessing. The repetitions and the irritation manifest in the ill-constructed sentences showed that the writing of the letters had not been confided to the Chancellor or a secretary, but was the work of the king himself. One could almost hear Edward's voice dictating. Charles IV, the Fair, was not forgotten. The letter Edward sent him repeated almost phrase by phrase the points he had made in his letter to the Queen. You will have heard from people you can trust that our wife, the Queen of England, dare not come to us through fear for her life and the mistrust she has of Hugh the Dispenser. Of course, beloved brother, she had no need to mistrust him, nor any other man living in our kingdom. For by God, neither Hugh nor any other living man in our territory wishes her ill, and, if we discovered such existed, we would punish him in such a way that he would be an example to others, which we have sufficient power to do, thank God. That is why, very dear and beloved brother, we particularly pray you, for your honour and our own, and that of our said wife, that you should do everything in your power to see that she comes to us as quickly as possible. We are much chagrined to be deprived of her company, a thing which we would never have allowed had it not been for the great trust and confidence we have in you, and in your good faith, that she would return when we wished. Edward also demanded the return of his son, and denounced the attempts at assassination made on the Bishop of Exeter, which he attributed to the enemies and outlaws over there. Undoubtedly his anger on that 1st day of December must have been great, and the vaults of Westminster have echoed long to his furious shouting. For Edward also wrote to the same purpose, and in the same tone, to the Archbishops of Rheims and Rouen, to Jean de Marigny, Bishop of Beauvais, to the Bishops of Langres and Léon, all peers spiritual, to the Dukes of Burgundy and Brittany, as well as to the Counts of Valois and Flanders, peers temporal, to the Abbot of Saint-Denis, to Louis of Clermont-Bourbon, the great Chamberlain, to Robert of Artois, to Mille de Noyer, Master of the Exchequer, and to the Constable Gaucher de Châtillon. The fact that Mahou was the only peer of France who was excepted from this correspondence was proof enough of her relations with Edward, and that she already knew enough about the affair to make it unnecessary to write to her officially about it. When Robert opened his letter, he was overjoyed, and went off laughing and slapping his thighs to his cousin of England. It was exactly the sort of situation that was calculated to delight him. So poor Edward was sending couriers to the 4 corners of the realm to tell everyone of his marital difficulties, defend his little catamite, and announce publicly that he was unable to make his wife come home. How unfortunate the lords of England were! What a sorry king they had! And how weak were the hands that had inherited the sceptre of William the Conqueror! Nothing so ridiculous as this had occurred since the quarrels of Louis the Pious and Eleanor of Aquitaine. "Turn him into a proper cuckold, cousin," cried Robert, "and make no bones about it. Let your Edward's horns grow so long that he has to bend double to get through the doors of his castles. Isn't that what he deserves, cousin Roger?" And he gaily slapped Mortimer on the back. Edward, in his fury, had also decided on reprisals, and had confiscated the property of his half-brother, the Earl of Kent, and that of Lord de Cromwell, the commander of Isabella's escort. But he had done even worse than that. He had sealed a decree by which he made himself governor and administrator of the fiefs of his son, the Duke of Aquitaine, and was demanding in his name the lost territory. It was tantamount to repudiating both the treaty negotiated by his wife and the homage rendered by his son. Let him, said Robert of Artois. "We'll just go and take his duchy from him again, or rather what remains of it, for one can say that the half of it is only uncovered at low tide. And since 2 campaigns haven't taught the wretched fellow his duty, we'll mount a 3rd against him. The crossbows for the crusade are beginning to rust." But there was no need to raise an army or send the constable, whose joints were becoming stiff with age. The 2 marshals, at the head of the permanent garrisons, would be strong enough to deal with the Gascon lords in the Bordelais, who were still weak or foolish enough to remain loyal to the King of England. It was becoming almost a habit, and each time there were fewer adversaries. Edward's letter was one of the last Charles of Valois read, one of the last echoes of the great affairs of the world that reached him. Monseigneur Charles died in the middle of this month of December. His obsequies were as pompous as his life had been. The whole house of Valois, and seeing its members in procession one could the better realize how numerous and important it was, the whole family of France, all the dignitaries, most of the peers, the widowed queens, Parliament, the Exchequer, the Constable, the doctors of the University, the corporations of Paris, the vassals of the fiefs of appanage, and the clergy of the churches and abbeys mentioned in the will, accompanied the body, now very light by reason of illness and embalming, of the most turbulent man of his time, to the church of the Minorites, so that he might lie between his first 2 wives. It was his fate to have missed, by less than 3 years, becoming King of France, since Charles IV, his nephew, who had no son, and who was now following his coffin, had no more than that to live. The entrails of the great Charles of Valois were taken to the Abbey of Charly, and his heart, enclosed in an urn, handed over to his 3rd wife, to await the time when she herself would have a tomb. And then a great cold fell over the kingdom, as if the bones of this prince, from the mere fact of being placed in the earth, had suddenly made the whole of France freeze. People of those times would have no difficulty in recollecting the year of his death. They would merely have to say, "It was at the time of the great frost." The Seine was entirely covered with ice. You could cross in minor tributaries, such as the stream of the Grange Batelière, on foot. The wells were frozen, and water had to be drawn from the cisterns not with buckets, but with axes. The bark of the trees cracked in the gardens. There were elms split to the heart. The gates of Paris suffered much damage, for the cold fissured even the stone. Birds of all kinds, such as jays and magpies, which were normally never seen in towns, were searching for food in the cobbled streets. The price of peat doubled, and there were no furs left in the shops, not a moleskin nor a miniver, nor even a mere sheepskin. In the poorer districts, many old people and children died. Travellers' feet froze in their boots. The couriers' hands were blue when they delivered their dispatches. All river traffic had ceased. The troops sent to Guyenne, if unwise enough to remove their gloves, peeled the skin from their hands off on their weapons. Urchins amused themselves by persuading village idiots to put their tongues onto the blade of an axe. But what was to remain most impressed on people's memories was the extraordinary sense of silence, because life seemed to have come to a stop. At court the New Year was celebrated rather quietly, partly because of mourning and partly because of the frost. Nevertheless, there was mistletoe, and the usual presents were exchanged. On the accounts of the past year, the treasury would show a surplus of 73,000 livres, 60,000 being derived from the Treaty of Aquitaine, of which Robert of Artois persuaded the king to credit him with 8,000 livres. It was indeed only fair, since Robert had been ruling the kingdom on behalf of his cousin for the last 6 months. He mounted an expedition in Guyenne, where the French arms scored a rapid victory, since they found practically no English opposition. The local lords, at the mercy once again of the anger of the suzerain in Paris against his vassal in London, began to regret having been born Gascons. God would have done better by them had he given them lands in some other duchy. Edward, ruined, in debt, and unable to get any more credit, had been unable to send troops to defend his fief. But he sent ships to bring back his wife. She had written to the Bishop of Winchester, so that he might communicate her letter to the whole English clergy. Neither you nor others of good understanding must believe that we have left the company of our Lord without grave and reasonable cause, and without our being in bodily peril from the said Hugh, who has our said Lord under his dominion, as well as all our kingdom, and who wishes to dishonour us, of which we are most certain from having suffered it. So long as Hugh remains as at present, with our husband under his sway, we cannot return to the kingdom of England without exposing our life and that of our very dear son to the danger of death. This letter crossed the new orders Edward sent the sheriffs of the coastal counties at the beginning of February. He informed them that the Queen and his son, the Duke of Aquitaine, whom he had sent to France to establish peace, had, under the influence of the traitor and rebel Mortimer, made alliance with the enemies of the king and the kingdom, and that should the Queen or the Duke of Aquitaine disembark from such ships as he, the king, had sent to France, his will was that they should be courteously received, but only if they arrived with good intentions. Should they, however, disembark from foreign ships and show that they were bent on a course contrary to his wishes, the order was to spare only the Queen and Prince Edward, and to treat everyone else who landed as a rebel. To gain time, Isabella got her son to write to the king that she was ill and in no condition to travel. But in the month of March, when King Edward had learnt that his wife was enjoying herself going about in Paris, he had another attack of epistolatory fury. It seemed to be a cyclic disease that attacked him every 3 months. Edward II wrote to the young Duke of Aquitaine as follows: "On false pretexts, our wife, your mother, has withdrawn herself from us because of our dear and faithful Hugh the Dispenser, who had always served us so well and so loyally. But you can see, and everyone else can see, that she has openly and notoriously, departing from her duty, and to the prejudice of our crown, taken to herself Mortimer, the traitor and our mortal enemy, as he has been proved, attested and judged in full Parliament, and keeps company with him at home and abroad, in despite of us, our crown, and the rights of our realm. And she does even worse, if it be possible, by keeping you in company of our said enemy before the whole world, in very great dishonour and villainy, and in prejudice of the laws and usages of the realm of England, which it is your sovereign duty to safeguard and uphold." At the same time he wrote to Charles IV, "If your sister loved and desired to be in our company, as she lyingly told you, if your grace will excuse the expression, she would not have left us on the pretext of furthering peace and friendship between us and you, which I believed in all good faith when I sent her to you. But really, very dear brother, we perceive clearly enough that she does not love us, and the reason she gives, concerning our dear kinsman Hugh the Dispenser, is feigned. We think she must be out of her mind when, so overtly and notoriously, she retains in her counsels the traitor and our mortal enemy Mortimer, and is in company with this wicked man both at home and abroad. You might also see, very dear brother, that she corrects her behaviour and conducts herself as she should for the honour of all her relations. Have the goodness to let us know what you intend to do, in accordance with God, good sense, and good faith, and without regard to the caprices of women or other desires." Letters to the same effect were sent out once again in all directions, to peers, dignitaries, prelates, even to the Pope himself. The English sovereigns were each denouncing the other's lover in public, and this double affair of two couples, consisting of 3 men and 1 woman, vastly entertained the courts of Europe. Discretion was now no longer possible to the lovers in Paris. Rather than seek to conceal things, Isabella and Mortimer lived openly together, and appeared on every occasion in each other's company. That the Earl of Kent and his wife, who had joined him, were on intimate terms with the adulterous couple, seemed to constitute a sort of guarantee. Why should anyone be more concerned for the honour of the King of England than his own half-brother seemed to be? Indeed, Edward's letters had done no more than confirm the evidence of a liaison which everyone accepted as an accomplished and immutable fact. And all the unfaithful wives thought there must be some special forgiveness for queens, and that Isabella was very lucky to have a bugger for a husband. But there was a shortage of money. No funds now reached the emigrants, whose property had all been confiscated, and the little English court in Paris lived entirely on loans from the Lombards. At the end of March they had to summon old Ptolemy once again. He came to see Queen Isabella, accompanied by Signor Boccaccio, who had on him her account with the Bardi. The Queen and Mortimer received him most affably, and explained their need for more money. With equal affability and many expressions of regret, Messer Spinello Ptolemy refused. He had good arguments to support his case. He opened his big black book and showed them the figures. Messire de Alspay, Lord de Cromwell, Queen Isabella. As he turned the page, Ptolemy bowed low. The Earl of Kent and the Countess. Another bow. Lord Maltravers, Mortimer. And then, on 4 consecutive pages, the debts of King Edward himself. Roger Mortimer protested. King Edward's account was no concern of theirs.
"But, my lord," said Ptolemy, "as far as we're concerned, all the English debts are lumped together. I am grieved to have to refuse you, greatly grieved, and to have to disappoint so beautiful a lady as Madame the Queen. But it is really asking too much of me to expect from me what I no longer possess and you have had. This great fortune we are supposed to own is made up of nothing but debts. My whole wealth, my lord, consists of your debts. Consider, madame," he went on, turning to the Queen. "Consider, madame, the situation of us poor Lombards, who are always being threatened, and always having to pay each new king the dues customary on a happy accession. And alas, how many we have had to pay in the last 12 years! And then, under every king,
Our right of citizenship is withdrawn, so that we must repurchase it at a high fee, and sometimes even twice over if the reign be a long one. Yet look at what we do for the kingdoms. England has cost our companies 170,000 livres, the expenses of her coronations, her wars, and her rebellions, madame. Think of my age. I should have retired long ago, had I not to be ceaselessly going to and fro, recovering these debts, which we need to assist other purposes. We are called avaricious, greedy for what is due to us, yet no one considers the risks we take in lending everyone money and enabling the princes of the world to carry on their affairs. Priests are concerned with the lower classes, with giving alms to beggars and opening hospitals for the unfortunate. But we are concerned with the difficulties of the great. His age gave him the right to express himself in this way, and the gentleness of his tone was such that it was impossible to take offence at what he said. And all the time he was talking, his half-open eye was fixed on a jewel shining at the Queen's neck, and which his book showed Mortimer had bought on credit. How did our business begin? Why do we exist? No one remembers it now, he went on. Our Italian banks were created during the Crusades because lords and travellers disliked carrying gold on the unsafe roads, where people were always being robbed, or even in the camps, which were not peopled only by honest men. And there were also ransoms to pay, so that we should transport the gold on their account and at our risk. The lords, and particularly those of England, pledged the revenues of their fiefs to us. But when we presented ourselves in these fiefs with our accounts, thinking that the seal of a great baron was a sufficient guarantee, we were not paid. So then we appealed to the kings, who were prepared to guarantee their vassals' debts, provided we lent money to them too. And this is how our resources came to be laid out among the kingdoms. No, madame, to my great sorrow and regret, this time I cannot. The Earl of Kent, who was present at the conversation, said, All right, Mr. Ptolemy. We shall have to go to one of the other companies. Ptolemy smiled. Did this fair young man, sitting there with his legs crossed and casually stroking a greyhound's head, really think he could take his custom elsewhere? In his long career, Ptolemy had heard that phrase 1,000 times and more. What a terrible threat! My lord, when it is a question of such great borrowers as you royal personages, you must realize that all our companies are informed, and that the credit which I must regretfully refuse you will not be granted you by any other company. Messer Boccaccio, whom you see here with me, represents the body interests. Ask him. For madame, and Ptolemy turned back to the Queen, this total of indebtedness has become very vexatious, owing to the fact that none of it is covered by any guarantee. In the circumstances of your present relations with the King of England, he will most certainly not guarantee your debts, nor you his, I imagine. Unless, of course, you do intend taking them over. If that were the case, then I think we might still perhaps be able to help you. And he closed his left eye completely, clasped his hands over his stomach, and waited. Isabella understood very little about finance. She looked at Roger Mortimer. What did the banker intend by these last words? After all the talk, what did this sudden overture mean? "Make yourself a little clearer, Messer Ptolemy," she said. "Madame," went on the banker, "your cause is good, and your husband's far from pretty. The whole of Christendom knows of his wicked treatment of you, of the morals that blacken his life, and of the bad government he inflicts on his subjects through his detestable counsellors. On the other hand, madame, you are loved for your kindness, and I guarantee that there is no lack of good knights in France and elsewhere who will be ready to raise their banners for you, and restore you to your place in your kingdom, even if it meant turning your husband, the King of England, off his throne."
"Monsieur Ptolemy," cried the Earl of Kent, "does it mean nothing to you that my brother, detestable though he may be, has been crowned?"
My lord," replied Ptolemy, "kings are really only such by the consent of their subjects. And you have at hand another king to give to the people of England, the young Duke of Aquitaine, who seems to show great sense for his age. I have seen too much of human passions not to recognize those that cannot be altered and lead the most powerful princes to disaster. King Edward will not rid himself of Despenser, but, on the other hand, England is perfectly prepared to acclaim any sovereign presented to her in exchange for the bad king she has and the wicked men who surround him. No doubt you will argue, madame, that the knights who come forward to fight for your cause will be expensive to pay. They will have to be furnished with harness, food, and their pleasures. But we Lombards, who can no longer face the prospect of supporting your exile, could still face the prospect of supporting your army. If Lord Mortimer, whose valour is known to all, would undertake to lead it, and if, of course, we had your guarantee that you would take over Messieurs Edward's debts and liquidate them on your success." The proposal could not have been more clearly put. The Lombard companies were offering to back the wife against the husband, the son against the father, the lover against the legitimate husband. Mortimer was not so surprised as might have been expected, nor indeed did he pretend to be, when he replied, "The difficulty, Monsieur Ptolemy, is to assemble these banners. You can't do it in a cellar. Where can we muster 1,000 knights in our pay? In what country? We cannot ask King Charles, however well disposed he may be towards his sister, Madame the Queen, to allow us to assemble them in France." There was a certain connivance between the old Sienese and Edward's former prisoner. "Has not the young Duke of Aquitaine," said Ptolemy, "received as his personal property the county of Ponthieu, which came to him from Madame the Queen? And is not Ponthieu opposite England, and next to the county of Artois, where Monseigneur Robert, though he is not its present holder, has many partisans, as you well know, my lord, since you took refuge there after your escape?"
"Ponthieu," repeated the Queen thoughtfully. "What is your opinion, dear Mortimer?"
Though there was only a verbal agreement, it was nevertheless a bond. Ptolemy was prepared to give the Queen and her lover a small credit at once, so that they might deal with immediate necessities and leave straightway for Ponthieu to organize the expedition. And then, in May, he would supply the major part of the funds. Why May? Could he not make it an earlier date? Ptolemy was planning things in his mind. He was thinking that, together with the Bardi, he had a debt to recover from the Pope, and that he would ask Guccio, who was in Siena, to go to Avignon, since the Pope had happened to let him know, through a Bardi traveller, that he would like to see the young man again. And advantage must be taken of the Pope's benevolence. It would also be an opportunity, and perhaps the last, for Ptolemy to see once again the nephew he missed so much. And there was a flicker of amusement in the banker's thoughts. For, like Valois over the Crusade, and Robert of Artois over Aquitaine, the Lombard was thinking,
is the Pope who'll pay for England."
But when he had calculated the time it would take Boccaccio, who was about to set out for Italy, to reach Siena, and the time it would take Guccio to travel from Siena to Avignon, do his business there, and come on to Paris, he said,
"In May, madame, in May, and may God prosper your affairs."
And thus began the war of incompatible loves, which was to make the destiny of nations totter. Chapter 2. The Return to Neufel. Was the banking-house at Neufel really so small, the church beyond the little market square so low, and the road winding up towards Cressay, Thoiry, and Septeuil so narrow? Or was it Guccio who had grown bigger? Not in inches, of course, for the body grows no taller after the age of 20, but bigger in mind and in importance, as if his eyes had become used to vaster spaces, and his sense of the place he held in the world had expanded. 9 years had gone by. The facade, the trees, the steeple, all suddenly made him feel 9 years younger, or, on the other hand, perhaps, older by all the time that had elapsed. Guccio had instinctively bent his head, as he had in the past, when he went through the low door that separated the 2 rooms of business on the ground floor of this branch of the Ptolemy Bank. His hand had instinctively sought the hand-rope on the oak pillar, round which the corkscrew staircase was built as he went up to his old room. And so it was here that he had loved, as never before and never since. The tiny room under the eaves was redolent of the countryside and of the past. How could so small a room have contained so great a love? Beyond the window, which was barely more than a loophole, the landscape was unchanged. It was the beginning of May, and the trees were in blossom, as they had been when he had left 9 years ago. Why did trees in blossom arouse so intense an emotion? And why should the snow that dropped from cherry trees, or lay tinged with pink under apple trees, seem to fall from the heart? Between the branches that curved upwards like arms, he could see the roof of the stable, from which he had fled on the arrival of the brothers Cressay. How frightened he had been that night! He turned to the tin mirror, which still stood in the same place on the chest. At the memory of his weaknesses, every man tends to reassure himself by staring at his own face, forgetting that the signs of strength he detects in it impress only himself, and that it was before others he showed weakness. The grey reflection on the polished metal showed Guccio the likeness of a dark-complexioned young man of 30, with a deep line between the eyebrows and 2 dark eyes, with which he was not wholly displeased, for they had already seen many and varied landscapes, mountain snows and ocean waves, and they had aroused desire in women's hearts, and met the gaze of kings and princes. "Guccio Baglioni, my friend, why did you not go on with the career you began so well? You travelled from Siena to Paris, from Paris to London, from London to Naples, and then to Lyon and to Avignon. You carried messages for Queen Isabella, treasure for cardinals, and a demand for the hand in marriage of Queen Clemence. During 2 fabulous years you lived and journeyed among the great of this world, charged with their interests and their secrets. And you were barely 20. And all you did succeeded. The proof of it lies in the welcome you receive everywhere after 9 years' absence, and in the memories you left behind you and the friendship you inspired. And, in the first place, with the Holy Father himself. As soon as he saw you on a matter of business, the sovereign pontiff, from the elevation of the throne of St. Peter, and though beset by so many tasks, showed an interest in your fate and fortune. He remembered even that you had had a son in the past, was concerned to learn that you had been deprived of your child, and devoted several of his precious minutes to giving you advice. A son should be brought up by his father, he said, and he furnished you with a papal messenger's safe conduct, the surest there is. And then Bouville, whom you went to see bearing Pope John's blessing, and who treated you as a long-awaited friend. He wept on seeing you, and gave you one of his own sergeants at arms to accompany you on your journey, as well as a letter, sealed with his own seal, addressed to the brothers Cressy, so that you should be allowed to see your son. And thus it was that the highest personages took notice of Guccio, and, so he thought, without any interested motive, but simply because he could inspire them with feelings of friendliness, owing, no doubt, both to his intelligence and his particular way of conducting himself in the presence of the great of this world, which was simply a natural gift he happened to possess. Oh, why had he not persevered? He could so easily have become one of the great Lombards, as powerful among the nations as princes, such as Maci dei Maci, the real keeper of the royal treasury of France, or perhaps like Frescobaldi in England, who had access to the Chancellor of the Exchequer without having to be announced. After all, was it too late? In his heart of hearts, Guccio felt he was his uncle's superior, and capable of an even more remarkable success. For good Uncle Spinello, if you looked at it objectively, was engaged very largely in purely short-term business. He had become Captain General of the Lombards of Paris, mostly because of his seniority, and the fact that his colleagues knew they could trust him. He had common sense, of course, and indeed a certain cunning, but no very great ambition, nor any great talent to justify it. Guccio could look at these things quite impartially, now that he had grown out of the age of illusions, and felt himself to be a man of sound judgment. Yes, he had been wrong over the deplorable affair of the child born to Marie de Cressy. That had been the cause of it all. And then his fear, and this he had to admit, of being beaten to death by Marie's brothers. For long months afterwards his thoughts had been full of nothing but this unhappy event. He had been a prey to disappointed love, to despondency, to shame at seeing his friends and patrons after so inglorious an episode, and to dreams of revenge. He had been obsessed by these thoughts while beginning a new life in Siena, where no one knew anything of his unhappy adventure in France, except what he might care to tell them. Oh, she did not know, that ungrateful Marie. She didn't know the great destiny she had destroyed by refusing to elope with him. How often he had thought bitterly of it in Italy. But now he was going to avenge himself. And suppose Marie suddenly declared she still loved him, had been waiting loyally for him, and that an appalling misunderstanding had been the only cause of their separation. Yes, suppose that was the case. Guccio knew he would yield at once, would forget his wrongs as soon as he had given them expression, and would take Marie de Cressy back to Siena, to the family palace on the Piazza Tolomei, to show his beautiful wife off to his fellow citizens. And he would show Marie the new city, which was smaller than Paris or London, of course, but could rival them in beauty, with its municipio only recently completed, of which the great Simone Martini was at this very moment finishing the interior, and with its black-and-white cathedral, which would be the most beautiful in Tuscany, once its façade was done. Oh, the joys of sharing what one loved with a beloved wife! But what was he doing dreaming in front of a tin mirror when he ought to be hurrying to Cressy and turning her surprise to his advantage? But then he began to think. The bitterness he had nursed for 9 years could not be forgotten all at once, nor indeed the fear that had driven him from this very garden. In the first place, it was his son he wanted above all. Perhaps he had better send the sergeant-at-arms down with the Count de Bouville's letter. The demand would carry more weight. And then, after 9 years, was Marie still as beautiful? Would he still be as proud of appearing with her on his arm? Guccio believed he had now attained to maturity, reached the age at which one acted from reason. Yet, even if there was now a line between his eyebrows, he was still the same man, the same mixture of cunning and ingenuousness, pride and romantic dreams. For in truth, the years have little effect on our nature, and age does not free us of our faults. We lose our hair more quickly than our weaknesses. She had dreamed of its happening for 9 years, hoped for it, feared it, prayed God each day to bring it about, and prayed the Virgin to spare it her. Evening after evening, morning after morning, she had prepared what she would say if it occurred. She had murmured to herself every answer she could think of to all the questions she could imagine. She had thought of 100, 1,000 ways in which it might come about. It had come about. And now she did not know how to meet the situation. For that morning, Marie de Cresset's maid, who in the old days had been the confidant of her happiness and her tragedy, came to her room and whispered to her that Guccio Baglioni was back. He had been seen to arrive in the village of Neufel. He had the retinue of a lord and several of the king's sergeants as his escort. He seemed to be a messenger from the Pope. This was the popular gossip which, as it so often does, bore some relation to the truth, because a single detail had awakened local curiosity. The urchins in the market square had stared open-mouthed at the yellow leather harness embroidered with the keys of St. Peter, which was indeed a present from the Pope to his banker's nephew, and that harness had set the whole village speculating. And now the maid stood there breathless, her eyes bright with emotion and her cheeks red. Marie de Cresset had no idea what she ought or indeed would do. She said, "Give me my dress." She said it at once and without thinking, but the maid understood. For Marie had very few dresses, and the dress she was asking for could only be the one that had been made long ago out of the beautiful piece of silk Guccio had brought her as a present. Every week it was taken out of the chest, carefully brushed, ironed, aired, sometimes wept over, and never worn. Guccio might appear at any moment. Had the maid seen him? No, she was merely repeating the gossip which was going from house to house. Perhaps he was already on the way. If Marie had only had a whole day in which to prepare for his arrival. She had had 9 years, but they were all reduced now to a single instant. What did it matter that the water was cold with which she washed her breast, stomach, and arms, while the servant turned away, surprised at her mistress's sudden immodesty, though she could not resist a glance at the beautiful body which had been deprived so pitifully of a man for so long. She could not help being a little jealous at seeing how full and firm it had remained, like a fine plant in the sun, though the breasts were heavier than in the old days and sagged a little onto the chest. The thighs were not quite so smooth, and maternity had marked the stomach with a few small lines. So the bodies of noble girls spoiled too. Less than those of servants, of course, but they spoiled nevertheless, and it was God's justice in making all his creatures the same. Marie had difficulty getting into her dress. Had the material shrunk from being unused so long, or had Marie grown stouter? It was more, perhaps, that the shape of her body had altered, as if the curves and contours were no longer in the same places. She had changed. She knew that the fair down was thicker on her lip, and that the freckles, due to her open-air life in the fields, had spread over her face. Her hair, that mass of golden hair, whose braids must be so hurriedly plaited, was neither as soft nor as gleaming as it had once been. But now Marie had donned her party dress, which was a bit tight at the armholes, and her hands, reddened by housework, emerged from the green silk sleeves. Empty hands, empty of all the 9 years that had suddenly been abolished. What had she done with all those years that now seemed but a sigh of time? She had lived on her memories. She had drawn daily nourishment from those few months of love and happiness, as if from a harvest that had been too quickly garnered. She had crushed each moment of that past in the mill of her memory. 1,000 times over she had seen the young Lombard come to claim his debt and drive away the wicked provost, caught his first glance, and relived their first walk together. 1,000 times over she had repeated her vow in the dark, silent chapel before the unknown monk. 1,000 times over she had discovered her pregnancy. 1,000 times over she had been dragged violently from the convent in the Faubourg Saint-Marcel and taken in a closed litter, clasping her newborn child to her breast, to the royal castle of Vincennes. 1,000 times over she had seen her child dressed in the royal swaddling clothes, and then brought back to her dead. And it was still a dagger in her heart. And she still hated the Countess de Bouville, even though she was dead, and she hoped she was suffering all the torments of hell. 1,000 times over she had been made to swear on the Bible to keep the little King of France, not to reveal the terrible secrets of the court, even in the confessional, and never to see Guccio again. And 1,000 times over she had asked herself, "Why should this have happened to me?" She had asked it of the great dumb blue sky of August days, of the winter nights she spent shivering alone between coarse sheets, of the hopeless dawns, and of the evenings of eventless days. Why? She had asked it of the linen she counted for the laundry, of the sauces she stirred on the kitchen fire, of the meat she put in the salting tub, and of the stream that ran below the manor, on whose banks the people picked jonquils and irises on the mornings of religious processions. At moments she had hated Guccio, hated him for existing and for having passed through her life like a tempestuous wind through a house with open doors. And then she had immediately reproached herself for the thought, as if it were a blasphemy. In turn she had looked on herself as a great sinner, on whom the Almighty had imposed this perpetual expiation, as a martyr, as a sort of saint expressly designated by the divine will to save the crown of France, St. Louis's succession, and the whole realm in the person of this little child who had been confided to her care. And it was like this that you could go mad, little by little, without those about you being aware of it. She had only occasionally heard news of the one man she had ever loved, of her husband whom no one would recognize as such, and then only from a few words dropped by the employee at the bank to her maid. Guccio was alive. That was all she knew. How she suffered from imagining him, or rather being unable to imagine him, in a distant country, in a strange town, and to think that perhaps he had married again. The Lombards had no such great respect for a vow as all that. And now Guccio was only a quarter of a league away. But had he really come back for her sake, or merely to deal with some matter at the bank? That would be the most terrible thing of all, that he should be so near and not for her sake. But could she blame him even for this, since it was she herself who had refused to see him 9 years ago, so harshly told him he must never see her again, and without being able to reveal the reason for her cruelty? And suddenly she cried, "The child!" For Guccio would want to see the little boy he believed his. It must surely be for that he had come. Jeannot was out in the meadow. She could see it from the window, down by the Moldre, the stream which was bordered with yellow irises, and too shallow for there to be any danger of his drowning, playing with the groom's youngest son, the wheelwright's 2 boys, and the miller's daughter, who was round as a ball. He had mud on his knees and face, and even in the lock of fair hair that lay in a curl across his forehead. He had strong, rosy legs, and was shouting at the top of his voice. People thought him a little bastard, a child of sin, and treated him as such. But why did not Marie's brothers, the peasants on the estate, and the people of Neufel see that Jeannot had nothing of that golden, almost auburn fairness that was his mother's, and less still of Guccio's dark, almost gingerbread complexion? How could they fail to notice that he was a real little Capet, with his broad face, pale blue eyes set a little too far apart, his chin that would grow strong, and his straw-like fairness? King Philip the Fair was his grandfather. It was extraordinary how people shut their eyes so firmly to everything but the preconceived ideas they had of people and of things. When Marie had suggested to our brothers that Jeannot should be sent to the monks of a neighbouring Augustinian monastery to be taught to write, they had merely shrugged their shoulders. "We can read a little, and it's not much good to us. We can't write, and it wouldn't be any use to us if we could," the eldest replied. "Why do you want Jeannot to know more than we do? It's all very well for priests to study, but you can't even make him a priest since he's a bastard." Down among the irises in the meadow, the child was sulkily following the servant who had been sent to fetch him. With a pole in his hand, he had been playing at being a knight, and had almost broken through the defences of a shed where wicked men were holding the miller's daughter prisoner. And at this moment Marie's brothers, Jeannot's uncles, though they did not know they were only false uncles, came in from inspecting their fields. They were dusty, smelt of horses' sweat, and their nails were black. Pierre, the elder, was already like what his father had been. His stomach bulged over his belt, his beard was shaggy, his teeth rotten, and the 2 eye-teeth missing. He was hoping for a war in which he could make his name, and whenever he heard talk of England or the Empire, he would declare that the king had only to raise an army, and everyone would see what the chivalry could do. He had not, however, been dubbed knight, but he might perhaps become one in the course of a campaign. His only experience of war had been in Louis Houtin's muddy host, for he had not been summoned to the expedition into Aquitaine. He had had a moment of hope on learning of Monseigneur Charles of Valois' proposed crusade, but then Monseigneur Charles had died. Oh, that was the baron God should have given them for king. Jean de Cressy, the younger, was both thinner and paler, but paid no greater attention to his appearance. His life was a mixture of indifference and routine. Neither of them had married. Their sister had kept house for them since the death of their mother, Dame Eliabel, and they had thus someone to look after the kitchen and the linen, and someone, too, with whom they could lose their temper from time to time, and more easily, indeed, than they would have dared to do with a wife. Should their breeches have a tear in them, they could always blame Marie for the fact that they had been unable to find suitable wives because of the shame she had brought on the family. Nevertheless, they lived in modest ease, thanks to the pension that Count de Bouville regularly sent their sister, on the pretext that she had been a royal wet-nurse, and thanks also to the presents in kind the banker Ptolemy continued sending the child he believed to be his great-nephew. Marie's sin had therefore been of considerable advantage to the two brothers. Jean knew a widow in Montfort-l'Amaury, and visited her from time to time, and on those days he dressed himself up with a rather guilty air. Pierre preferred to hunt his own land, and felt himself quite a seigneur, and at little cost, because a number of children in the neighbouring villages had already begun to resemble him. But what did honour to a son of the nobility was dishonourable in a daughter of the nobility. This was an accepted fact which was not open to discussion. Pierre and Jean were much surprised to find their sister wearing her silk dress, and Jeannot stamping with rage because he was being washed. Was it by any chance a feast day they had forgotten? "Guccio is in Neufel," Marie said, and she took a hasty step backwards, because Pierre was quite capable of slapping her face. But Pierre did nothing. He merely stared at Marie, and Jean did the same. They both stood there, their arms dangling, like men whose minds were incapable of grasping the unexpected. Guccio had come back. It was an important piece of news, and it took them several minutes to absorb it. What new problems was it likely to create? They had to admit they had liked Guccio very well, when he had been their hunting companion and had brought them hawks from Milan. But this was before they had realized the fellow was making love to their sister practically under their noses. Then, when Dame Eliabel had discovered that her daughter was sinfully pregnant, they had wanted to kill him. But they had regretted their violence when they had visited the banker Ptolemy in his house in Paris, and had realized, too late, that if their sister married a rich Lombard, it would be less of a dishonour than to keep her at home as the mother of a fatherless child. However, they had little time to consider the news, for the sergeant-at-arms, in the livery of the Count de Bouville, trotting along on a great bay horse, and wearing a coat of blue cloth scalloped about the thighs, rode into the manor's courtyard, which was at once crowded with astonished onlookers. The peasants doffed their caps, children's heads appeared in the doorways, the women wiped their hands on their aprons. The sergeant had come to deliver 2 messages to the Sire Pierre, one from Guccio and the other from the Count de Bouville himself. Pierre de Cressay assumed the important and haughty expression of a man receiving a letter. He frowned, pursed his lips behind his beard, and loudly ordered that the messenger should be given to eat and drink, just as if he had ridden 15 leagues. Then he went aside with his brother to read the letters. And indeed, the 2 of them were not too many. They had even to summon Marie, who was more skilled in interpreting the letters of the alphabet. And Marie began to tremble. Tremble, tremble. "We cannot understand it, monsieur. Our sister began trembling as if Satan himself had appeared before her, and she utterly refused to see you. Then she burst into tears." The 2 Cressay brothers were much embarrassed. They had had their boots cleaned, and Jean had donned the tunic he normally wore only when visiting his widow in Montfort. They were standing looking abashed and rather uncertain of themselves in the back room of the branch bank of Neufel, while Guccio contemplated them rather sourly and did not even ask them to sit down. 2 hours before, when they had received the letters, they had imagined they could do good business over their sister's departure and the recognition of her marriage. 1,000 livres cash down was what they intended asking. A Lombard could well afford that much. But Marie had destroyed their hopes by her strange attitude and her determination not to see Guccio. "We tried to reason with her, and indeed much to our own disadvantage. For if she left us, we should miss her very much, since she does all the housekeeping. But when it comes to it, we really do understand that if you've come back to ask for her after so long a time, it must be because she really is your wife, even though the marriage took place in secret. Besides, much time has passed." The bearded brother was spokesman, and he was getting a bit mixed up. His younger brother contented himself with nodding approval. "We frankly admit," went on Pierre de Cressay, "that we made a mistake when we refused you our sister. But it was not us so much as our mother, may God keep her, who had decided against it. A gentleman should recognize his errors, and if our sister Marie acted without our consent, we were partly to blame. All that should be wiped out. Time is the master of us all. But now it is she who refuses to see you, and yet I swear to God that she has no other man in mind. That I do know. But I really don't understand what it's all about any more. Our sister's got an odd mentality, hasn't she, Jean?" Jean de Cressay nodded. For Guccio it was a splendid revenge to have these two men standing there stammeringly repentant, when they had once come sword in hand in the middle of the night to kill him and had obliged him to leave France. Now they wanted to give him their sister more than anything else in the world. A little more, and they would be praying him to take the bull by the horns, come to Cressay, impose his will, and stand out for his rights as a husband. But they misunderstood Guccio and his easily offended pride. He cared nothing for the two idiots. Only Marie mattered to him, and Marie was repulsing him when he was there so close to her, and had come prepared to forget all the injuries of the past. Did these people exist merely to humiliate him every time they met? "Monseigneur de Bouville must have thought she might behave like this," said the bearded brother, "for he says in his letter, 'If Dame Marie, as is very likely, refuses to see the Signor Guccio.' Do you know why he should have written like that?" "No, I don't," replied Guccio. "But she must have made her position with regard to me perfectly clear to Messire de Bouville, for him to be so sure of it." "And yet she has no other man in mind," repeated the bearded brother. Guccio was getting angry. His dark eyebrows contracted about the vertical line that marked his forehead. This time he really had the right to act towards Marie without scruple. She should be paid for her cruelty with even greater cruelty. "What about my son?" he asked. "He's here. We brought him with us." In the next room, the child, who was inscribed on the list of kings, and whom the whole of France thought had died 9 years ago, was watching the clerk doing his accounts and playing with a goose-quill. Jean de Cressay opened the door. "Jeannot, come here," he said. Guccio, interested in his own reactions, managed to summon up a little emotion. "My son. I'm going to see my son," he thought. In fact, he really felt nothing at all, and yet he had so often longed for this moment. But he had not expected the heavy little countryman's footsteps he heard approaching. The boy came in. He was wearing short breeches and a linen smock. His rebellious lock of hair lay askew on his pale forehead. A real little peasant. For a moment the three men were embarrassed, and the child was well aware of it. Pierre pushed him towards Guccio.
"Jeannot, this is—"
He had to say something, tell Jeannot who Guccio was. And what else could he tell him but the truth?
"This is your father."
Guccio had foolishly expected transports, open arms, tears. Little Jeannot looked up at him with astonished blue eyes.
"But I was told my father was dead,"
he said. This was a shock to Guccio. He suddenly felt furiously angry.
Not at all. Not at all,"
Jean de Cresset interrupted hastily.
"He was travelling and couldn't send news. Isn't that right, friend Guccio?"
I wonder how many lies they brought him up on, Guccio thought. Patience. I must have patience. How wicked to tell him his father was dead. And since he had to say something, he said, "How very fair he is."
"Yes, exactly like our Uncle Pierre, the brother of our late father, whose name I bear,"
replied the bearded brother.
"Jeannot, come to me. Come," said Guccio.
The boy obeyed, but his rough little hand seemed ill at ease in Guccio's, and he wiped his cheek after being kissed.
"I'd like to have him for a few days," Guccio went on, "to take him to see my Uncle Ptolemy, who wants to make his acquaintance."
And, as he said this, Guccio automatically closed his left eye, like Ptolemy. Jeannot looked at him with his mouth open. What a lot of uncles there were. Everyone always seemed to be talking of uncles.
"I've got an uncle in Paris who sends me presents," he said in a clear voice. "He's the one we're going to visit, if your uncles have no objection. You see nothing against it, do you?" Guccio asked. "Of course not," replied Pierre de Cresset. "Monseigneur de Bouville mentions it in his letter, and tells us to permit it." It was obvious that the Cressets never did anything without Bouville's permission. The bearded brother was already thinking of the presents the banker was bound to give his great-nephew. He might reasonably expect a purse of gold, which would be particularly welcome, since a murrain had fallen on the livestock this year. And, who could tell? The banker was old, and might well intend mentioning the child in his will. Guccio was already savouring his vengeance. But had vengeance ever consoled for lost love? It was Guccio's horse and the Pope's harness that first attracted the boy. He had never seen so fine a mount. He also stared, with a mixture of curiosity and admiration, at the clothes this father who had fallen to him from the skies was wearing. He gazed at the skin-tight breeches that had no single crease at the knee, the boots of dark, supple leather, and the short travelling coat of a curiously shot material, leaf-brown in colour, closed high in front by a line of small buttons held in loops, and with a little hood that fell back from the neck. The Count de Bouville's sergeant-at-arms was much more brightly and splendidly dressed in his azure blue coat, gleaming in the sunshine, with its braided scallops at wrist and thigh, and its lordly coat of arms embroidered on the breast. But the boy had realized at once that it was Guccio who gave the sergeant orders,
and he was lost in admiration for a father who spoke as a master to someone so resplendently clothed. They had already ridden some 4 leagues. In the inn at Saint-Nom-la-Bretèche, where they halted, Guccio, in a naturally authoritarian voice, ordered an omelette with herbs, a capon roasted on the spit, and a cream cheese. And wine. The alacrity displayed by the servants still further increased Jeannot's respect for him.
"Why do you speak differently from us, monsieur?" he asked. "You don't pronounce your words in the same way we do."
Guccio was rather hurt at this remark from his own son about his Tuscan accent.
"Because I come from Siena, in Italy, which is my country," he replied proudly. "And you will become a Sienese too, a free citizen of a town in which we are powerful. And now, don't call me monsieur, but padre."
"Padre," the boy repeated docilely. Then Guccio, the sergeant, and the boy sat down to their meal, and while they were waiting for the omelette, Guccio began to teach Jeannot the names of common objects in his own tongue.
"Tavola,"
he said, putting his hand on the edge of the table.
"Bottiglia,"
picking up a bottle.
"Vino."
He felt rather embarrassed by the boy's presence, and found it difficult to be himself. He was paralyzed by the fear of being unable to make himself loved, and also of being unable to love. Though he kept on saying to himself, "This is my son," he felt nothing except a profound hostility to the people who had brought him up. Jeannot had never drunk wine before. At Cressay they drank only cider, or even skimmed milk like peasants. He drank a few mouthfuls. He was accustomed to the omelette and the cream cheese, but the roast capon made it like a feast day. He enjoyed this meal taken on the road in the middle of the afternoon. He was not frightened, and the excitement of the adventure made him forget to think of his mother. He had been told he would see her again in a few days' time. The names Paris and Siena meant little to him, and he had no precise idea of how far away they were. Next Saturday he would be back beside the Mouldre, and would be able to say to the miller's daughter and the wheelwright's sons, "I am Sienese." Nor would he have to explain matters, since they knew even less about these things than he did. When they had swallowed their last mouthful, wiped their daggers on pieces of bread, and replaced them at their belts, they remounted their horses. Guccio lifted the boy and placed him in front of him across the saddle-bow. The heavy meal, and above all the wine, which he had now tasted for the first time, had made the child drowsy. Before they had gone half a league, he fell asleep, indifferent to the jolting of the trotting horse. There is nothing so moving as a sleeping child, particularly during the day, when adults are awake and about their business. Guccio held the jolting, swaying, abandoned little body steady. It was already quite heavy. He instinctively caressed with his chin the fair hair that seemed to be seeking shelter against him, and drew his arm closer about the boy, as if to make the little, round, drowsy head lie even closer against his chest. There was a smell of childhood about the little sleeping body. And suddenly Guccio felt himself to be really a father, and proud of it, and tears misted his eyes.
"Jeannot, my Jeannot, my Giannino,"
he murmured, putting his lips to the warm, silky hair. He had reined his horse back into a walk, and signed to the sergeant to do likewise, so as not to wake the boy, and at the same time to prolong his own happiness. What did it matter when they arrived? Tomorrow Giannino would wake up in the house in the Rue des Lombards, which would seem a palace to him. Servants would fuss over him, wash him, dress him like a little lord, and a fairy-tale life would begin for him. Marie de Cressay refolded the now useless dress under the eyes of her silent but disappointed maid. For the maid had also dreamed of a different life to which she would follow her mistress, and there was a certain reproof in her attitude. But Marie had stopped trembling, and her eyes were dry. She had made her decision. She had only a few days to wait, a week at most. This morning she had been taken unawares. It was those 9 years in which she had turned the same thoughts over and over in her mind which had made her so nervous and afraid, and induced her to give so absurd an answer, so crazy a refusal. It was because she had been thinking only of the oath Madame de Bouville, that wicked woman, had made her swear so long ago, and of her threats. "If you insist on seeing this man again, it will be his death." But the years had gone by. 2 kings had succeeded to the throne, and no one had ever uttered a word. And Madame de Bouville was dead. Besides, did that terrible oath agree with the laws of God? Was it not a sin to prevent a human being avowing her spiritual troubles to her confessor? Even nuns could be relieved of their vows. Surely no one had the right to separate a wife from her husband. That was not Christian either. And the Count de Bouville was not a bishop, nor indeed was he anything like so terrifying as his wife had been. Marie ought to have thought of all these things this morning. She should have realized that she could not live without Guccio, that her place was beside him, and that when Guccio came to fetch her, nothing in the world, oaths taken in the past, the secrets of the crown, the fear of what men might do, or even the punishment of God, were it to be inflicted, ought to prevent her going with him. She wouldn't lie to Guccio. A man who still loved you after 9 years, had taken no other woman, and had come back to look for you, had a loyal and upright heart, like a knight who surmounted every ordeal. Such a man could share a secret and keep it. Besides, what right had she to lie to him, to let him believe his son was alive, and that he was clasping him in his arms, when it was not true? Marie would explain to Guccio that their child, their firstborn, for, in her thoughts, the dead child was already only their firstborn, had been given and exchanged by a tragic concatenation of events to save the life of the real King of France. And she would ask Guccio to share her oath. Together they would bring up the little posthumous Jean, who had reigned during the first 5 days of his life, until the day came when the barons sought him out to give him back his crown. And the other children they would have would be like real brothers to the King of France one day. If things could all go wrong through the agency of a blind fate, why should they not also go right? All this Marie would explain to Guccio when he came back in a few days' time next week, and brought Jeannot with him, as had been agreed with her brothers. And then their happiness, which had been so long deferred, could really begin. And if all joy on earth had to be paid for by an equal weight of suffering, then they would both have earned all their future happiness in advance. Would Guccio want to live at Cressay? Clearly not. In Paris? It would be dangerous for little Jean, and they must not defy the Count de Bouville from too close at hand, after all. They would go to Italy. Guccio would take her to that country of which she knew nothing but the beautiful cloth it produced and its clever goldsmith's work. She already loved Italy because the man God had selected for her came from that country. Marie was already travelling in her thoughts beside her recovered husband. In a week's time everything would be all right. She had only a week to wait. Alas, in love, it is not enough to have the same desires. They must also be expressed at the same time. Chapter 3. The Queen in the Temple. For a boy of 9, whose whole horizon, since he had been of an age to remember, had been limited by a stream, manure pits, and village roofs, the discovery of Paris could be no other than an enchantment. But how could this discovery be described when it was made under the aegis of a father who was so proud of his son, who positively gloried in him, and who had him dressed, curled, bathed, and anointed, who took him to the best shops, stuffed him with sweetmeats, bought him embroidered shoes, and a purse to wear at his belt with real money in it? Giannino, or Giannino, was having a wonderful time. And then there were all the fine houses to which his father took him. For Guccio, on a variety of pretexts, and sometimes on none at all, was making the round of his old acquaintances, merely to be able to say proudly, "My son," and show off this miracle, this unique splendour to the world. A little boy who said, "Padre mio," with an Ile-de-France accent. If people showed surprise at Giannino's fairness, Guccio mentioned his mother, who was of noble family, and on these occasions he would assume an expression of pretended discretion, which was indeed redolent both of indiscretion and of that boastfully mysterious air with which Italians feign silence about their conquests. And thus all the Lombards in Paris, the Peruzzi, the Boccanegra, the Macci, the Albizzi, the Frescobaldi, the Scamozzi, and Signor Boccaccio himself were in the know. Uncle Ptolemy, one eye open, the other closed, his stomach larger than ever, and his leg trailing, took a considerable part in all this display. Oh, if only Guccio could come and live in Paris again under his roof, together with little Giannino, how happy the old Lombard would be for the rest of his days. But it was an impossible dream, for in that case the child would have to be surrendered to his other family, according to promise, and they would be able to see him only from time to time. But why would not that silly, stubborn Marie de Cressay agree to the regularization of the marriage? Why would she not live with her husband, now that everyone was in agreement? Ptolemy, though he hated travelling anywhere nowadays, offered to go to Neufel and make a last attempt.
"But it's I who no longer want anything to do with her, uncle," declared Guccio. "I won't have my honour flouted. Besides, what pleasure would there be in living with a woman who no longer loves me?" "Are you quite sure of that?"
There was one sign, and one only, which made Guccio a little uncertain of the answer to that question. He had found about Giannino's neck the little reliquary Queen Clémence had once given him when he was in the Hôtel Dieu at Marseille, and which he in turn had given Marie once when she was very ill.
"My mother took it from her neck and put it round mine when my uncles brought me to you that morning,"
the boy explained. But could he rely on so slender an indication as this, on a gesture that might well have a purely religious significance? And then the Count de Bouville had been categorical.
"If you want to keep the child, you must take him to Siena, and the sooner the better,"
he had said to Guccio. The interview had taken place at the former great chamberlain's house, behind the Pré aux Clercs. Bouville was walking in his garden, which was enclosed by walls. Tears came to his eyes when he saw Giannino. He had kissed the little boy's hand before kissing his cheek, and, gazing at him, looking him up and down from head to foot, he had murmured, "A real little prince, a real little prince." And as he talked, he wiped the tears from his eyes. Guccio was astonished by such evident emotion in a man who had held such high positions, and he was touched by it, taking it for a token of friendship for himself. "A real little prince, as you say, monsieur," Guccio had replied happily. "And it's surprising enough when you think that he has seen nothing of life but the country, and that his mother, after all, is really only a peasant." Bouville nodded his head. Yes, it really was very surprising. "You can't do better than take him with you. Besides, haven't you the august approval of the Holy Father? I shall give you 2 sergeants to accompany you to the frontier of the kingdom, so that no harm shall come to you, or to this child." He seemed to find it difficult to say, "your son." "Goodbye, my little prince," he said, embracing Giannino once more. "Shall I ever see you again?" And then he had walked quickly away, because the tears were welling to his eyes again. The child was really too painfully like the great King Philip the Fair. "Are we going back to Cressy?" Giannino asked on the morning of May the 11th, when he saw the travelling trunks being packed and a great commotion in the house announcing a journey. He did not seem particularly impatient to return to the manor. "No, my son," replied Guccio. "We're going to Siena first." "Is my mother coming with us?" "No, not at present. She'll join us later." The boy seemed satisfied. It occurred to Guccio that after hearing lies about his father for 9 years, Giannino was now entering on a further period of years in which he would hear lies about his mother. But what else could he do? Perhaps one day he would have to let him believe his mother was dead. There was still one visit to make before leaving, the most fascinating, if not the most important. He must pay his respects to Queen Clémence of Hungary. "Where is Hungary?" the boy asked. "Very far away, towards the east. It takes weeks of travelling to get there. Very few people have ever been there." "But why does Queen Clémence live in Paris if she's Queen of Hungary?" "She has never been Queen of Hungary, Giannino. Her father was King of Hungary, but she was Queen of France." "Then she's the wife of Charles the Fool?" "No, the king's wife was Madame of Évreux, who was being crowned that very day, and later on they would go to the royal palace to have a look at the ceremony in the Sainte-Chapelle, so that Giannino might leave with a last memory more splendid than all the rest." Guccio, who was normally so impatient, grew neither weary nor bored, explaining to the young mind things that seemed self-evident, but indeed were not so unless you had known them always. For this was how you learned about the great world. But then, who was this Queen Clémence they were going to see, and how did Guccio know her? From the Rue des Lombards to the temple, by way of the Rue de la Verrière, was not very far to walk. On the way, Guccio told the boy how he had gone to Naples with the Count de Bouville. "The fat lord, you know, whom we visited the other day, and who kissed you," to ask for this princess's hand in marriage to King Louis X, who was now dead. And how he, Guccio, had been with Madame Clémence in the ship that had brought them to France, and how she had nearly been drowned in a great storm before they reached Marseille. "And that reliquary you're wearing round your neck was given me by her in gratitude for having saved her from drowning." And then, when Queen Clémence had had a son, Giannino's mother had been chosen as wet nurse. "My mother's never told me anything about it," the boy said in surprise. "So she knew Madame Clémence too?" All this seemed very complicated. Giannino would have liked to know whether Naples was in Hungary. But then passers-by were jostling them. A phrase hung unfinished in the air. A water-carrier interrupted a reply. It was very difficult for the boy to make sense of the story. and in 20 or 30 years' time he would say, "My father told me about these things one day in Paris, when we were walking up the Rue du Temple, but I was very young. He told me that I was the foster-brother of King Jean the Posthumous." Giannino knew very well what a foster-brother was. He had often heard them spoken of at Cressay. The country was full of foster-brothers. But foster-brother to a king? That gave one food for thought. For a king was a tall, strong man with a crown on his head. It had never occurred to him that kings had foster-brothers, or might be little children who died at 5 days old. "My mother's never told me anything about it," he repeated. And he began to blame his mother for concealing so many astonishing things from him. "And why is the place we're going to called the Temple?" "Because of the Templars." "Oh, yes, I know. They used to spit on the cross, worship the head of a cat, and poison the wells so as to keep all the money in the kingdom." He had heard about this from the wheelwright's son, who had got his information from his father, who had got it from God knew where. It was not easy for Guccio, among all the crowd, and in such a short time, to explain to his son that the truth was a little more complex. And the boy could not understand why the queen they were going to see should be living with such wicked people. "They no longer live there, figlio mio. They no longer exist. It's the Grand Master's old house." "Master Jacques de Molay? Was that he?" "You must ward off the evil eye with your fingers, my boy, when you utter that name. The Templars were suppressed, burnt, or driven out, and the kings seized the temple, which was their house." "Which king?" Among so many kings, poor Giannino was all at sea. "Philip the Fair." "Did you ever see King Philip the Fair?" The boy had heard talk of this terrifying king, who was now so highly respected. But it was all part of those shadowy times before he was born. And Guccio was touched. "Of course," he thought. "He wasn't born then. To him it's all as remote as St. Louis." And now they had to walk even slower because of the crowd, and he said, "Yes, I saw him. Indeed, I nearly knocked him down in one of these very streets because of 2 greyhounds I was taking for a walk on a lead. It was the day I arrived in Paris 12 years ago." And time seemed to flow back over him like a huge wave, submerging him before breaking. A froth of days lay all about him. He was already a man recounting his memories. "So you see," he went on, "the house of the Templars became the property of King Philip the Fair, and afterwards of King Louis, and afterwards of King Philippe the Long, who preceded the present king. And King Philippe the Long gave the temple to Queen Clémence in exchange for the castle of Vincennes, which she had inherited by the will of her husband, King Louis." "Padre mio, I want a waffle." He had noticed a delicious smell of waffles coming from a stall, and his interest in these kings, who succeeded each other all too rapidly and exchanged their houses, suddenly vanished. He already knew, too, that to begin by saying "Padre mio" was a sure way of getting what he wanted, but it didn't work this time. "No, on the way back. You'll only make yourself dirty. And remember what I told you. Don't talk to the Queen unless she talks to you, and kneel to kiss her hand." "Like in church?" "No, not like in church. Look, I'll show you. Or at least I'll explain, because I find difficulty in doing it owing to my wounded leg." They were an odd sight for the passers-by, the short, dark foreigner and the fair boy practising, going down on their knees in a doorway. "And then you must get up quickly, but don't jostle the Queen." The temple had been much altered since the days of Messire de Molay, and indeed had been split up. Queen Clémence's residence consisted only of the great square tower with its 4 turrets, and a few secondary lodgings, buildings and stables round the huge paved courtyard, and the garden behind. The rest of the commandery, the lodgings of the knights, the armories, and the workshops of the companions, cut off by high walls, had been put to other uses. And the huge courtyard, where several hundred men could be paraded, seemed now deserted and dead. The state litter, with its white curtains, which was waiting to take Queen Clémence to the coronation, looked like a ship that had arrived in error or distress in some disused port. Though there were a few grooms and footmen standing around the litter, the whole house had an atmosphere of silence and desuetude. Guccio and Giannino entered the tower of the temple by the very same door from which Jacques de Molay had come from his dungeon 12 years before to be taken to the place of execution. The rooms had been redecorated, but, in spite of the tapestries and splendid works of art in ivory, silver, and gold, the heavy vaults and narrow windows, the walls deadening all sound, and, indeed, the very proportions of his warrior's residence, all made it far from a suitable habitation for a woman, particularly for a woman of only 32. It all seemed designed for those rough men who wore a sword over their robe, and who had at one time assured the total supremacy of Christendom within the frontiers of the old Roman Empire. For a young widow, the temple seemed a prison. Madame Clémence did not keep her visitors waiting long. She appeared, already dressed for the ceremony she was to attend, wearing a white dress, with a bodice of veiling across her breast, a royal cloak hanging from her shoulders, and a gold crown on her head. She looked a true queen, like those depicted in church windows. Giannino thought queens dressed like this every day of their lives. Beautiful, fair, magnificent, and distant, her eyes a little absent, Clémence of Hungary smiled conventionally. With that smile, a queen, who has neither power nor realm, owes it to herself to give people who approach her. This dead woman without a tomb, who had to fill her 2 long days with useless occupations, collected pieces of goldsmith's work, and this was the only interest she had in the world, or indeed pretended to have. The audience was rather disappointing for Guccio, who had expected some display of emotion, but not for the boy, who saw before him a saint out of heaven in a mantle of stars. Madame of Hungary asked all the proper questions that form the basis for the conversation of sovereigns who have nothing to say. For all Guccio's attempts to turn the conversation to their common memories, to Naples and the storm, the Queen evaded him. For, in fact, all memories were painful to her, and she thrust them from her. And when Guccio, trying to attract her attention to Giannino, said he was the foster brother of your son, madame, her beautiful face turned almost hard. A queen did not weep in public, but it was too great cruelty, though unconscious, to show her a fair, fresh, living child of the same age as hers would have been, and one, moreover, who had sucked the same milk. The voice of their common blood was silent, only the voice of misfortune was alive. And the day, perhaps, was not very well chosen, for Clémence was going to attend the coronation of the 3rd Queen of France since herself. Out of politeness she forced herself to ask, "What will this pretty boy do when he's grown up?" "He will be a banker, madame. At least I hope so. Like his father and all his ancestors." Like all his ancestors. Queen Clémence was in the presence of her son. She did not know it. She never would know it. She imagined Guccio had come to claim a debt, or ask payment for some gold cup or jewel she had bought from his uncle. She was so used to tradesmen's demands. She was surprised when she realized that this young man had come merely to visit her. Were there still people who came to pay their respects and wanted nothing from her, neither money nor services? Guccio told the boy to show the queen the reliquary he was wearing round his neck. The queen had forgotten, and Guccio had to remind her of the Hôtel Dieu in Marseille, where she had given it to him. "This young man was once in love with me," she thought. It was the illusory consolation of a woman whose love life had ended too soon, and who grasped at any evidence of an emotion she might once have aroused, even when that emotion was so tenuous that the man who showed it was not even aware of it himself. She bent down to kiss the boy, but Giannino immediately fell on his knees again and kissed her hand. She looked round, almost automatically, for a present to give him, and, seeing a silver gilt box, handed it to the boy, saying, "I'm sure you like comfits. Take this comfit box, and may God keep you." It was time to set out for the ceremony. She got into her litter and ordered the white curtains to be closed. She was suddenly devastated by an intolerable sense of unhappiness that seemed to emanate from her whole body, from her breasts, legs, and stomach, from that whole useless beauty which was hers. At last she could weep. In the Rue du Temple there was a considerable crowd, all moving the same way, towards the Seine and the Cité, to see what they could of the coronation, though they would doubtless see little more than themselves. Guccio took Giannino by the hand, and followed the white litter as if he were part of the Queen's escort. In this way they were able to cross the Pont au Change, enter the courtyard of the palace, and watch the great lords going into the Sainte-Chapelle, wearing their state robes. Guccio recognized most of them, and could tell the boy their names. The Countess Mahou of Artois, still taller in her coronet. Count Robert, her nephew, who was even taller still. Monseigneur Philippe of Valois, now a peer of France, with his lame wife beside him. And Madame Jeanne of Burgundy, the other widowed queen. But who were this young couple, some 18 and 15 years of age, who were following them? Guccio asked his neighbours. He was told they were Madame Jeanne of Navarre and her husband Philippe of Evreux. Indeed, you had to get used to the changes life brought about. The daughter of Marguerite of Burgundy was 15 years old, and now she was married, after all the dynastic dramas that had been caused by her presumed bastardy. The crush was so great that Guccio had had to hoist Giannino onto his shoulders. The little devil weighed a ton. And then Queen Isabella of England came by, having returned expressly from Ponthieu. Guccio thought her astonishingly little altered since he had seen her long ago at Westminster, when he had delivered to her a message from Count Robert. Though he had thought of her as being taller than she was. Beside her walked her son, young Edward of Aquitaine, and everyone craned their necks, because the train of the boy's ducal mantle was borne by Roger Mortimer, as if he were the prince's great chamberlain or tutor. It was an audacious thing to do. Perhaps only Madame Isabella would have dared show such defiance before the peers, bishops, and all the others who had received letters from her cuckolded husband. Roger Mortimer wore an air of triumph, which was only surpassed by that of King Charles the Fair, whom no one had ever seen looking so happy before. The Queen of France, so it was whispered, was 2 months gone at last, and her official coronation, which had been deferred till now, was by way of being a reward. Giannino suddenly leant down to Guccio's ear and said, "Padre mio, the fat lord who kissed me in his garden the other day is there, looking at me." What a confused and disturbing succession of thoughts passed through good Bouville's mind, as from amid the press of dignitaries he saw the real King of France, whom all the world thought in his tomb at Saint-Denis, perched on the shoulders of a Lombard banker, while the wife of his second successor was being crowned. And that very afternoon, on the road to Dijon, the pleasantest and safest for Italy, two of that same Count de Bouville's sergeants-at-arms were escorting the Sienese traveller, accompanied by the fair boy. Guccio Baglione thought he was carrying off his son. In fact, he was kidnapping the true and legitimate King of France. And this secret was known by no one save an august old man in a room in Avignon, filled with the cries of birds, a former chamberlain in his garden in the Pré aux Clercs, and a despairing young woman in a meadow in the Île-de-France. The widowed queen in the temple would continue to have masses said for a dead child. Chapter 4. The Council at Charlie. The late June sky had cleared after the storm. In the royal apartments of the Abbey of Charlie, that Cistercian establishment founded by the Capets, in which the entrails of Charles of Valois had been deposited a few months ago, the candles were smoking and mingling the smell of wax with the scent of the earth after rain and the odour of incense that lingered about all religious houses. Insects escaping the storm had come in through the arched windows and were fluttering round the flames. It was a melancholy evening. The expressions of all those present were thoughtful, sullen, or bored. The tapestries that hung over the bare stone walls of the vaulted chamber were already old. They were strewn with lilies, and followed the pattern in general use in the royal residences. There were some 10 people assembled about Charles IV, Count Robert of Artois, Count Philippe of Valois, the Bishop of Beauvais, Jean de Marigny, a peer of the realm, the Chancellor Jean de Cherchemont, Count Louis of Bourbon, the Lame, the great Chamberlain, and the Constable Gaucher de Châtillon. The last had lost his eldest son in the previous year, and it seemed to have aged him at a single blow. He now really looked every one of his 76 years, and he was getting increasingly deaf, which he attributed to the bombards which had been let off in his ear at the siege of La Réole. A few women had been admitted, because it was a family matter that had to be dealt with this evening. There were the 3 Jeans, who were the first ladies of the kingdom: Madame Jean of Evreux, the queen, Madame Jean of Valois, Robert's wife, who was called the Countess of Beaumont, in accordance with her husband's official title, though the latter, from habit, was still referred to as Monseigneur of Artois, and then Jean of Burgundy, the wicked, avaricious granddaughter of Saint Louis, who was lame like her cousin of Bourbon, and was the wife of Philippe of Valois. And then Mahou, a Mahou with grey hair and dressed in black and purple, heavy of bust, buttock, arm, and shoulder, colossal. People often seem to grow shorter with age, but not Mahou. During these last months she had become an old giantess, and was even more impressive than as a young giantess. It was the first time in a very long while that the Countess of Artois had appeared at court without a coronet on her head for the ceremonies, at which her rank as a peer of the realm compelled her attendance. It was the first time since the death of her son-in-law, Philippe the Long, that she had been seen at a council. She had arrived at Charlie, arrayed in mourning like a walking catafalque, draped like a church in Passion Week. In fact, her daughter Blanche had recently died in the Abbey of Maubuisson, to which she had finally been admitted, after first being transferred from Château Gaillard to a less forbidding residence near Coutances, a privilege Mahou had obtained for her in exchange for the annulment of her marriage. But Blanche had not profited much by this amelioration of her lot. She had died only a few months after entering the convent, exhausted by the long years of imprisonment and by the terrible winter nights in the fortress at Andely. She had died of emaciation, coughing, and misfortune at the age of 30, wearing a nun's veil and almost mad. And all this for 1 year of love, if indeed her adventure with Gautier d'Aulnay could be called love. All this because she had allowed herself to be drawn into imitating the pleasures of her sister-in-law, Marguerite of Burgundy, and at the age of 18, when she scarcely knew what she was doing. The woman who would at this moment have been Queen of France, the only woman Charles the Fair had ever really loved, had thus died at the very moment she had at last achieved a relative peace. And King Charles the Fair, in whom her death aroused so many painful memories, was sad, and though his third wife knew very well what he was thinking of, she pretended not to notice it. And Mahou had seized the opportunity this death afforded her. She had come, unbidden and unannounced, as if, a sorrowing mother, she was responding merely to the dictates of her heart, and desired to present her condolences to the unhappy former husband, and they had fallen into each other's arms. Mahou had placed her mustachioed lips to her former son-in-law's cheeks. Charles, with a childish gesture, had rested his brow on that monumental shoulder, and had shed a few tears among the giantess's hearse-like draperies. And thus, as so often, human relations were changed by the passage of death, and the obliteration of the springs of resentment. But Mahou knew very well what she was doing by hurrying to Charly, and her nephew Robert was fretting. He smiled at her, they smiled at each other, they called each other "my good aunt" and "my dear nephew," and both showed that proper love between relations, to which they had bound themselves by the Treaty of 1318. They hated each other. They would have done their best to kill each other had they ever found themselves alone in the same room. The real reason for Mahou's coming, she had not said so, but Robert was well aware of it, was because of a letter she had received. Indeed, everyone present had received a similar letter, with merely a few minor variations. Philippe of Valois, Jean de Marigny, the constable, and the king. Above all, the king. Beyond the windows the clear night was spangled with stars. Here were 11 people of the highest importance, sitting in a circle under the arched ceiling, between the pillars with their carved capitals, and they felt insufficient. They were unable to persuade themselves they had any real power. The king, weak in character and limited in understanding, had, moreover, no immediate family and no personal servants. Who were these princes and dignitaries assembled about him this evening? Cousins or counsellors inherited from his father or his uncle? Not one of them was really his, created by him and bound to him. His father had had 3 sons and 2 brothers sitting in his council, and even on days when there were quarrels, days when the late Monseigneur of Valois stormed at everyone, they remained family rows. Louis the Hutin had had 2 brothers and 2 uncles, Philippe the Long, the same 2 uncles, who supported him in their diverse ways, as well as a brother, Charles himself, but the survivor had almost no one. His counsel gave the irresistible impression of the end of a dynasty. The only hope of a continuation of the line, of a direct succession, was asleep in the womb of that silent woman who, neither particularly pretty nor ugly, was standing beside Charles with her hands clasped, knowing well that as queen she was merely a replacement. The letter, the notorious letter they were now considering, was dated June the 19th at Westminster. The Chancellor held it in his hand, and the green wax of the broken seal was peeling from the parchment. "The matter that has caused King Edward such great anger appears to be that Monseigneur Mortimer carried the train of the Duke of Aquitaine's mantle at Madame the Queen's coronation, and, naturally, the fact that his personal enemy should have been appointed to his son's entourage with such a considerable mark of dignity can be felt by our Lord Edward only as a personal affront." It was Monseigneur Jean de Marigny who was speaking in that suave, melodious, well-modulated voice of his, which he accompanied from time to time with a gesture of his fine hands, on which gleamed his bishop's amethyst. His 3 superimposed robes were of thin cloth, as was suited to the season, and the outer robe, which was shortest, fell in elegant folds. They were impregnated with that particular scent with which Monseigneur de Marigny liked to anoint himself on coming from the bath or the sweating-room. A bishop rarely smelled so fine. His face seemed to have no weaknesses, and his eyebrows made a horizontal line each side of his straight nose. If the sculptor reproduced his features accurately, Monseigneur de Marigny would make a handsome effigy for the cover of his tomb, but that would be a long time hence, for he was still young. He had known how to profit by his brother's position as coadjutor to the Iron King, and had also correctly judged the right moment at which to betray that brother. Indeed, he had succeeded in surmounting with ease those vicissitudes which occurred when reigns changed, and had gone from one see to another, ultimately to attain, at the age of 40, the distinction of being a peer spiritual and a member of the King's Council. "Cherchement," said King Charles to his Chancellor, "read again that passage in which our brother Edward complains about Messire de Mortimer." Jean de Cherchement unfolded the parchment, held it under a candle, mumbling a little as he searched for the passage, and read, "The adherence of our wife and our son to our notoriously known traitors and mortal enemies, in particular the said traitor Mortimer, who carried at Paris the train of our son, in public, during the solemnization of the coronation of our very dear sister, your wife, the Queen of France, at the last Pentecost, with such great shame and vexation to us." Bishop Marigny leaned towards Constable Gaucher and murmured, "That's an ill-written letter, and his Latin's worse still." The constable had not heard very well. He contented himself with muttering, "An unnatural sodomite." "Cherchement," went on the king, "have we any right to refuse the request of our brother of England, when he asks us to put a term to his wife's sojourn?" The way Charles the Fair addressed his Chancellor, instead of turning, as he normally did, to Robert of Artois, who was at once his senior counsellor and his uncle by marriage, proved that for once he had a plan in mind. Both because he was not absolutely sure of the king's intentions, and because he feared to offend Monseigneur Robert of Artois, who was so powerful, Jean de Cherchement, before answering, took refuge in the end of the letter, as if he required to reconsider the last lines before giving his advice. "And this is why, very dear brother," read the Chancellor, "we pray you once more, as affectionately, and as much from the heart as we can, that in this thing we desire above all others, you will listen to our requests and carry them out with good will, and soon, to the profit and honour of our mutual relations, and so that we shall not be dishonoured." Jean de Marigny shook his head and sighed. Such awkward and uneven prose pained him. Nevertheless, however badly the letter might be written, its meaning was clear enough. The Countess Mahou of Artois remained silent. She was taking care not to express her triumph too soon, and her grey eyes glittered in the light of the candles. Her secret accusations made last autumn, and her intrigues with the Bishop of Exeter, had now borne ripe fruit at the beginning of summer, and fit to pick. "It would seem clear, sire," the Chancellor made up his mind to say at last, since no one had helped him out by intervening. "It seems clear, sire, that in accordance with the laws both of the Church and the kingdoms, King Edward must somehow or other be satisfied. He is demanding his wife—" Jean de Cherchemont was a priest, as his position required, and he turned to Bishop Marigny, seeking his support with a look. "Our Holy Father the Pope has sent us a message, in that sense, by Bishop Thibaut de Châtillon," said Charles the Fair. For Edward had gone so far as to write to Pope John the 22nd, and had sent him copies of all the correspondence dealing with his matrimonial difficulties. And what could Pope John do, except reply that a wife should live with her husband? "It would seem, therefore, that Madame my sister must leave for the country of her marriage," added Charles the Fair. He looked at no one while he said this, but dropped his eyes to his embroidered shoes. A candelabra which stood above his chair lit up his forehead, which suddenly had something of the stubborn expression of his brother, the Hutin. "Sire Charles," said Robert of Artois, "to oblige Madame Isabella to return to England is to hand her over bound hand and foot to the dispensers. Was it not because she feared assassination that she came to seek refuge with you? How much greater the danger will be now." "Really, sire my cousin, you cannot—" said tall Philippe of Valois, who was always prepared to adopt Robert's point of view. But his wife, Jeanne of Burgundy, pulled him by the sleeve, and he stopped short, and, had it not been night, he would undoubtedly have been seen to blush. Robert of Artois had seen the gesture, and was aware of the reason for Philippe's sudden silence. He had also noticed the glance exchanged between Mahou and the young Countess of Valois. Had he had the chance, he would have wrung the lame woman's neck. "My sister may have exaggerated the danger," the king went on. "These dispensers do not appear to be so wicked as she's made out. I've received a number of most polite letters from them, which go far to show they desire my friendship. And you've had presents from them, too. Fine goldsmith's work," cried Robert, getting to his feet, and all the candle flames flickered and the shadows wavered over their faces. "Sire Charles, my beloved cousin, have you changed your opinion of these people who declared war on you, and are like he-goats to a goat in their relationship with your brother-in-law for 3 silver-gilt sauce-boats lacking to your sideboard? We've all received presents from them. Am I not right, Monseigneur de Beauvais? And you, Cherchemont? And you, Philippe? An agent, and I can give you his name, he's called Arnold, received a few months ago 5 casks of silver, to the value of 5,000 marks sterling, with instructions to use it in making friends for the Earl of Gloucester in the Council of the King of France. These presents cost the dispensers nothing, for they are easily paid for out of the revenues of the county of Cornwall, which they seized from your sister. That, sire, is what you must know and remember. And what loyalty can you expect from men who dress up as women to serve the vices of their master? Do not forget what they are, and what is at the bottom of their power." And Robert could not resist making an obscene remark. "Bottom," he said, "would appear to be the right word." But his laugh got no response except from the constable. In the old days the constable had had no love for Robert of Artois, and he had given sufficient proof of this in helping Philippe the Long, when he was regent, to defeat the giant and put him in prison. But for some time past, old Gaucher had discovered good qualities in Robert, largely because of his voice, which was the only one which he could hear without an effort. There were few partisans of Queen Isabella present this evening. The Chancellor was indifferent, or rather he was intent on keeping his appointment, which depended on favour. He would support the majority. Queen Jeanne, who had few thoughts on the subject, was also indifferent. Her main concern was to avoid any emotion which might interfere with her pregnancy. She was Robert of Artois' niece, and could not but be sensible of his authority, his height, and his assurance, but she was anxious to show what a good wife she was, and was therefore ready to condemn on principle all wives who became a cause of scandal. The constable was on the whole in favour of Isabella, mainly because he loathed Edward of England on account of his morals, his incompetent government of his kingdom, and his refusal to pay homage. In general he did not like the English, but he had to admit that Roger Mortimer had rendered good service, and it would be cowardly to abandon him now. And old Gaucher did not mind saying so, and declaring also that Isabella had a good deal of excuse.
"To hell with it! She's a woman, and her husband's not a man. The chief fault's his."
Monseigneur de Marigny, raising his voice a little, replied that Queen Isabella might well be forgiven, and that he, for his part, was prepared to give her absolution. But Madame Isabella's error, her great error, was to have made her sin public. A queen should not set an example of adultery.
"Yes, that's quite right," said Gaucher. "There was no need for them to attend every ceremony hand in hand, and share the same bed, as it's said they do."
On that point he agreed with the bishop. The constable and the prelate were therefore on Queen Isabella's side, but with considerable reservations, and as far as the constable was concerned, that was as far as his thoughts on the subject went. He began thinking of the College of Romance Languages he had founded near his castle of Châtillon-sur-Seine, where he would be at this moment if he had not been summoned to deal with this business. He would console himself later on by going to listen to the monks chanting the midnight office. A strange pleasure, perhaps, for a man who was becoming deaf, but there it was. Gaucher could hear better amid a noise. Besides, this soldier had a taste for the arts, not so unusual a predilection. The Countess of Beaumont, a pretty young woman whose mouth was always smiling, though her eyes were not, was much amused. How was this giant she had been given as a husband, and who provided her with perpetual entertainment, to get out of the difficulty in which he found himself? He would win. She knew he would win. Robert always won, and she would help him to win if she could, but not by committing herself in public. Philippe of Valois, her half-brother, was wholly in favour of Madame of England, but he was prepared to betray her, because his wife, who hated Isabella, had made a scene about it before the council, and would refuse herself to him this night, and with a great deal of shouting and temper, if he acted otherwise than as she had decided. And the long-nosed young man hesitated and stuttered in his anxiety. Louis of Bourbon lacked courage. He was no longer sent into battle because he always ran away. He had no affection for Queen Isabella. The king was weak, but capable of being stubborn, as on the occasion which everyone remembered, when he had refused for a whole month to give Charles of Valois the commission of royal lieutenant in Aquitaine. He was ill-disposed towards his sister, because Edward's absurd letters, by dint of repetition, had finally had their effect on him, and, above all, because Blanche was dead, and he was thinking of the pitiless Isabella of 12 years ago. Except for her, he would never have known. And even had he known, he would have forgiven, had it not been for Isabella, so as to keep Blanche. Did it really deserve all the horror, all the scandal, all those days of agony, and such a death at the last? Betrayals in love are generally bearable to weak men, so long as no one else knows of them. The party of Isabella's real enemies consisted of 2 people only, Jean the Lame and Mahou of Artois, but they were closely allied by their common hatred. And so it turned out that Robert of Artois, the most powerful man after the king, and even, from many points of view, more important than the sovereign, whose opinion always prevailed, who decided everything to do with the administration, and dictated his orders to governors, bailiffs, and seneschals, was suddenly alone in supporting his cousin's cause. For such is the nature of influence at courts. It depends on a strange and fluctuating concatenation of states of mind, in which situations become insensibly transformed with the march of events and the sum of the interests at stake. And fortune carries within it the germs of misfortune. Not that Robert was threatened with misfortune, but Isabella was in real danger. She who, but a few months ago, was pitied, protected, and admired, who was allowed every latitude, and whose love affair was applauded as a splendid revenge, had now, in the king's council, but one supporter of her sojourn in Paris. And yet, to compel her to return to England was no more nor less than to put her neck on the block in the Tower of London, and everyone knew it. But suddenly no one cared about her any more. Her triumph had been too great. No one was prepared to compromise himself for her any longer, except Robert. But in his case it was a means of fighting Mahou. And now Mahou took the initiative at last, and launched her attack, which had been long prepared.
"Sire, my dear son, I know the love you have for your sister, which does you honour," she said. "But it must be admitted that Isabella is a wicked woman from whom we have all suffered or are suffering. Look at the example she has set your court ever since she has been here. And to think that it is the same woman who in the past told so many lies about my daughters, and the sister of Jean here present. When at the time I told your father, may God rest his soul, that he was being deceived by his daughter, was I not right? She has wantonly sullied us all because of the wicked thoughts she detected in the hearts of others, when they were merely in her own, as she has now proved to us. Blanche, who was pure, and who loved you to the last day of her life, as you know, has died of it this very week. She was innocent. My daughters were innocent."
Mahou's huge forefinger, which was as tough as a piece of wood, took heaven to witness. And, to please her ally of the moment, she turned to Jean the Lame and said, "Your sister was most certainly innocent, my poor Jean, and we have all suffered misfortunes from Isabella's calumnies, and my mother's heart has bled because of them." Had she been allowed to go on like this, she would no doubt have reduced the council to tears. But Robert said, "Your Blanche innocent? I should like to believe it, aunt. But it really cannot have been the Holy Ghost who got her with child in prison." King Charles the Fair frowned nervously. Really, Cousin Robert had no business to remind people of that. "It was despair that drove my little girl to it," cried Mahou angrily. "What had my dove to lose when she was dishonoured by calumny, imprisoned in a fortress, and driven half mad? I'd like to know who could withstand such treatment." "I've been in prison too, aunt, at the time when your son-in-law, Philippe, put me there at your behest. But that didn't make me put the jailer's daughters in the family way, nor, from despair, make use of the turnkey for wife, though these things seem to happen in our family." The constable's interest in the discussion began to revive. "And how do you know, nephew, though you take such pleasure in sullying the memory of a dead woman, that my Blanche was not taken by force? After all, her cousin was strangled in the same prison," she said, looking Robert straight in the eyes. "So she may well have been raped. No, sire, my son," she went on, turning back to the king, Since you have summoned me to your council—" "No one summoned you," said Robert. "You came of your own accord." But it was not so easy to interrupt the old giantess. "I will give you this counsel, which comes straight from a mother's heart, which has never ceased to beat for you, despite everything that may have estranged us. I say this to you, Sire Charles. Expel your sister from France, for each time she has returned here some misfortune has befallen the crown. The year you were dubbed knight with your brothers and my nephew Robert, who may well remember it, Maubuisson caught fire, and we were all nearly burnt to death. The following year she brought such a scandal on us that we were all covered with infamy. A scandal which a good king's daughter, and a good sister to her brothers, even had there been any shadow of truth in it, ought to have kept quiet about, instead of spreading slander everywhere, with the help of I know whom. And again, in the time of your brother Philippe, when she came to Amiens, that Edward might render homage, what happened? The Pastoreaux ravaged the realm. And now that she's come back again, I positively tremble, for you are expecting a child, whom one hopes will be a son, since you must give France a king. So I warn you, sire, my son, to keep this harbinger of misfortune as far removed as possible from your wife's womb." She had indeed aimed the quarrel of her crossbow with precision, but Robert was already making reply. "And when our cousin the Hutin died, my good aunt, where was Isabella then? Not in France, so far as I know. And when his son, the little Jean the Posthumous, died so suddenly in your arms, when you were holding him, my good aunt, where was Isabella then? Had she visited Louis's room? Was she among the assembled barons? My memory may well be at fault, but I do not recollect her presence. Unless, of course, the deaths of those two kings are not, in your view, to be counted among the misfortunes of the realm?" Rascality was face to face with even greater rascality. It needed but another couple of words, and they would be openly accusing each other of murder. The constable had known the family for nearly 60 years. He puckered his saurian eyes and said, "Let us not stray from the point, messeigneur, but come back to the subject at issue." And there was a quality in his voice which somehow or other recalled the tones of the Iron King. Charles the Fair passed his hand across his smooth brow and said, "Suppose, to give Edward satisfaction, we expelled Monsieur Mortimer from the kingdom." Then Jeanne the Lame spoke. Her voice was precise but low-pitched. Nevertheless, after the great lowings of the two Artois bulls, she was listened to. "It would be a waste of time and money," she said. "Do you really think our cousin will part from the man whose mistress she now is? She is devoted to him body and soul. She lives only for him. Either she will refuse to let him go, or she will go with him." Jean the Lame hated the Queen of England, not only because of the memory of Marguerite her sister, but also because of this too great love Isabella was displaying to the whole of France. And yet Jean of Burgundy had no real need to complain. Her tall Philippe loved her in every sense of the word, in spite of the fact that her legs were not of the same length. But the granddaughter of Saint Louis would have liked to be the only woman in the world who was loved. She hated the loves of others. "We must come to a decision," the constable repeated. He said this because it was growing late, and because the women were talking much too much at this council. King Charles nodded approval, and then declared, "Tomorrow morning my sister will be taken to the port of Boulogne, to be there embarked and returned to her legitimate husband under escort. I will it." He had said, "I will it," and everyone present stared at each other, for that phrase had emerged but rarely from the mouth of weak Charles. Cherchement, he added. You will prepare the commission for the escort, and I will seal it with my lesser seal. There was no more to be said, for Charles the Fair was stubborn, and he was the king, and he sometimes remembered it, and the odd thing was that this usually occurred when he thought of his first wife, who had treated him so badly and whom he had loved so much. The Countess Mahou alone permitted herself to say, "A wise decision, sire, my son." And then they all separated, without much in the way of effusive good nights. They all felt they had been parties to a wicked deed. Chairs were pushed back, and everyone got to his feet to salute the departure of the king and queen, who were the first to retire. The Countess of Beaumont was disappointed. She had thought her husband Robert would win the day. She looked across at him, and he signed to her to go to their room. He had still a word to say to Monseigneur de Marigny. The constable with a heavy step, Jean of Burgundy with a limping step, Louis of Bourbon limping too, how halt the descendants of St. Louis were, left the room. Tall Philippe followed his wife, looking like a pointer that has failed to flush the game. For a moment or two Robert of Artois spoke quietly to the Bishop of Beauvais, who gently rubbed his elegant hands together. A moment later Robert was on his way back to his room by the cloister of the guest-house. There was a shadow sitting between two pillars, a woman staring out into the night. "Happy dreams, Monseigneur of Artois." The drawling, ironic voice belonged to the Countess Mahou's lady-in-waiting, Beatrice d'Yson, who was sitting there, apparently in a reverie, and awaiting what? Robert's coming, of course, and he was well aware of it. She got to her feet, stretched herself, stood outlined under the arch, took a step forward, then another, her hips swaying and her dress trailing over the stone. "What are you doing here, my fine wench?" said Robert. She didn't answer directly, but turned her face up to the stars and said, "It's a beautiful night, and a pity to sleep alone. Sleep is slow in coming in such warm weather." Robert of Artois went close to her, gazed down into her long eyes that shone so defiantly in the dark, placed his huge hand on her buttocks, and then quickly withdrew it, shaking his fingers as if he had burned himself. "My pretty Beatrice," he cried, laughing, "be off to the pond and cool your bum before you burst into flames." His coarseness of speech and gesture made Beatrice tremble. She had long been awaiting an opportunity to seduce the giant, for she knew that from then on Monseigneur Robert would be at the mercy of the Countess Mahou, and she, Beatrice, would at long last have at least satisfied a desire. But it was not to be tonight. Robert had more important things to do. He went to his apartments and entered the bedroom of the Countess, his wife. She sat up in bed. She was naked, for she always slept thus in summer. Robert, with the very same hand with which a moment before he had stroked Beatrice's bottom, automatically caressed a breast that indeed belonged to him by marriage, but it was merely a way of saying good night. The Countess of Beaumont was far from being excited by this caress, but she was amused by it. She was always amused by her giant of a husband, and by wondering what was going on in his mind. Robert of Artois subsided into a chair. He stretched out his huge legs, raised them from time to time, and let them fall back, heels together. "Aren't you coming to bed, Robert?" "No, my dear, no. I'm even going to leave you for Paris shortly, as soon as these monks have stopped singing in their church." The Countess smiled. "My dear, Don't you think my sister of Hainault might give Isabella asylum for a while, to give her time to assemble her forces?" "I was thinking that, my beautiful Countess. I was thinking just that." Madame of Beaumont was reassured. Her husband was bound to win. It was not so much Isabella's service that got Robert of Artois to horse that night as his hatred of Mahou. The bitch wanted to oppose him, harm those he protected, and recover her influence with the king, did she? She'd see who had the last word. He went and shook his valet, Lorme, awake. "Go and get 3 horses saddled, and warn my equerry and a sergeant-at-arms."
"What about me?"
asked Lorme. "No, not you. You can go back to sleep." This was pure kindness on Robert's part. The years were beginning to weigh heavily on his old companion in misdeeds, who was at once bodyguard, strangler, and nurse. Lorme was beginning to be short of breath, and the mists of early morning did him no good. He grumbled. Since he wasn't needed, what was the good of waking him? But he would have grumbled still more if he had had to go with them. The horses were soon saddled, the equerry was yawning, and the sergeant-at-arms getting into his equipment. "To horse," said Robert. "This is going to be something of a ride." Sitting well down in the saddle, he kept to a walking pace as he left the abbey by the farm and the outbuildings. Then, as soon as they reached the expanse of sand that stretched lonely and brightly gleaming amid the white birch trees under the night, a real landscape for fairies, he spurred his horse into a gallop. They went by Dammartin, Mitry, Aulnay, and Saint-Rouen, a 4 hours' gallop with a few breaks to breathe their horses, and one halt at an inn, which was open at night to serve market gardeners' waggoners. Dawn was not yet breaking when they reached the palace of the cité. The guard allowed the king's first counsellor to pass in. Robert went straight up to the queen's apartments, stepping over the sleeping servants in the corridors, crossed the women's room, while they squawked like frightened hens, and cried, "Madame! Oh, madame!" But the giant had already passed on. Roger Mortimer was in bed with the queen. A night-light was burning in a corner of the room. "And it's so that they may sleep in each other's arms that I've galloped through the night, and fast enough to take the skin off my arse," Robert thought. As soon as they had got over the first moment of surprise, and the candles had been lit, all embarrassment was forgotten in the urgency of the moment. Robert informed the 2 lovers as quickly as he could of what had been decided at Shah Ali, and was being plotted against them. As he listened and asked questions, Mortimer was dressing in front of Robert of Artois with that complete naturalness which is usual among soldiers. Nor did the presence of his mistress appear to embarrass him. They were obviously quite used to living together. "My advice to you, my friends, is to leave at once," Robert said, "and go to the territory of the Empire, where you'll be out of danger. You must both go and take young Edward with you, and perhaps Cromwell, Alspay, and Maltravers, but not too many, so as not to slow you down. You should make for Hainault, and I'll send a courier on ahead of you. The good Count Guillaume and his brother Jean are both great and loyal lords, feared by their enemies, loved by their friends, of great good sense and of perfect honour. The Countess, my wife, will write to her sister on your behalf. It's the best refuge you can find at the moment. Our friend Kent, whom I shall warn, will join you by way of Ponthieu, to assemble the knights you've gathered there. And the rest is in God's hands. I'll see that Ptolemy continues to send you funds. Anyway, he can do nothing else now. Increase the numbers of your troops, do your best, and fight. If the kingdom of France were not so important, and I could afford to leave my aunt's wickedness a free hand, I'd willingly go with you." "Turn your back, cousin. I'm going to dress," said Isabella. "What, cousin? No reward? Does that rascal Roger want to keep everything to himself?" said Robert as he obeyed. "The lucky dog!" For once his broad jokes did not seem shocking. Indeed, there was something very reassuring about his ability to joke in a crisis. Though he was considered so wicked, he was capable of kindness, and his indecency of speech was sometimes merely a mask for a certain modesty of sentiment. "I owe you my life, Robert," Isabella said. "One good turn deserves another, cousin. One good turn deserves another. You never can tell," he called over his shoulder. He saw a bowl of fruit laid out on a table ready for the lovers. He seized a peach, took a great bite out of it, and the golden juice poured down his chin. There was a hurrying to and fro in the corridors. Equerries were running to the stables, messengers going off to the English lords who lodged in the town, and the women were quickly packing light travelling trunks with what they needed. There was a great bustle and stir in all this part of the palace. "Don't go by Saint-Lys," said Robert, his mouth full of his 12th peach. "Our good Sire Charles is too close to it, and might have you followed. Go by Beauvais and Amiens." Their goodbyes were hasty. Dawn was just beginning to light up the steeple of the Sainte-Chapelle, and the escort was waiting in the courtyard. Isabella went to the window. For a moment she was overwhelmed by emotion at the sight of the garden, the river, and the nearness of the rumpled bed in which she had known the happiest time of her life. 15 months had passed since that first morning when she had breathed, on this very spot, that marvellous scent which spring broadcasts when one is in love. Roger Mortimer put his hand on her shoulder, and the Queen's lips bent towards it. Soon the horses' hooves were ringing out in the streets of the cité, then on the Pont au Change and towards the north. Monseigneur Robert of Artois went to his house. By the time the king heard of his sister's flight, she would have been out of reach for some time, and Mahou would have to be bled and purged so as not to be choked by a flux of blood. "Ah, my good bitch," he thought. Now Robert could sleep as heavily as an ox till the bells rang out at noon. Part 4. The Cruel Invasion. Chapter 1. Harwich. The seagulls were crying and circling the ship's masts, searching for refuse thrown overboard. The fleet was approaching the port of Harwich, with its wooden mole and line of low houses, on the estuary into which flow the Orwell and the Star. 2 of the smaller ships had already gone alongside and disembarked a company of archers to ensure that all was quiet in the neighbourhood. The coast did not appear to be guarded. There had been some slight confusion on the quay, where the inhabitants, who had gathered to watch so many sail lying offshore, had fled when they saw the soldiers landing, but they had soon been reassured, and the crowd gathered again. The Queen's ship, wearing the long pennant embroidered with the lilies of France and the leopards of England at the peak, was steady on her course. 18 ships from Holland were following her. The crews, under the orders of the master mariners, were taking in sail. The long oars appeared along the ship's sides, like wing feathers suddenly deployed, to assist in working the ships into port. Standing on the stern-castle, the Queen of England, surrounded by her son Prince Edward, the Earl of Kent, Roger Mortimer, Messire Jean de Hainaut, and several other English and Dutch lords, watched the working of the ships and the shores of her kingdom growing ever nearer. For the first time since his escape, Roger Mortimer was not dressed in black. He was not wearing a full suit of armour with a closed helm, but merely the harness for forays, a helmet without visor, to which was attached the male camail, which hung down over neck and shoulders, and a male hauberk, over which floated his surcoat of red and blue brocade, embroidered with his emblems. The Queen was similarly attired, her fair, slender face framed in steel. Her skirt trailed to the ground, but beneath it she was wearing greaves of mail, like the men. And young Prince Edward was also dressed for war. He had grown taller these last months, and almost begun to look like a man. He was watching the seagulls, which, so it seemed to him, were the same, and with the same hoarse cries and greedy beaks, as those that had attended the departure of the fleet from the mouth of the Meuse. The birds reminded him of Holland. Indeed everything, the grey sea, the grey sky with a few faint lines of pink, the quayside with its little brick houses where they were soon to land, the green rolling country with its lakes behind Harwich, all reminded him of the Dutch countryside and made him turn his thoughts back to Holland. But had he come to a desert of stones and sand under a flaming sky, he would still have thought, by contrast, of the landscapes of Brabant, Ostrevon, and Hainaut, which he had so recently left. The fact was that Monseigneur Edward, Duke of Aquitaine, and heir to the throne of England, had fallen in love in Holland at the age of 14 years and 9 months. And this was how it had come to pass, and how these notable events came to be scored on young Prince Edward's memory. When they had fled in such a hurry from Paris in the early hours of that morning, when Monseigneur of Artois, shouting in his loud voice, had dragged them all from their beds, they had made all speed, travelling by forced marches to the territory of the Empire. And one night they had reached the castle of Sire Eustache d'Aubercicourt, who, together with his wife, had extended a kindly and hospitable welcome to the little English company. And when he had seen to the comfort of their unexpected guests as best they could, Monsieur d'Aubercicourt had mounted his horse and gone off to inform the good Count Guillaume, whose wife was cousin germain to Queen Isabella, at his capital city of Valenciennes. And the following morning the Count's younger brother, Monsieur Jean de Hainaut, had come to see them. Jean de Hainaut was an eccentric, not so much in his appearance, which was physically solid, with a round face set on a strong body, round eyes, and a short, snub nose above a small, fair moustache, but eccentric in the way he behaved. For, as soon as he came into the Queen's presence, and before he had even taken off his boots, he fell on one knee on the flagstones, and cried, with his hand on his heart, "Madame, here is your knight, ready to die for you, even if the whole world fails you. And I shall do everything in my power, with the help of your friends, to take you and Monseigneur your son over the sea to your realm of England. And everyone I can collect will place his life at your service, and we shall have enough men-at-arms, if it please God." The Queen, to thank him for so sudden an expression of assistance, made to kneel before him, but Monsieur Jean de Hainaut prevented her by seizing her in his arms. Clasping her to him and breathing in her face, he went on, "May it please God that the Queen of England shall never kneel to anyone. Comfort yourself, madame, and your charming son also, for I shall keep my promise." Roger Mortimer was beginning to look a little glum, for he thought that Monsieur Jean de Hainaut was a little too eager to place his sword at lady's service. Really, the man seemed to take himself for Lancelot of the Lake, for he had suddenly declared that he would not sleep the night under the same roof as the Queen for fear of compromising her, as if he were unaware of the fact that there were at least 6 great lords about her. He had beat a somewhat sanctimonious retreat to a neighbouring abbey, only to return early in the morning, after mass and breakfast, to fetch the queen and conduct the whole company to Valenciennes. Count Guillaume the Good, his wife, and their 4 daughters, who lived in a white castle, were excellent people. Their marriage was a happy one. It could be seen in their expressions and heard in every word they uttered. Young Prince Edward, who had suffered from childhood from the spectacle of the discord between his parents, looked with admiration at this united couple who were so kind in every way. How lucky the 4 young princesses of Hainaut were to have been born into such a family. Good Count Guillaume had offered his services to Queen Isabella, less eloquently, however, than had his brother, and after making certain inquiries, so as to be sure of not bringing down on himself the fury of the King of France, nor that of the Pope. Monsieur Jean de Hainaut spared no effort. He wrote to all the knights of his acquaintance, praying them to come in honour and friendship, to join him in his enterprise, and because of the vow he had made. He created such excitement in Hainaut, Brabant, Zeeland, and Holland, that good Count Guillaume became anxious. Monsieur Jean was in process of raising the whole army of his states and all his chivalry. He therefore advised moderation, but the other would not hear of it. "Monsieur, my brother," he said, "I have but one death to die, and that will be as God wills it. But I have promised this fair lady to take her to her kingdom, and this I shall do, even if I must die for it. For every knight is bound to give loyal assistance, and, to the utmost of his power, to all ladies and maidens in sorrow and distress, whenever they have need of it." Guillaume the Good was also concerned for his treasury, for all these bannerets who were being set to polish up their armour would have to be paid. But on that score he was reassured by Roger Mortimer, who seemed to have enough money from the Lombard banks to maintain 1,000 lances. They therefore stayed 3 months at Valenciennes, living the life of the court, while every day Jean de Hainaut announced that someone of importance had rallied to them, as it might be the Sire Michel de Ligne, or the Sire de Sars, or the Chevalier Ulfard de Gistel, or Percival de Semery, or Sens de Bousseuil. They went in a family party on a pilgrimage to the church at Cibourg, where were kept the relics of Saint Druon, which were much venerated, since Count Guillaume's grandfather, Jean d'Avenay, who was suffering pain from a stone, had gone to ask for a cure. In the presence of his whole court and the people of the town, Count Jean d'Avenay and Hainaut had knelt on the tomb and recited in a loud voice a prayer remarkable for its humility and faith. And hardly had he finished praying when he ejected from his body 3 stones, each the size of a nut, and his pain had disappeared, never to return. Of Count Guillaume's 4 daughters, the second, Philippa, had immediately taken young Prince Edward's fancy. She was red-haired, chubby, and covered with freckles. Her face was wide, and her stomach already conspicuous. She was a typical little Valois, with a strong tinge of Brabant. It so happened that the 2 young people were perfectly matched in age, and everyone was surprised to see Prince Edward, who normally never spoke, going about as much as he could with the fat Philippa, and talking for hours on end. That he was attracted by her was evident to everyone. Silent people never can dissemble when they do abandon their silence. And Queen Isabella and the Count of Hainaut had very soon agreed to affiance their children, since they showed such a great inclination towards each other. For Queen Isabella it was a means of cementing an alliance which alone could help her recover her throne of England, while the Count of Hainaut, as soon as it became clear that his daughter would one day become queen across the sea, saw nothing but advantage in lending his knights. In spite of the formal orders of King Edward II, who had forbidden his son to become affianced, or to allow himself to be made affianced without his consent, the necessary dispensations had already been asked of the Pope. It really seemed to be decreed by destiny that Prince Edward should marry a Valois. His father, 3 years earlier, had refused one of the younger daughters of Monseigneur Charles for him, a fortunate refusal as it now turned out, since the young man could marry that same Monseigneur Charles's granddaughter, with whom he was in love. The expedition had at once taken on a new urgency for Prince Edward. For, if the invasion succeeded, and his uncle of Kent and Roger Mortimer, with the assistance of his cousin of Hainault, managed to expel the wicked dispensers and take their place beside the king, he would be forced to agree to the marriage. Besides, people now talked openly, in the boy's presence, of his father's morals. He was horrified and aghast. How could a man, a knight, a king, behave in this way with a lord of his court? The prince determined, when it came to his turn to reign, never to tolerate such depravity among his barons, and with his Philippa he would show the whole world what a fine, loyal, true love of a man for a woman, of a king for a queen, could be. This fat, round, red-haired girl, who was already very feminine, and seemed to him the most beautiful girl in the world, had a reassuring effect on the Duke of Aquitaine. It was, therefore, the right to love the boy was going to win, and this disguised the painful, if not odious, circumstance that he was marching to war against his own father. 3 months had consequently been spent in this happy manner, and they were without doubt the most agreeable Prince Edward had ever known. The assembly of the Hainaulters, for this was the name by which the knights of Hainault were known, had taken place at Dordrecht on the Meuse, a pretty town curiously intersected by canals and basins, where every street crossed a waterway, and ships from all the seas, as well as flat-bottomed barges without sails, which were used on the rivers, were moored, even in front of the churches. It was a wealthy merchant city, where the lords walked about the quays, making their way between bales of wool and crates of spices, where the smell of fish, both fresh and salted, tainted the air about the markets, and in the streets of which watermen and dockers ate fine white soles, which could be bought at the stalls all hot from the frying-pan. And the inhabitants, when they came out of the huge brick cathedral after Mass, could go and gape idly at the great warlike array, such as had never before been seen, moored at the very foot of the houses. The swinging masts of the ships were taller than the roofs. It had taken much time, effort, and shouting to load the ships, which were as round as the clogs all Holland wore, with the equipment of the cavalry, cases of arms, chests of armour, food, kitchens, stoves, and a farrier's shop, which would employ 100 men, with its anvils, bellows, and hammers. Then the great Flanders horses had to be embarked, those heavy chestnuts which, with their coats looking almost red under the sun, their paler, almost faded manes flowing, their large hoofs covered with hair, and their huge silky quarters, were proper mounts for knights. For, without tiring them, you could load them with a high-cantled saddle, heavy steel horse armour, as well as a fully armed man, altogether some 400 pounds to carry at a gallop. There were 1,000 or more of these horses, for Monsieur Jean de Hainault had kept his word, and assembled 1,000 knights together with their squires, varlets, and servants, making a total of 2,757 men on the payroll, according to the register kept by Gerard de Alspay. The stern castles of the ships had been arranged to accommodate the most important lords. They had set sail on the morning of September the 22nd, so as to take advantage of the equinoctial currents, and had spent a whole day navigating the Meuse before reaching their anchorage off the dikes of Holland. The seagulls had circled, crying, round the ships. Then, next day, they had set out to sea. The weather had seemed fine, but towards the end of the day the wind had become contrary, and the ships had found difficulty in making headway against it. Then the sea had got up, and the whole expedition had been very sick and very frightened. The knights vomited over the rail when they had the strength to reach it. The crews themselves had been far from happy, and the horses, tossed about in the deck stables, stank appallingly. The storm was even more terrifying by night than by day. The chaplains had set themselves to pray. Messire Jean de Hainaut had shown great courage and alacrity in comforting Queen Isabella. Indeed, a little too much, perhaps, for there are occasions when a man's attentiveness may be importunate to a lady. The Queen felt rather relieved when Monsieur de Hainaut also became seasick. Roger Mortimer alone seemed unaffected by the storm. It is said that jealous men are never seasick. On the other hand, John Maltravers was in a pitiable state by the time dawn broke. His face was longer and more yellow than ever. His hair was hanging down over his ears, and his surcoat was soiled. Sitting with his legs spread wide against a coil of rope, he seemed to expect death with every wave. At last, by the grace of Monseigneur Saint-Georges, the sea had fallen, and everyone had been able to clean himself up a bit. The lookout men had seen the shores of England only a few miles south of where they had expected to make their landfall. Then the navigators had made for the port of Harwich, which they were now entering, and where the royal vessel, its oars shipped, was already coming alongside the wooden mole. Young Prince Edward was staring dreamily about him through his long fair lashes, for everything he saw seemed red or pink and rounded. The clouds driven by the September breeze, the low bellying sails of the last ships, the rumps of the Flanders chestnuts, the cheeks of Messire Jean de Hainaut, and they all reminded him invincibly of the Holland of his love. As he set foot on the quay at Harwich, Roger Mortimer felt exactly like his ancestor, who, 260 years earlier, had disembarked on English soil beside the Conqueror. This was clear from his air, the tone of his voice, and the way he took everything in hand. He was sharing the command of the expedition on equal terms with Jean de Hainaut. This was reasonable, since Mortimer had to his account only his good cause, a few English lords, and the Lombard money, while the other had provided the 2,757 fighting men. Nevertheless, Mortimer thought that Jean de Hainaut should devote himself exclusively to the management of his troops, while he himself would undertake the supreme direction of the operations. The Earl of Kent, for his part, did not appear eager to push himself forward, for if, in spite of the information they had received, part of the nobility remained loyal to King Edward, the king's troops would be commanded by the Earl of Norfolk, the Marshal of England, that is to say, Kent's own brother. And to rebel against a half-brother who is a bad king and 20 years your senior is one thing, but it is quite another to draw your sword against a beloved brother from whom you are separated in age by only a single year. Mortimer, in search of information, had sent for the mayor of Harwich. Did he know where the royal troops were? Where was the nearest castle which could shelter the Queen while the troops were being disembarked and the ships unloaded? "We are here," Mortimer told the mayor, "to help King Edward get rid of his bad counsellors who are ruining the kingdom, and to restore the Queen to the position that is her due. We have, therefore, no intentions other than those which are in accord with the will of the barons and all the people of England." This was brief and clear, and Roger Mortimer was to repeat it at every halt, to explain the surprising arrival of a foreign army. The mayor, his white hair fluttering on each side of his skull, and trembling in his robe, not from cold, but from fear of his responsibilities, appeared to have no information. The king? It was said that he was in London, unless he was at Portsmouth. In any case, a large fleet was to be gathered at Portsmouth, since orders had been received last month for every ship to assemble there to repel a French invasion. This explained why there were so few ships in the harbour. At this Lord Mortimer showed considerable pride, particularly when he turned to Monsieur de Hainaut, for he had cleverly spread it abroad through agents that it was his intention to land on the south coast, and the trick had clearly succeeded. But Jean de Hainaut, on his side, could be proud of his Dutch sailors, who had held their course in spite of the storm. The district was unguarded. The mayor had no knowledge of any troop movements in the neighbourhood, nor had he received any orders for more than the usual coastal watch to be kept. A place to stay? The mayor suggested Walton Abbey, about 3 leagues to the south, along the estuary. In his heart of hearts, he very much wanted to get rid of the responsibility for lodging this company on to the monks. An escort to protect the Queen had to be organised.
"I'll command it,"
cried Jean de Hainaut. "And who'll see to the disembarkation of your Genoese, monsieur?" asked Mortimer. "And how long will it take?"
3 full days, before they'll be in marching order. I'll leave my chief equerry, Philippe de Chasteau, in charge."
Mortimer's chief anxiety was concerning the secret messengers he had sent from Holland to Bishop Orleton and the Earl of Lancaster. Had contact been made with them? Had they been warned in time? And where were they at this moment? No doubt he would be able to get information from the monks, and could send couriers who, posting from monastery to monastery, would reach the 2 leaders of the internal resistance. Authoritative and outwardly calm, Mortimer strode up and down Harwich High Street, which was lined with low houses, impatient to see the escort organised. He went down to the harbour to hurry on the disembarkation of the horses, and then returned to the 3 Goblets, where the Queen and Prince Edward were awaiting their horses. For several centuries to come, the history of England was to pass through this street in which he was now walking. At last the escort was ready. The knights arrived, forming up 4 abreast and filling the whole width of the High Street. The grooms were running beside the horses, fastening the last buckles of the horse armour. The lances waved in front of the narrow windows. Swords clattered against iron kneecaps. The Queen was helped onto her palfrey, and then the ride began through the rolling country, with its thinly scattered trees, its tidal flats, and rare thatched cottages. Behind low hedges, sheep with thick fleeces grazed round brackish pools. On the whole, a melancholy countryside, with the sea mist lying over the farther bank of the estuary. But the handful of Englishmen, Kent, Cromwell, Alspay, and Maltravers himself, though he was still feeling far from well, gazed at the countryside and then looked at each other, tears shining in their eyes. This land was England. And suddenly, owing to a cart-horse neighing through the half-door of its stable as the cavalcade went by, Roger Mortimer felt a sudden wave of emotion at being home again. The long-awaited joy, which had so far eluded him because of all the weighty matters he had on his mind and all the decisions he had to take, now suddenly overwhelmed him in the middle of the countryside, because an English horse had neighed at the horses from Flanders. 3 years in exile abroad, 3 years of waiting and hoping. Mortimer remembered the night of his escape from the Tower, when, wet through, he had crossed the Thames in a boat to take horse on the farther bank. And now he was back, his coat of arms embroidered on his chest, and 1,000 lances to do battle with him. He had come back as the lover of the Queen, of whom he had dreamed so much in prison. Dreams sometimes came true, and then one could truly call oneself happy. He turned to Queen Isabella with an expression of gratitude and complicity, towards that beautiful profile framed in steel mail, from which the eyes shone out like sapphires. But Mortimer saw that Messire Jean de Hainaut, who was riding on the Queen's other side, was also looking at her, and his happiness immediately disappeared. He had a sudden feeling that he had already known this moment, that he was living it over again, and it disquieted him. For there are indeed few things more disturbing than the feeling that sometimes assails us of recognizing a road down which we have never been. And then he remembered the Paris road on that day when he had gone to welcome Isabella on her arrival, and Robert of Artois riding beside the Queen, as Jean de Hainaut was doing now. The similarity of his reaction had aroused in Mortimer this false sense of recognition. And he heard the Queen say, "Messire Jean, I owe you everything, and especially my being here." Isabella was also much moved at riding over the soil of her realm, but Mortimer scowled and turned sombre, distant and abrupt during the rest of the journey. And he was still in the same state of mind when they reached the monks of Walton, where some of them were lodged in the abbot's lodgings, some in the guest-house, and the men-at-arms mostly in the barns. Indeed, so much was this so, that when Queen Isabella was alone with her lover that evening, she said, "What has been the matter with you all afternoon, sweet Mortimer?" "The fact, madame, that I thought I had well served my Queen and my lover." "And who has said, my sweet lord, that you have not done so?" "I thought it was to me you owed your return to your kingdom, madame." "And who has said that I do not owe it to you?" "Yourself, madame, yourself. You said so in my presence to Messire de Hainaut, and thanked him for all that has been done." "Oh, Mortimer, my dear friend," cried the Queen, "what umbrage you take at the slightest word! What harm can there be in thanking people who have served you?" "I take umbrage at the facts," cried Mortimer. "I take umbrage at words, as I take umbrage also at certain glances, which I had hoped, in all loyalty, you owed only to me. You're a flirt, madame, which I did not expect. You flirt." The Queen was tired. 3 days on a rough sea, the anxieties of an adventurous landing, and, on top of all the rest, a ride of 4 leagues, had been a sufficient ordeal. Were there many women who would have borne as much without ever a word of complaint, nor even causing anyone a moment's anxiety? She was expecting compliments on her courage rather than jealous remonstrances. "I ask you, my love, what flirtation?" she said impatiently. "The chaste regard Messire de Hainaut has for me may be laughable, but it comes from a kind heart. And don't forget we owe it to the troops we have with us. Allow me, therefore, without encouraging him, to make some little response, for you have only to compare the number of our English with his Hainauters. It is also for your sake I smile at this man who irritates you so much. One can always find excuses for behaving badly. Messire de Hainaut is serving you out of love, I admit it, but not to the point of refusing the gold he has paid for it. You have therefore no need to smile so tenderly at him. It humiliates me, for your sake, to see you descend from that high pedestal of purity on which I had placed you." "You did not seem hurt, dear Mortimer, the day I descended from that pedestal of purity into your arms." It was their first quarrel. Did it really have to take place on the very day for which they had longed so much, and for which they had united all their efforts during the last 3 months? "My love," the Queen went on more gently, "is not your anger due to the fact that I am now less far from my husband, and that our love will be less easy?" Mortimer bowed his head. His rough eyebrows made a bar across his forehead. "Indeed, madame. I think that now you are on the soil of your kingdom, you must sleep alone." "That is what I was going to ask of you, dear love," replied Isabella. He left the room. He would not see his mistress's tears. Where were those happy nights of France? In the corridor of the abbot's lodgings, Mortimer found himself face to face with young Prince Edward. He was holding a candle, and it lit up his thin white face. Was he there to spy on them? "Are you not going to sleep, my lord?" Mortimer said. "No. I was looking for you, my lord, to ask you to send me your secretary. On this night of our return to the kingdom, I should like to send a letter to Madame Philippa." Chapter 2. The Shining Hour. To the most powerful and excellent Signor Guillaume, Count of Hainault, Holland and Zealand. My very dear and beloved brother, I salute you in the name of God. We were still in process of organising our banners round the port of Harwich, and the Queen was staying in Walton Abbey, when the good news reached us that Monseigneur Henry of Lancaster, who is cousin to King Edward, and commonly called here Lord Crouchback, because his neck is all askew, was marching to meet us with a whole army of barons, knights, and men-at-arms, raised on their lands, and also with the bishops of Hereford, Norwich, and Lincoln, all to place themselves at the service of the Queen, my Lady Isabella. And Monseigneur of Norfolk, Marshal of England, has also declared his intention of doing the same, together with his valiant troops. Our banners, and those of the Lords of Lancaster and Norfolk, met at a place called Bury St. Edmunds, where there happened to be a market in the streets that day. The meeting took place amid indescribable joy. The knights leapt from their horses, welcomed each other, and embraced. Monseigneur of Kent and Monseigneur of Norfolk held each other breast to breast, and shed tears like real brothers who had been separated for a long time. And my Lord Mortimer was doing the same with my Lord Bishop of Hereford, and Monseigneur Crouchback was kissing Prince Edward on both cheeks, and all running to the Queen's horse to welcome her and place their lips to the hem of her dress. Had I come to the kingdom of England merely to see so much love and joy surrounding my Lady Isabella, I should have felt sufficiently repaid for my trouble. All the more since the people of Bury St. Edmunds, abandoning their stalls of poultry and vegetables, joined in the general rejoicing, while people were continually arriving from the neighbouring countryside. The Queen presented me with great kindness and many compliments to all the English lords, and I had the distinction of having our 1,000 Dutch lances behind me, and I was proud, my much-loved brother, of the noble appearance our knights made before the foreign lords. Nor did the Queen fail to declare to all the members of our family and party that it was thanks to Lord Mortimer that she had been able to return so strongly supported. She praised his services highly, and ordered that Lord Mortimer's opinion should prevail in all things. Besides, my Lady Isabella herself never issues a decree without having first consulted him. She loves him and shows it, but it can be only a chaste love, whatever the ready tongue of scandal may say, for she would take more care to dissimulate were it otherwise, and I also know full well, from the way she looks at me, that she could not make eyes at me as she does if her troth were plighted. I was rather afraid at Walton that their friendship, for some reason I do not know, had grown somewhat colder, but everything goes to show that it was nothing, and that they are as united as ever, for which I am glad, since it is natural to love my Lady Isabella for all the good and fine qualities she has, and I would wish everyone to have the same love for her as I have myself. My lords bishop brought sufficient funds with them, and promised that more would be collected in their dioceses, and this has reassured me as to the pay for our ennoyers, for I feared that Lord Mortimer's Lombard subsidies would be too quickly exhausted. This all happened on the 28th day of September. From that place we set out on the march again, and it was a triumphal advance through the towns of Newmarket, where there are many inns and lodgings, and the noble city of Cambridge, where everyone speaks Latin so that you wonder at it, and where there are as many priests in a single college as you could assemble in the whole of your Hainault. The welcome of the people, as that of the lords, is everywhere sufficient proof that the king is not loved, and that his wicked counsellors have made him hated and despised. Our banners are greeted with the cry of deliverance. Nos ennemis ne s'ennuient pas, as Monsieur Henry Crouchback said, and, as you can see, he speaks a graceful French. When this remark was repeated to me, I roared with laughter for a quarter of an hour on end, and I still laugh whenever I think of it. The English girls are gracious to our knights, which is a good thing to keep them in the proper humour for war. As for me, if I indulged in dalliance, I would be setting a bad example, and lose the power a leader needs if he is to call his troops to order when necessary. Besides, the vow I made to my Lady Isabella forbids it, and if I broke it, the fortunes of our expedition might be imperilled. And if the nights fret me a little, our daily rides are nevertheless so long that sleep does not fail me. I think I shall get married when I return from this adventure. Talking of marriage, I must tell you, my dear brother, and also my dear sister, the Countess your wife, that my lord the young Prince Edward is still similarly disposed towards your daughter Philippa, that no single day goes by without his asking me for news of her, that all the leanings of his heart seem still to be directed towards her, that the betrothal which has been arranged is sound and advantageous, and that your daughter will, I'm sure, always be happy. I have become very friendly with the young Prince Edward, who seems to admire me very much, though he speaks but little. He often remains silent, as you have told me did the mighty King Philip the Fair, whose grandson he is. It may well be that he will one day become as great a sovereign as King Philip was, and perhaps even before the time he would normally have had to await his crown from God, if I am to believe what is said in the Council of the English Barons. For King Edward has cut a sorry figure in face of these happenings. He was at Westminster when we disembarked, and at once took refuge in his Tower of London to put himself in safety. And he had the following announcement cried by all his sheriffs, who are governors of counties, throughout his kingdom, in all public places, squares, fairs, and markets. In view of the fact that Roger Mortimer and other traitors of the king and his realm have made an armed landing at the head of foreign troops, with the intention of destroying the royal power, the king hereby commands his subjects to oppose them by every means in their power, and to destroy them. Only the Queen, his son, and the Earl of Kent are to be spared. Everyone taking up arms against the invader will receive a high reward, and anyone bringing the body of Mortimer, or merely his head, to the king shall receive a reward of £1,000 sterling. No one has obeyed King Edward's orders, but they have been of great service to my Lord Mortimer's authority by showing the high price that is set upon his life, and designating him as our leader even more than he was before. The Queen has replied by promising £2,000 sterling to anyone bringing her the head of Hugh Despenser the younger, placing that price upon the wrong that lord has done to her husband's love for her. The people of London have shown indifference to the safety of their king, who has remained stubborn in his errors to the end. It would have been wise of him to dispense with his dispenser, who bears such a suitable name, but King Edward has determined to keep him, saying that he has learnt from past experience, for similar circumstances once arose concerning Piers Gaveston, whom he agreed to send away, but that this had not prevented him being killed, while he, the king, had imposed on him a charter and a council of commissioners, of whom he had had great difficulty in ridding himself. Despenser encouraged him in this opinion, and, so it is said, they wept many tears on each other's breast, and Despenser even cried that he preferred to die on the breast of his king rather than live in safety and apart from him. And indeed it is to his advantage to say so, for that breast is his only rampart. And so, abandoned by everyone to their wicked love, their entourage consists now only of Despenser the elder, the Earl of Arundel, who is a relation of Despenser, the Earl of Warenne, who is Arundel's brother-in-law, and finally of the Chancellor Baldock, who has no alternative but to remain loyal to the king, for he is so generally hated that he would be torn to pieces wherever he might go. The king ceased to be satisfied with the safety of the Tower, and fled with his small following to raise an army in Wales, after publishing, on the 30th day of September, the bulls of excommunication the Holy Father the Pope had given him against his enemies. Do not be disturbed, beloved brother, by this announcement, if the news should have reached you, for the bulls do not concern us. King Edward asked for them against the Scots, and no one has been taken in by this misuse of them. We are admitted by everyone to communion as before, and the bishops are the first to do so. On flying so ignominiously from London, the king left the government in the hands of Archbishop Reynolds, Bishop John de Stratford, and Bishop Stapledon, diocesan of Exeter and treasurer to the crown. But faced with our rapid advance, Bishop Stratford came to make submission to Queen Isabella, while Archbishop Reynolds sent to ask for pardon from Kent, where he had taken refuge. Only Bishop Stapledon remained therefore in London, thinking that by means of his thefts he could bribe a sufficient number of defenders. But the anger of the city rose against him, and, when he did decide to fly, the populace pursued him, caught him, and killed him in the suburb of Cheapside, trampling his body till it was no longer recognizable. This happened on the 15th day of October, while the Queen was at Wallingford, a town surrounded by ramparts of earth, where we delivered Messire Thomas de Berkeley, who is brother-in-law to my Lord Mortimer. When the Queen heard the news of Stapledon's end, she said there was no cause to weep the death of so wicked a man, who had done her great wrong. And my Lord Mortimer declared that all their enemies would be treated in the same manner. 2 days before, in the city of Oxford, which has even more priests than the city of Cambridge, Messire Orleton, Bishop of Hereford, went into the pulpit before my Lady Isabella, the Duke of Aquitaine, the Earl of Kent, and all the other lords, to deliver a great sermon on the text, Dolio caput meum, from the sacred Book of Kings, to signify that the body of the kingdom of England suffered in its head, and that it was there the remedy must be applied. This sermon made a profound impression on the whole congregation. It heard all the evils and harsh sufferings of the realm described and enumerated, and though, in an hour's sermon, Messire Orleton did not once mention the king by name, he was in everyone's mind as the cause of these misfortunes, and at the end the bishop cried that both the lightning of heaven and the swords of men must fall on the proud disturbers of the peace and the corrupters of kings. The said Monseigneur of Hereford is an extremely intelligent man, and I often have the honour of talking with him, though he generally seems to be in a hurry when he converses with me, but I always cull some clever remark from his lips. For instance, he said to me the other day, "Each one of us has his shining hour in the events of his century. On one occasion it may be Monseigneur of Kent, on another Monseigneur of Lancaster, some other on a previous occasion, and yet another on a later, whom the event illumines because of the decisive part he plays in it. Thus is made the history of the world. And this actual moment, Monsieur de Hainaut, may well be your shining hour." 2 days after the sermon, and as the result of the great effect it had on everyone, the Queen issued from Wallingford a proclamation against the Dispensers, accusing them of having despoiled the Church and the Crown, unjustly put to death a great number of loyal subjects, disinherited, imprisoned, and banished some of the greatest lords of the realm, oppressed widows and orphans, and crushed the people by taxes and extortions. At the same time we learnt that the King, who had first fled to take refuge in the town of Gloucester, which belongs to Despenser the Younger, had gone to Westbury, and that his escort had split up. Despenser the Elder had retired to his city and castle of Bristol, to hold up our advance there, while the Earls of Arundel and Warenne had gone to their domains in Shropshire. This was so as to hold the Welsh marches, both in the north and the south, while the King, with Despenser the Younger and his Chancellor Baldock, went to raise an army in Wales. To tell the truth, we no longer know what has become of him. There is a rumour even of his having embarked for Ireland. While several English banners, under the command of the Earl of Charlton, set out for Shropshire to defy the Earl of Arundel, yesterday, the 24th day of October, precisely a month after our leaving Dordrecht, we entered without difficulty the town of Gloucester, amid great acclamations. Today we are going to advance on Bristol, in which Despenser the Elder has shut himself up. I am to take command of the assault on this fortress, and shall at last have the opportunity, which has so far been denied me, owing to the fact that our advance has hardly been opposed, of doing battle for my Lady Isabella, and of displaying my valour before her eyes. I shall kiss the pennant of Hainaut which floats from my lance before going into the attack. I confided my will to you, my dear and beloved brother, before leaving, and I know of nothing which I wish to add to it or to alter. If I must die, you will know that I have done so without displeasure or regret, as a knight should in the noble defence of ladies and the unfortunate and oppressed. And for the honour of you, and Madame, my dear sister, your wife, and of my nieces, your beloved daughters, whom God keep. Given at Gloucester, the 25th day of October, 1326. Jean. But Messire Jean de Hainaut had no need to display his valour the next day, and his very proper preparation of spirit was vain. When he presented himself before Bristol in the morning, banners flying and helms laced, the city had already decided to surrender, and you could have taken it with a stick. The notables hurriedly sent envoys, who were concerned only to know where the knights wished to be lodged, protested their attachment to the Queen, and offered to surrender their lord, Hugh Despenser the Elder, on the spot, for he alone was to blame for the fact that they had not shown their good intentions earlier. As soon as the gates of the city were opened, the knights took up their quarters in the fine houses of Bristol. Despenser the Elder was arrested in his castle, and placed under the guard of 4 knights, while the Queen, the heir to the throne, and the principal barons took possession of his apartments. The Queen found there her 3 other children, whom Edward, when in flight, had left in Despenser's care. She was astonished to see how they had grown in 20 months, and could not stop gazing at them and kissing them. She suddenly looked at Mortimer, as if this excess of joy might offend him, and murmured, "I wish, my love, that God had granted they were born of you." At the instigation of the Earl of Lancaster, a council was immediately assembled round the Queen, which included the bishops of Hereford, Norwich, Lincoln, Ely, and Winchester, the Archbishop of Dublin, the Earls of Norfolk and Kent, Roger Mortimer of Wigmore, Sir Thomas Wake, Sir William Lazouche d'Ashby, Robert de Montol, Robert de Merle, Robert de Watteville, and the Sire Henry de Beaumont. The council derived its legal justification from the fact that King Edward was beyond the frontiers. Whether he was in Wales or Ireland made no difference. It decided to proclaim young Prince Edward guardian and keeper of the realm in the sovereign's absence. The principal administrative posts were immediately redistributed, and Adam Orleton, who was the intellectual leader of the rebellion, took most of them, in particular that of Lord Treasurer. And indeed it was high time to make provision for the reorganization of the central authority. It was remarkable that during the whole month, when the king was in flight, his ministers dispersed, and England at the mercy of the Queen's and the Barons' great expedition, the excise had continued functioning normally. The tax collectors had gone on collecting taxes. The watch, in spite of everything, had maintained order in the towns, and, taken all in all, ordinary life had pursued its normal course, from a sort of habit of the social body. And now the guardian of the realm, the provisional holder of sovereignty, was 15 years old less 1 month. The decrees he would promulgate would be sealed with his private seal, since the seals of the realm had been carried away by the king and Chancellor Baldock. The young prince's first act of government was to preside at the trial of Hugh Despenser the elder that very day. The prosecution was in the hands of Sir Thomas Wake, a rugged old knight who was Marshal of the army. He accused Hugh Despenser, Earl of Winchester, of being responsible for the execution of Thomas of Lancaster, for the death in the Tower of London of Roger Mortimer the elder, for the old Lord of Chirk had not lived to see his nephew's triumphal return, but had died in his dungeon a few weeks earlier, for the imprisonment, banishment, or death of many other lords, for the sequestration of the Queen's and the Earl of Kent's property, for the bad management of the affairs of the kingdom, for the defeats by the Scots, and, in the war in Aquitaine, all of which had been due to his disastrous advice and counsel. The same charges were later to be brought against all King Edward's counsellors. Wrinkled and bowed, his voice feeble, Hugh the elder, who for so many years had feigned a tremulous self-effacement before the king's desires, now showed the energy of which he was capable. He had nothing more to lose, and defended himself inch by inch. Lost wars? They had been lost by the cowardice of the barons. Executions and imprisonments? They had been punishments, decreed for traitors and rebels against the royal authority, lack of respect for which brought kingdoms to disaster. Sequestrations of fiefs and revenues had been decided on only to prevent enemies of the crown raising men and money. And if he were to be accused of some plundering and spoliation, were the 23 manors either his own property or that of his son, which Mortimer, Lancaster, Maltravers, and Berkeley, all here present, had pillaged and burnt in 1321, before their defeat either at Shrewsbury or Boroughbridge, to count for nothing? He had merely reimbursed himself for the damage he had suffered, and which he valued at £40,000, apart from the violence and cruelty of every kind committed against his people. He finished his defence with these words addressed to the Queen: "Oh, Madame, God owes us justice, and if we cannot have it in this age, he will owe it to us in the next world." Young Prince Edward raised his long lashes and listened attentively. Hugh Despenser the elder was condemned to be dragged through the streets, beheaded, and his body hanged. To which he replied contemptuously, "I see, my lords, that beheading and hanging are two different things for you, but for me they amount to but a single death." His behaviour, which much surprised those who had known him in other circumstances, went far to explain the great influence he had exercised. The obsequious courtier was no coward, nor the detestable minister a fool. Prince Edward confirmed the sentence, but he was reflecting deeply and beginning silently to form views as to how a man destined to great responsibilities should behave. To listen before speaking, to inform yourself before judging, to understand before deciding, and to remember always that there were to be found in every man the springs both of the highest as well as the lowest actions. These, for a sovereign, were the first steps towards wisdom. It was unusual to have to condemn a fellow man to death before the age of 15. On his first day of power, Edward of Aquitaine was receiving good training. Old Despenser was tied by the feet to a horse's traces and dragged through the streets of Bristol. His tendons torn and his bones fractured, he was taken to the square in front of the castle and made to kneel before the block. His white hair was pulled forward to free his neck, and the executioner, wearing a red hood, raised the great sword and cut his head off. His body, spurting blood from the great arteries, was suspended by the armpits from a gibbet. The wrinkled, blood-stained head was placed beside it on a pike. And all the knights who had sworn by Monseigneur Saint George to defend ladies, maids, orphans, and the oppressed, rejoiced with much laughter and gay talk at the spectacle of an old man's death. Chapter 3. Hereford. By All Saints' Day the new court was installed at Hereford. If, as Adam Orleton, the bishop of that town, said, everyone in history has his shining hour, that hour was now his. After many vicissitudes, helping one of the greatest lords in the kingdom to escape, being brought to trial before Parliament and being saved by a coalition of his peers, and after preaching and encouraging rebellion, he was now returning in triumph to his bishopric, to which he had been provided in 1317 against the will of King Edward, and where he had conducted himself always as a great prelate. And with what joy this little man, who was lacking in bodily grace, but possessed both physical and moral courage, dressed up in sacerdotal vestments, placed a mitre on his head, and took his crozier in his hand, to process through the streets of this city for which he had done so much. As soon as the royal party had taken possession of the castle, which lay in the centre of the town, on a bend of the Wye, Orleton could not rest till he had shown the Queen the buildings he had undertaken, and to begin with the great square tower, 2 stories high, and pierced with huge arches, each angle surmounted with 3 bell turrets, a low one on each side, and a tall one dominating them. 12 spires in all, mounting to the sky, which he had built over the centre of the cathedral, over the heart of the cross. The November light gleamed on the rosy brick, its fresh colour preserved by the humidity, while round the building lay a huge, dark, well-tended lawn. "Is it not the most beautiful tower in your kingdom, madame?" asked Adam Orleton, with the ingenuous pride of a builder, gazing up at the great hewn building, so pure in line, so restrained in decoration, which filled him with constant wonder. "If it were only to have built this, I should be glad to have lived." Orleton's nobility derived, as they said, from Oxford rather than from armorial bearings. He was conscious of it, and wanted to justify the high position to which ambition, allied to intelligence, and erudition, even more than intrigue, had brought him. He knew himself to be superior to everyone about him. He had reorganized the cathedral library, in which stout volumes, arranged with their edges facing to the front, were bound to the shelves by chains with long forged links, so that they might not be stolen. There were nearly 1,000 splendidly decorated and illuminated manuscripts, embodying 5 centuries of thought, faith, and imagination, from the earliest translation of the Gospels into Saxon, the first pages still decorated with runic characters, to the most modern Latin dictionaries, as well as such volumes as The Heavenly Hierarchy, the works of St. Jerome and St. John Chrysostom, and those of the 12 minor prophets. The Queen had also to admire the work in progress on the chapter house, which was still under construction, and the famous map of the world painted by Richard de Bello, which had clearly been divinely inspired, for it was already beginning to perform miracles. And so, for nearly a month, Hereford was the temporary capital of England. Mortimer was no less delighted than Allerton, since he recovered Wigmore Castle, which was only a few miles away, and was back, so to speak, in his own domains. And throughout this time the search for the king went on. A certain Maurice ap Awl, a Welsh knight, arrived one day with information that Edward II was hiding in an abbey on the coast of the county of Glamorgan, to which the ship he had taken, in the hope of escaping to Ireland, had been driven by contrary winds. Jean de Hainaut immediately fell on his knees and offered to go and beard Madame Isabella's unfaithful husband in his Welsh lair. They had some difficulty in making him understand that it was impossible to confide the capture of the king to a foreigner, and that a member of the royal family was more suitable for the accomplishment of this painful duty. It was Henry Crouchback who had to take horse, which he did without much pleasure, to go and search the west coast, accompanied by Earl de la Zouche and Maurice ap Awl. At about the same time the Earl of Charlton arrived from Shropshire, where he had taken prisoner the Earl of Arundel, whom he now brought in chains. For Roger Mortimer this was a splendid revenge, for Edmund Fitzalan, Earl of Arundel, had received from the king a great part of his sequestered estates, and also had conferred on him the title of Justiciar of Wales, which had belonged to old Mortimer of Chirk. Roger Mortimer contented himself with letting his enemies stand before him for a whole quarter of an hour without saying a word to him, merely looking him up and down, and savouring calmly the contemplation of a live enemy who would soon be a dead one. The trial of Arundel as an enemy of the realm, and on the same charges as had been preferred against Despenser the Elder, was conducted without delay, and his beheading gave the townspeople of Hereford and the troops stationed there an opportunity for merrymaking. It was noticed that the Queen and Roger Mortimer held each other's hands during the execution. Young Prince Edward's 15th birthday had taken place 3 days earlier. At last, on November the 20th, there was great news. King Edward had been taken by the Earl of Lancaster in the Cistercian Abbey of Neath, in the lower valley of the Tor. The king, his favourite, and his chancellor had been living hidden there for several weeks, wearing monk's habits. Edward had been spending his time, while waiting for a turn of fortune, working in the abbey's forge, a pastime which diverted his mind from too much thinking. And it was here, standing naked to the waist, with his habit hanging down from his belt, his chest and beard lit up by the fire of the forge, and his hands all among the sparks, while the Chancellor worked the bellows, and Hugh the younger, looking far from happy, handed him the tools, that Henry Crouchback found him. He stood in the doorway, his helmet almost touching his shoulder, and said, "Sire, my cousin, the time has now come when you must pay for your sins." The king dropped his hammer, the piece of metal he was forging glowing red on the anvil, and the sovereign of England, his tall white body trembling from head to foot, said, Cousin, what will they do to me?" "What the great ones of your realm may decide," replied Crouchback. And now Edward was waiting with his favourite and his chancellor in the little fortified manor of Monmouth, some leagues from Hereford, where Lancaster had taken him and imprisoned him. Adam Orleton, accompanied by his archdeacon, Thomas Chandos, and the great chamberlain, William Blount, went immediately to Monmouth to demand the seal of the realm, which Baldock still had in his possession. When Orleton had explained his request, Edward seized the leather bag containing the seal from Baldock's belt, wrapped the laces round his wrist as if he wished to make a weapon of it, and cried, "You traitor! You wicked bishop! If you want my seal, you shall take it from me by force, and make it plain that a priest has raised his hand against his king." Destiny had undoubtedly designed Adam Orleton for the highest tasks. To remove the insignia of his power from a king's hands is no usual matter. Outfacing the angry athlete, Orleton, with his sloping shoulders and weak hands, with no other weapon than a light ivory-handled cane, replied, "The handing over must be done of your own free will, and before witnesses. Sire Edward, are you going to compel your son, who is already keeper of the realm, to order his own sovereign seal earlier than he expected to have to do? I can, however, forcibly seize the Lord Chancellor and Lord Dispenser, whom I have orders to bring to the Queen." At these words, Edward ceased being concerned about the seal, and thought only of his beloved favourite. He removed the leather bag from his wrist, and threw it to the chamberlain William Blount, as if it had suddenly ceased to be an object of value. Opening wide his arms to Hugh, he cried, "Oh no, you won't take him from me!" Hugh the younger, emaciated, trembling, threw himself on the king's breast. His teeth chattered, he seemed about to swoon, and he groaned, "You see, it's your wife who has ordered this. It is she, that French she-wolf, who is the cause of it all. Oh, Edward, Edward, why did you marry her?" Henry Crouchback, Orleton, Archdeacon Chandos, and William Blount looked at the two men embracing, and though their passion was incomprehensible to them, they could not help recognizing that there was some appalling quality of grandeur about it. In the end it was Crouchback who went up to them, took Dispenser by the arm, and said, "Come on, you must separate," and he dragged him away. "Goodbye, Hugh! Goodbye!" cried Edward. "My life's darling, my sweetest soul! I shall never see you again. They have taken everything from me." The tears were pouring down his blonde beard. Hugh Dispenser was handed over to the knights of the escort, who began by dressing him in a peasant's cloak of coarse cloth, on which they painted derisively the arms and emblems of the counties the king had given him. Then they bound his hands behind his back and hoisted him onto the smallest and wretchedest horse they could find, a rough, dwarf, scraggy country screw. Hugh's legs were too long. He was forced either to draw them up or let his feet drag in the mud. In this way he was led through the towns and villages of Monmouthshire and Herefordshire, halting in the market squares so that the people might mock him to their heart's content. The trumpets sounded before the prisoner, and a herald cried, "Look, good people, look at the Earl of Gloucester, the Lord Chamberlain. Look at the wicked man who has done such harm to the realm. The Chancellor, Robert de Baldock, was taken more discreetly, for the sake of the dignity of the Church, to the Bishop's Palace in London, where he was imprisoned. As an archdeacon, he could not be condemned to death. All the hatred was therefore concentrated on Hugh Despenser, whom people still called the Younger, though he was now nearly 36 years of age, and his father was dead. He was quickly brought to trial in Hereford, and his sentence, of which no one was in doubt, pronounced. But since he was held chiefly responsible for all the errors and misfortunes from which England had suffered, his execution was to have certain particular refinements. On November the 24th, the stands were erected on an open space in front of the castle, and the scaffold built high enough so that a numerous attendance should lose no detail of the execution. Queen Isabella sat in the first row of the largest stand, between Roger Mortimer and Prince Edward. It was drizzling. The trumpets sounded. Hugh the Younger was led out by the executioner's assistants and stripped of his clothes. When his long, wide-hipped, pigeon-breasted body appeared, white and completely naked, between the red-clothed executioners and above the pikes of the archers who surrounded the scaffold, a great coarse laugh rose from the crowd. Queen Isabella leaned towards Mortimer and murmured, "I wish Edward were here to see it." Her eyes bright, her little carnivore's teeth parted, her nails gripping the palm of her lover's hand, she was taking care to lose no detail of her vengeance. Prince Edward was thinking, "Is that really the man my father loved so much?" He had already attended 2 executions, and knew he could hold out to the end without being sick. The trumpets rang out again. Hugh was laid down on a horizontal St. Andrew's cross, and tied down by his arms and legs. The executioner was slowly sharpening a pointed knife, like a butcher's, on a hone, and testing the edge with his thumb. The crowd held its breath. Then an assistant came forward with a pair of pincers, with which he seized the prisoner's penis. A wave of hysteria ran through the crowd. Its stamping feet made the stands shake. And, in spite of the noise, everyone heard the cry Hugh uttered. A single piercing cry that was suddenly broken off, as the blood spurted from him. The same operation was repeated on his testicles, but he was already unconscious, and the sad offal was thrown into a brazier of burning embers, fanned by an assistant. An appalling stench of burning flesh rose from it. A herald, standing in front of the trumpet-blowers, announced that these things had been done because Despenser had been a sodomite, and had favoured the king in sodomy, and thereby had exiled the queen from her bed. Then the executioner, selecting a longer and broader knife, ripped the chest across and the stomach lengthwise, as he might have done a pig. The pincers found the heart, that had barely ceased to beat, tore it from its place, and it too was thrown into the brazier. The trumpets rang out, and then the herald declared that Despenser had been a traitor and false in heart, and by his traitorous counsels had brought shame on the realm. The entrails were then removed from the stomach, unrolled and shaken, glistening, nacreous, and held up in front of the public because Despenser had fed upon the possessions both of the wealthy and of the poor, and in their turn the entrails were transformed into the thick, acrid smoke that mingled with the November drizzle. After which the head was cut off, not with a blow from a sword, since it was hanging backwards between the arms of the cross, but detached with a knife, because Despenser had had the greatest barons of England beheaded, and from his own head had come all the evil counsels. Hugh Despenser's head was not burnt. The executioners set it aside to send to London, where it would be impaled at the entrance to the bridge. And finally, what remained of the long, pale body was cut into 4 quarters, an arm with its shoulder, the other arm also with its shoulder, and the neck, and each leg with half the stomach, that they might be sent to the 4 greatest cities of the realm after London. The crowd left the stands, relaxed, released, and exhausted. Surely the pinnacle of cruelty had now been reached. After each execution on their blood-stained path, Mortimer had found Queen Isabella more ardent in love than ever. But on the night following the execution of Hugh Despenser, her demands on him and the hysterical gratitude she expressed to him could not but disquiet him. To have hated the man who had taken her husband from her so much, she must surely once have loved Edward. And in Mortimer's suspicious mind a plan was born which he determined to put into effect, however long it might take him. The next day Henry Crouchback, who had been appointed the king's jailer, was ordered to take him to Kenilworth Castle and imprison him there. The Queen had not seen him again. Chapter 4. Vox Populi. "Who do you want for your king?" This terrifying question, on which depended the future of the nation, was asked by Adam Orleton on the 12th of January 1327 in the Great Hall at Westminster, and the words echoed high among the beams in the roof. "Who do you want for your king?" For the last 6 days the English Parliament had been sitting, adjourning, and sitting again. Adam Orleton, acting as Lord Chancellor, was leading the debates. During its first session, a few weeks ago, Parliament had summoned the King to appear before it. Adam Orleton and John de Stratford, Bishop of Winchester, had gone to Kenilworth to present Edward II with the summons, and King Edward had refused to accept it. He had refused to come and give an account of his actions to the lords, the bishops, and the members for boroughs and counties. Orleton had announced his reply to Parliament, and no one could tell whether it was due to fear or contempt. But Orleton was profoundly convinced, and had told Parliament of his conviction that if the Queen were to be coerced into a reconciliation with her husband, it would mean her certain death. And now the great question had been asked, and Orleton concluded his speech by counselling Parliament to adjourn till the following day, so that the members might conscientiously consider their choice during the silence of the night. Tomorrow the House would determine whether it wished Edward II Plantagenet to retain the crown, or whether it should pass to his eldest son, Edward, Duke of Aquitaine. There was, however, not much silence for conscientious thought in the hubbub of London that night. The houses of the lords, the abbeys, the homes of the great merchants, and the inns were to resound till dawn with the noise of passionate argument. All these barons, bishops, knights, and squires, these representatives of boroughs selected by the sheriffs, were, in law, members of Parliament only by the King's appointment, and their function, in principle, was merely advisory. But now the sovereign was an incapable defaulter, a fugitive who had been apprehended outside his kingdom. And it was not the king who had summoned Parliament, but Parliament which had summoned its king, though he had refused to obey its orders. The supreme power was therefore for a moment, for a single night, in the hands of these men of disparate origins and unequal fortune, who came from every part of the country. "Who do you want for your king?" The question was a very real one, and even for those who had wished publicly for Edward II's early death, who had cried at every scandal, at every new tax, at every war lost, "May he die! May God deliver us from him!" But now it was no longer a question of God intervening. Everything depended on themselves, and they were suddenly aware of the importance of their collective will. Their wishes and their curses had been accomplished, and here was the sum of them. Could the Queen, even supported by her Henoyers, have been able to seize the whole kingdom as she had done, if the barons and the people had responded to the levy Edward had ordered? But to depose a king and strip him for ever of his vested authority was an important action. Many members of Parliament were afraid of taking it because of the divine nature of the coronation and the royal majesty. Besides, the young prince, for whom it was suggested they should vote, was very young. What was known of him, except that he was entirely in his mother's hands, who was entirely in the hands of Mortimer? And even if one respected, indeed admired, the Baron of Wigmore, the former justiciar and conqueror of Ireland, if his escape, exile, and return, even his love affair, had made of him a legendary hero, and to many he appeared as a liberator, nevertheless his character, his hardness, and his mercilessness were feared. Already that severity in punishing, which he had shown during these last weeks, was being made a reproach to him, though he had but conformed to the people's will. Those who knew him well feared his ambition above all. Had he no secret desire to become king himself? As the Queen's lover, he was very close to the throne. There was some reluctance to invest him with the great power that would be his if Edward II were deposed. Indeed, there was much argument round the lamps and candles, over the pewter pots that were so frequently refilled with beer, till everyone went home exhausted to bed, without having really made up his mind. The people of England that night were sovereign, but somewhat embarrassed at being so. They did not know to whom to hand over the exercise of that sovereignty. History had taken a sudden step forward. Questions were being argued whose mere discussion was significant of the admission of new principles. A people does not forget such a precedent, nor a parliament that it had exercised such power. A nation does not forget that, through its parliament, it has had occasion to be the master of its destiny. But the following morning, when Bishop Orleton took young Prince Edward by the hand and presented him to the members assembled at Westminster, a great ovation rose, echoing from wall to wall and up to the roof. "We want him! We want him!" 4 bishops, among whom were those of London and York, protested and argued about the juridical problems of homage and the irrevocable nature of the coronation. But Archbishop Reynolds, to whom Edward II, before taking flight, had confided the government, and who was now particularly anxious to prove the sincerity of his adherence to the new dispensation, cried, "Vox populi, vox Dei!" And for a good quarter of an hour he preached on this text as if he were in the pulpit. John de Stratford, Bishop of Winchester, drew up and read to Parliament 6 articles showing cause why Edward II Plantagenet should be deposed. Primo. The king is incapable of governing. Throughout his reign he has been influenced by detestable counsellors. Secundo. He has devoted all his time to employments and occupations unworthy of him, and has neglected the affairs of the realm. Tertio. He has lost Scotland, Ireland, and half Guienne. Quarto. He has wronged the Church, whose ministers he has imprisoned. Quinto. He has imprisoned, exiled, disinherited, or condemned to a shameful death many of his great vassals. Sexto. He has ruined the kingdom, and is incorrigible and incapable of amendment. In the meantime, the burgesses of London, who were both anxious and divided among themselves, had not their bishop declared against the dethronement, were assembling in Guildhall. They were less easy to control than the representatives of the counties. Were they going to checkmate Parliament? Roger Mortimer, who was nothing by title and everything in fact, hurried to Guildhall, thanked the Londoners for their loyalty, and guaranteed the maintenance of the customary liberties of the city. But in whose name, in the name of what, did he give this guarantee? In the name of a boy who was not yet king, who had indeed only just been accepted by acclamation. Nevertheless, Mortimer's prestige and personal authority had its effect on the London burgesses. He was already being called Lord Protector. But whose protector was he? The princes? The queens? The realms? He was Lord Protector, and that was enough. He was the man chosen by events, and into his hands everyone was prepared to place his own portion of power and judgment. And then the unexpected happened. The young prince, whom people already looked on as king, the pale boy with long eyelashes who had kept silence through all these events, and who, so one supposed, was thinking of nothing but Madame Philippa of Hainault, suddenly declared to his mother, to the Lord Protector, to Orleton and the bishops, indeed to everyone about him, that he would never assume the crown without his father's consent, and without the latter having written officially to proclaim his abdication. There was utter stupefaction. Everyone was aghast. Were all their efforts to come to nothing? Some were suspicious of the Queen. Had she perhaps brought pressure to bear secretly on her son, owing to one of those unforeseeable recurrences of affection to which women are prone? Or had there been some quarrel between her and the Lord Protector during the night in which every man was to consult his conscience? But it was neither of these things. It was simply that this 15-year-old boy, completely on his own, had been reflecting on the importance of the legitimacy of power. He did not want to be looked on as a usurper, nor hold his crown by the will of Parliament, which, since it had given it to him, might equally take it away. He insisted on the consent of his predecessor. It was not that he had any tender feelings towards his father. Indeed, he had formed his own opinion about him. But then he formed his own opinion about everyone. So many wicked things had been done in his presence over the years that he had been forced to begin forming his own opinions early. He knew that crime was not entirely on one side and innocence on the other. Of course his father had made his mother suffer, had dishonoured her and despoiled her. But what sort of an example was his mother giving with Roger Mortimer now? Suppose one day, because of some fault he had committed, Madame Philippa acted thus. And all these barons and bishops who were so ruthlessly opposed to King Edward today, were they not the very people who had governed with him? Norfolk and Kent, his young uncles, had been given and had accepted appointments. The bishops of Winchester and Lincoln had carried on negotiations in King Edward's name. The dispensers had not been everywhere at once, and even if they gave the orders, they had not carried them out themselves. Who had taken the risk of refusing to obey? Cousin Lancaster Crouchback had undoubtedly had the courage to do so, and Roger Mortimer too, who had paid for his rebellion by a long sojourn in prison. But, as opposed to these two, how many lackeys there were who had quickly changed sides and were eagerly seizing every opportunity to exculpate themselves. Every other prince in the world would have been intoxicated at his age to see one of the great crowns of the world falling to his lot and held out to him by so many hands. But he raised his long lashes, looked at them steadily, blushed a little at his audacity, and held to his decision. Then Orleton summoned the bishops of Winchester and Lincoln, as well as the great chamberlain William Blount, ordered the crown and sceptre to be brought from the treasure-house in the Tower where they were kept, had them placed in a box on the pack-saddle of a mule, and, taking his ceremonial vestments with him, set out on the road to Kenilworth to obtain the king's abdication. Chapter 5. Kenilworth. The outer walls, which were built round the base of an extensive hill, enclosed gardens, meadows, stables and byres, a forge, barns and bakehouses, a mill, cisterns, the servants' lodgings and the soldiers' barracks, indeed a whole village, which was almost larger than the village proper, the tiled roofs of whose cottages clustered close together outside. It was as if these cottages beyond the walls were inhabited by a different race of men from those who lived within the formidable castle that raised its red fortifications to the winter sky. For Kenilworth had been built of a stone the colour of dried blood. It was one of those fabulous castles, dating back to the century after the Conquest, when a handful of Normans, the companions of William, had to overawe a whole population with these huge fortresses built on hills. The keep of Kenilworth, square and immensely high, reminded travellers from the Orient of the pylons of Egyptian temples. The proportions of this enormous building were so great that large rooms were contained merely within the thickness of the walls. But the keep, on the other hand, could be entered only by a narrow staircase, in which two people could barely walk abreast. Its red steps led to a door protected by a portcullis on the first floor. Within was a garden, or rather a grassy court, of some 60 feet square, open to the sky, but entirely contained within the keep. No military building could have been better conceived to withstand a siege. If the invader succeeded in breaching the outer wall, the defenders took refuge in the castle itself, behind a moat, and if the inner wall was breached, then the defenders would abandon the usual living quarters, the great hall, the kitchens, the lord's chambers, the chapel, to the enemy, and retire into the keep built round the well of the Green Court, which was sheltered by an enormous thickness of wall. The king was living there as a prisoner. He knew Kenilworth well, for it had belonged to Thomas of Lancaster, and had once served as a rallying centre for the rebellious barons. After Thomas had been beheaded, Edward had seized the castle, and had lived in it himself during the winter of 1323, before giving it back to Henry Crouchback the following year, when he had returned to him all the Lancaster estates. Henry III, Edward's grandfather, had in the past besieged Kenilworth for 6 months, to recover it from the son of his brother-in-law, Simon de Montfort, and it was not to the military that it had fallen, but to famine, plague, and excommunication. At the beginning of the reign of Edward I, Roger Mortimer of Chirk, who had so recently died in prison, had been its constable, in the name of the first Earl of Lancaster, and had given his famous tournaments there. One of the towers on the outer wall, to Edward's exasperation, bore the name of Mortimer Tower. It stood there, a mockery and a defiance, in the centre of his daily view. But King Edward II had still other memories of the district. Only 4 miles to the south, in Warwick Castle, whose white keep was visible from the summit of Kenilworth's red keep, Gaveston, his first lover, had been put to death by the barons. Had this neighbourhood changed the tenor of the king's thoughts? Edward seemed to have forgotten Hugh Despenser completely. On the other hand, he was obsessed by the memory of Piers Gaveston, and talked of him unceasingly to his jailer, Henry of Lancaster. Never had Edward and his cousin Crouchback lived so close together for so long, nor in such isolation. Never had Edward confided so much to the eldest member of his family. He had moments of considerable lucidity in which he judged himself dispassionately, and this sometimes astonished Lancaster, and touched him too. Lancaster was beginning to understand many things which seemed incomprehensible to the people of England. It was Gaveston, Edward admitted, who had been responsible for, or at least the origin of, his first errors, and of the deplorable path his life had taken. "He loved me so much," said the prisoner king, "and at that time, young as I was ready to believe anything, and to trust myself entirely to so great a love." And even now he could not help being moved by the memory of the charm of that little Gascon knight who had risen from nothing, a mushroom sprouting in a night, as the barons said, and whom he had made Earl of Cornwall, to the disgust of all the great lords of the realm. "He wanted it so much," Edward said. And how splendidly insolent Piers had been! It was an insolence that delighted Edward. No king would have dared treat his great barons as his favourite did. "Do you remember, Crouchback, how he used to call the Earl of Gloucester a bastard? And how he used to shout to the Earl of Warwick, 'Go and lie down, you black dog!' And how he insulted my brother by calling him a cuckold, which Thomas never forgave him, because it was true." Piers had been frightened of nothing. He had pillaged the Queen's jewels, and had thrown insults about as others distribute alms, because he was sure of the love of his king. He had had a greater effrontery than anyone in the world. Moreover, he had used his imagination in his diversions. He had stripped his pages naked, loaded their arms with pearls, rouged their lips, allowed them no more than a leafy frond for modest concealment, and had organized erotic pursuits through the woods. And then there had been his escapades in the low districts in the port of London, where he wrestled with the porters, for the fellow was strong too. Oh, what splendid youthful years he had given the king! "I thought I'd find all that again in Hugh, but my imagination endowed him with more than was there. You see, Crouchback, what made Hugh so different from Piers was the fact that he really did come from a family of great barons, and he couldn't forget it. But had I not known Piers, I'm sure I should have been a very different king." During the interminable winter evenings, between games of chess, Henry Crouchback, his hair falling over his right shoulder, listened to the king's confessions. His reverses, the collapse of his power, and his captivity had suddenly aged him. His athletic body seemed to have grown soft, and his face become puffy, in particular the eyelids. And yet, such as he was, Edward still preserved a certain charm. He needed to be loved. That had been the great misfortune of his life. How sad it was that his loves had been so wicked, and that he had sought consolation and loyalty from such evil hearts. Crouchback had advised Edward to go to appear before his Parliament, but in vain. This weak king could show strength only in stubborn refusal. "I know very well I've lost my throne, Henry," he replied, "but I shall not abdicate." Carried on a cushion, the crown and sceptre of England were moving slowly upwards, step by step, in the narrow staircase of the keep of Kenilworth. Behind, the mitres swayed, and the jewels in the croziers glittered in the half-light. The bishops, raising their embroidered robes above their ankles, were slowly hoisting themselves up the tower. The king, seated on a chair which, because it was the only one, created something of the effect of a throne, was waiting at the end of the great hall, his head resting on his hand, his body bowed, between two of the pillars that supported the great arches, which resembled those of a cathedral. Everything here was of colossal proportions. The pale January day, which entered through the high, narrow windows, was like twilight. The Earl of Lancaster, with his head askew, was standing beside his cousin, together with 3 attendants, who were not even the king's. The red walls, the red pillars, and the red arches composed a tragic background for the end of a reign. When Edward saw the crown and sceptre, which had been brought to him like this 20 years ago under the vaults of Westminster, appearing through the open double doors and advancing towards him across the huge spaces of the hall, he sat upright in his chair, and his chin began quivering a little. He turned to look at his cousin of Lancaster, as if in search of his support, but Crouchback looked away, for this dumb entreaty was intolerable. Then Orleton was standing before the king. Orleton, whose every appearance for several weeks past had meant for Edward the forfeit of some part of his power. The king looked at the other bishops and at the great chamberlain. He made an effort to maintain his dignity, and asked, "What have you to say to me, my lords?" But the pale lips amid the blonde beard could hardly frame the words. The Bishop of Winchester read the message by which Parliament summoned the king to sign his abdication, together with a renunciation of homage from his vassals, to agree to the choice of his son, and to deliver up to the envoys the ritual insignia of sovereignty. When the Bishop of Winchester had done, Edward was silent for a long moment. His whole attention seemed fixed on the crown. He was suffering, and his pain was so clearly physical, so profoundly marked on his features, that one might have doubted whether he was even thinking at all. Nevertheless, he said, "You have the crown in your hands, my lords, and you have me at your mercy. Do therefore as you please, but you shall not do it with my consent." Then Adam Orleton took a step forward and said, "Sire Edward, the people of England no longer want you for king, and their Parliament has sent us to declare it to you. But Parliament accepts as king your eldest son, the Duke of Aquitaine, whom I have presented to it. But your son is not willing to accept the crown except with your consent. If you are therefore wilful in your refusal, the people will be free to choose, and may well elect as their sovereign prince someone among the great men of the realm who most pleases them, and that king may not be of your lineage. You have brought too much trouble on the realm, and after all the harm you have done it, this is the one thing you can still do to give it peace." Once again Edward looked at Lancaster. In spite of the faintness he felt, the king had understood the warning contained in the bishop's words. If he did not agree to abdicate, Parliament, in its need to find a king, would certainly choose the leader of the rebellion, Roger Mortimer, who already possessed the Queen's heart. The king's face had taken on a curious and alarming hue. His chin was still quivering, his nostrils looked pinched. "My Lord Orleton is right," said Crouchback. "You must abdicate, cousin, to bring peace back to England, and so that the Plantagenets may continue to reign." Then Edward, who seemed incapable of speech, signed to them to bring the crown near, and he bowed his head as if he wished to wear it for a last time. The bishops looked at each other, knowing neither what to do nor how to do it, for this unexpected ceremony had no precedent in royal ritual. But the king's head was bowing lower and lower towards his knees. "He's swooned!" suddenly cried Archdeacon Chandos, who was carrying the cushion with the emblems of sovereignty. Crouchback and Allerton hurried to the fainting Edward and caught him as his head was about to strike the flagstones. They put him back in his chair, slapped his cheeks, and sent hurriedly for vinegar. At last he drew a deep breath, opened his eyes, looked about him, and then suddenly began to weep. The mysterious power with which the anointing and the mystic rites of the coronation imbue kings, and sometimes only to serve disastrous tendencies, had withdrawn itself from him. It was as if he had been exorcised of the quality of sovereignty. He was heard to speak through his tears.
"I know, my lord. I know that it is through my own fault that I have fallen into such great misery, and I must resign myself to bear it. But I cannot help feeling a great sorrow at all this hatred from my people, whom I have never hated. I have offended you. I have not acted well. You are good, my lords, very good to preserve your devotion to my eldest son, to continue to love him, and to want him for king. I shall therefore do as you wish. I renounce before you all my rights over the realm. I release all my vassals from the homage they have paid me, and ask their pardon. Come near."
And once again he signed for the emblems of sovereignty to be brought to him. He took hold of the sceptre, and his arm dropped as if he had forgotten how much it weighed. He gave it to the Bishop of Winchester, saying,
"Forgive, my lords. Forgive the wrongs I have done you."
He extended his long white hands towards the cushion, raised the crown, put his lips to it as if it were a paten, and then, handing it to Adam Allerton, he said, "Take it, my lord, to crown my son, and forgive me for the wrongs and injustices I have done you. May my people forgive me in my present misery. My lords, pray for me who am now nothing." Everyone was struck by the nobility of his words. Edward showed himself to be a king only at the moment he was ceasing to be one. Then Sir William Blount, the great chamberlain, emerged from the shadows of the pillars, advanced between Edward and the bishops, and broke across his knee the carved staff, which was the insignia of his office, to mark the fact that a reign was over, as he would have done before the body of a dead king that had been placed in its tomb. Chapter 6. The Camp Kettle War. Seeing that Sir Edward, lately King of England, has by his own will, and the general advice and assent of the prelates, earls, barons, and other nobles, and that of all the population of the kingdom, resigned the government of the realm, and consented and willed that the government of the said realm pass to Sir Edward, his eldest son and heir, and that the latter should govern and be crowned king, on which account all the nobility have done homage, we proclaim and publish the peace of our lord Sir Edward the son, and order on his behalf that no one disturb the peace of our said lord the king, for he will protect the rights of everyone in his said kingdom, both rich and poor, against whomsoever it may be. And if any have just cause or complaint against another, let him have resort to the law, and use neither force nor other violence. This proclamation was read on the 24th of January 1327 to the Parliament of England, and a Council of Regency was immediately appointed. The Queen presided over this council of 12 members, among whom were the Earls of Kent, Norfolk, and Lancaster, the Marshal Sir Thomas Wake, and the most important of all, Roger Mortimer, Baron of Wigmore. Edward III was crowned on Sunday, February the 1st, at Westminster. The day before, Henry Crouchback had armed the young king and knight, together with the 3 elder sons of Roger Mortimer. Lady Jeanne Mortimer, who had recovered both her liberty and her property, but lost her husband's love, was present. She dared not look at the Queen, nor did the Queen dare look at her. Lady Jeanne suffered greatly from this betrayal by the two people in the world she had loved most and served best. Did 15 years of attendance on Queen Isabella, of devotion, intimacy, and shared risks, deserve such a reward? And did 23 years of marriage to Mortimer, to whom she had borne 11 children, deserve to come to an end like this? In this great upheaval, which was altering the destiny of the kingdom, and giving her husband the highest power, Lady Jeanne, who had always been so loyal, found herself among the vanquished. And yet she could forgive, she could retire with dignity, precisely because the two people she most admired were concerned, and because she understood that these two people were bound inevitably to fall in love as soon as fate had brought them together. After the coronation, the crowd was allowed to invade the Bishop of London's palace to kill the ex-Chancellor Robert de Baldock, and the next week Messire Jean de Hainaut received an income of 1,000 marks sterling from the duty on wool and leather in the port of London. Messire Jean de Hainaut would have liked to stay longer at the court of England, but he had promised to go to a great tournament at Condé-sur-Lescaut, where many princes, among them the King of Bohemia, were to meet. There would be jousting and parading, and an opportunity to meet many beautiful women who had crossed Europe to watch the greatest knights compete. There would be dancing and flirting and feasting and masks. Messire Jean de Hainaut could not miss all that, nor the opportunity of shining in his plumed helm in the sanded lists. He agreed to take with him 15 English knights who wanted to take part in the tournament. In March the treaty was signed with France at last. It regularized the question of Aquitaine, and to England's great detriment. But could Mortimer make Edward III refuse the clauses that he himself had negotiated, so that they might be imposed on Edward II? It was a legacy from a bad reign, and it had to be paid. Besides, Mortimer took little interest in Guienne, where he had no lands. At the moment his attention was concentrated, as it had been before his imprisonment, on Wales and the Welsh marches. The envoys he sent to Paris to ratify the treaty found King Charles IV very sad and cast down, for the child born to Jean of Evreux in the previous month of November had not only been a girl when he had hoped for a boy, but had not lived 2 months. Order was only just being restored in the Kingdom of England, when the old King of Scotland, Robert the Bruce, who had caused Edward II so much trouble, though he was now old in years, and suffered moreover from leprosy, sent on April the 1st, 12 days after Easter, a defiance to young Edward, informing him that he was about to invade his country. Roger Mortimer's first reaction was to make ex-King Edward change his residence. It was only prudent. Moreover, Henry of Lancaster and his banners were needed with the army. And then, according to reports from Kenilworth, Lancaster seemed to be treating his prisoner too kindly, keeping but a lax guard over him, and allowing him a certain amount of communication with the outside world. And the partisans of the Despensers had not all been executed. Indeed, far from it. In the first place, the Earl of Warenne, more fortunate than his brother-in-law, the Earl of Arundel, had managed to escape. Some had gone to earth in their manors or in friends' houses while waiting for the storm to blow over. Others had fled the kingdom. It might even be that the defiance sent by the old King of Scotland had been inspired by them. Moreover, the great popular enthusiasm with which the liberation had been welcomed was now beginning seriously to decrease. Roger Mortimer was already less beloved and less adulated, for there were still taxes to pay, and people were still being sent to prison for failure to pay them. In the circles of power, people were beginning to reproach Mortimer with his too peremptory authority, which seemed to increase day by day, and with the great ambitions he was beginning to reveal. He had recovered all the estates which had been seized from him by the Earl of Arundel, and had added to them the county of Glamorgan, as well as the greater part of Hugh the Younger's possessions. His 3 sons-in-law, for Mortimer already had 3 married daughters, Lord de Berkeley, the Earl of Charlton, and the Earl of Warwick, served to increase his territorial power. Having conferred on himself the appointment of Justiciar of Wales, which had been his uncle of Chirks, as well as his uncle's lands, he was thinking of having himself created Earl of March, which would have given him a fabulous semi-independent principality in the west of the kingdom. He had also managed to quarrel with Adam Orleton, who had been sent to Avignon to hasten the necessary dispensations for the marriage of the young king, and, since the bishopric of Worcester happened to be vacant, Orleton had asked the Pope for this important diocese. Mortimer had taken offence that Orleton had not first asked his agreement, and had opposed the appointment. Edward II had behaved towards Orleton in exactly the same way over the See of Hereford. It was natural that the Queen should also suffer from this decreasing popularity. And now war had been declared, war with Scotland again. Nothing seemed to have changed, and the people had hoped for so much that they were bound to be disappointed. Suppose the armies were defeated, and there was a conspiracy by which Edward II escaped. Then the Scots, allies of the old Despenser party, for the occasion, would have a king ready to replace on the throne, and one who would undoubtedly be willing to surrender the northern provinces to them in exchange for his liberty and recovered power. During the night of April the 3rd, the ex-king was awakened and asked to dress quickly. He found himself in the presence of a tall, bony, ungainly knight, with long yellow teeth, dark straight hair falling over his ears, and very much the appearance of a horse. "Where are you taking me, Maltravers?" Edward asked in terror, recognizing a baron whom he had once ruined and banished, and who looked very like a murderer. "I'm taking you to a place of greater security, Plantagenet, and so that the security shall be effective, you are not to know where you're going, and then there'll be no risk of your mentioning it." Maltravers had instructions to avoid the towns and not to linger on the road. On April the 5th, after a journey made entirely at a canter, or indeed a gallop, and broken only by a single halt at an abbey near Gloucester, the ex-king reached Berkeley Castle, where his jailer was one of Mortimer's sons-in-law. The English army, summoned first to Newcastle for Ascension Day, finally assembled in the town of York at Pentecost. The government of the kingdom had moved there, and Parliament held a session there, exactly as in the old days of the fallen king when the Scots invaded. And soon Messire Jean de Hainaut and his ennoyers arrived, for they had been called to the rescue. Once again, mounted on their big chestnut horses, and still in great excitement from the wonderful tournament of Condé-sur-l'Escaut, there appeared the lords of Lignes, Henrion, Mons, and Sarre, and Guillaume de Bayeul, Perceval de Saint-Marie, Sens de Boussoy, and Ulfar de Gistel, who had all carried the colours of Hainaut to success in the jousting, and Messieurs Thierry de Vaulecourt, Ras de Grey, Jean Pilastre, and the 3 brothers Alabic, under the banners of Brabant, and other lords of Flanders, Cambrésis and Artois, and with them the sons of the Marquis de Juliers. Jean de Hainaut had had no difficulty in assembling them at Condé. You just went from wars to jousts, and from jousts to wars. My God, what fun it was! Great festivities were held in York in honour of the Onnoyers' return. The best lodgings were given them. They were feasted and banqueted, with an abundance of meat and poultry. The wines of Gascony and the Rhine flowed from open barrels. These festivities for the foreigners irritated the English archers, of whom there were some 6,000, among whom were many old soldiers of the Earl of Arundel, who had been beheaded. One night a brawl, as often happens, indeed, in the ordinary way among troops in garrison, broke out over a game of dice between some English archers and the squires of a Brabant knight. The English, who were simply awaiting an opportunity, called their comrades to come and help, and all the archers rose to teach these continental cads a lesson. The annoyers ran to their billets for shelter. The knights, who had been feasting, were drawn into the streets by the noise, and immediately set on by the English archers. They tried to take refuge in their billets, but could gain no entrance to them, since their own men had barricaded the doors. And now the flower of the nobility of Flanders was without arms or any means of defence. But it consisted of stout men. Messieurs Perceval de Semery, Fastre de Roux, and Sens de Boussoy armed themselves with heavy pieces of oak they had found in a wheelwright's, put their backs to the wall, and killed, between the three of them, some 60 archers belonging to the Bishop of Lincoln. This minor quarrel between allies resulted in over 300 dead. The 6,000 archers, forgetting all about the Scottish war, thought only of exterminating the Enoyers. Messire Jean de Hainaut, who was both furious and outraged, determined to go home, if only the siege of his lines could be raised. In the end, after a few hangings, things calmed down. The English ladies, who had accompanied their husbands to the army, were particularly gracious to the Hainaut knights, and pleaded with them to stay, with tears in their eyes. The Enoyers were then encamped half a league away from the rest of the army, and so a month went by, during which they looked at each other like cats and dogs. Finally, the decision was taken to start campaigning. Young King Edward III, for this his first war, had under command 8,000 knights and 30,000 footmen. Most unfortunately, the Scots proved elusive. The barbarians made war with neither baggage nor baggage train. Their light troops needed no more than a flat stone at the saddle-bow and a small bag of flour, and on this they were able to live for several days, damping the flour in the burns and cooking it into cakes on the stones they heated in a fire. The Scots mocked the huge English army, made contact, skirmished and retreated, crossed and recrossed the rivers, drew the enemy into bogs, forests and narrow defiles. The English advanced at hazard between the Tyne and the Cheviot hills. One day there was a considerable stir in some woods through which the English were marching. The alarm was sounded. Everyone charged, visors down, targes at the ready, lances in rest, waiting for no one, father, brother, or comrade, only to find, somewhat abashed, that a herd of deer were fleeing in terror from the clatter of their arms. Supply was becoming difficult. There was no food to be found in the country, except what was brought with considerable difficulty by a few merchants, who sold their goods for 10 times their value. The horses were lacking oats and forage, and then it rained without stopping for a whole week. Saddle flaps began rotting under their riders' thighs, the horses cast their shoes in the mud, and the whole army was rusting. At night the knights had to cut branches with their swords to make themselves shelters, and the Scots were still proving elusive. Sir Thomas Wake, the marshal of the army, was in despair. The Earl of Kent almost regretted La Réole. At least they had had fine weather there. Henry Crouchback had rheumatism in his neck. Mortimer was becoming increasingly bad-tempered and growing weary of going to and fro between the army and Yorkshire, where the Queen and the government offices were lying. A hopelessness, giving rise to every kind of dissatisfaction, was beginning to take effect among the troops. They were talking of being betrayed. One day, while the commanders of the banners were discussing angrily what had not been done and what ought to have been done, young King Edward III gathered a few squires of his own age together, and promised both a knighthood and lands worth £100 a year to anyone who could discover where the Scots army was. Some 20 boys, between 14 and 18 years of age, set out to scour the country. The first to return was Thomas de Rokesby. Breathless and exhausted, he cried, "Sir Edward, the Scots are 4 leagues from us among the hills, and they've been there for a week. They have no more idea of where you are than you have of their position." Young Edward immediately had the trumpets sounded, assembled the army on what was known as the White Moor, and ordered an advance against the Scots. The great men of the lists were astonished, but the noise this huge armoured force made as it advanced through the hills was heard afar off by Robert the Bruce's men. And when the knights of England and Hainaut reached the crest of a hill and were preparing to descend into the further valley, they suddenly saw the whole Scots army drawn up on foot in battle array, with their arrows already slotted to their bowstrings. They stared at each other from a distance, and did not dare come to battle, for the terrain was ill-suited to the launching of cavalry. They stared at each other for 22 days. Since the Scots had apparently no intention of moving from a position that was so favourable to them, and the knights were disinclined to give battle on a terrain which prevented their proper deployment, the armies remained on either side of the crest, each waiting for the other to move. They contented themselves with skirmishing, generally by night, and with leaving these minor engagements to the infantry. The most important action of this strange war, which was being fought between an octogenarian leper and a 15-year-old king, was carried out by the Scot James Douglas, who, with 200 horsemen of his clan, fell on the English camp one moonlit night, slaughtered everyone in his path, and, to the cry of "Douglas! Douglas!" succeeded in cutting 3 of the king's tent ropes before retiring. After that night the English knights slept in their armour. And then, one morning before dawn, 2 Scots scouts, who appeared to be watching the English army, were captured. It seemed almost as if they wanted to be taken, and when they were brought before the English king, they said, "Sire, what do you seek here? We Scots have gone back to the mountains, and Sire Robert, our king, has told us to inform you of it, and also that he will make no more war against you this year, unless you pursue him." The English advanced carefully, fearing a trap, and found themselves suddenly face to face with 400 camp kettles for boiling meat hanging in a line. The Scots had left them there so as to travel light and make no noise during their retreat. They found, too, in a huge heap, 5,000 worn rawhide boots. The Scots had changed their footgear before departing. There was not a living soul in the camp, except 5 English prisoners, who, completely naked and bound to posts, had had their legs broken by blows from cudgels. To pursue the Scots through the mountains, over difficult country, in which the whole population was hostile to the English, and where the army, already exhausted, would have had to fight a war of ambushes for which it was not trained was clearly pure folly. The campaign was declared at an end. The army returned to York and was disbanded. Messire Jean de Hainaut had to take stock of his dead and useless horses, and he presented a bill for 14,000 livres. Young King Edward had insufficient money in his treasury, particularly since he had still to pay his own troops. So Messire Jean de Hainaut, making his usual grand gesture, guaranteed to his knights all the sums due to them from his future nephew. During the course of the summer, Roger Mortimer, who had no interests in the north of the kingdom, concluded a treaty of peace. Edward III had to renounce all suzerainty over Scotland, and to recognise Robert the Bruce as king of that country, which Edward II had always refused to do. Moreover, David Bruce, the son of Robert, married Jane of England, Queen Isabella's second daughter. Had it really been worth depriving the former king, who was now living in seclusion at Berkeley Castle, of his powers for such a result as this? Chapter 7. The Grass Crown. Dawn was breaking red behind the Cotswold Hills. "The sun'll soon be up, Sir John," said Thomas Gournay, one of the two horsemen riding at the head of the escort. "Yes, the sun will soon be up, my friend, and we haven't reached our halt yet," replied John Maltravers, riding beside him stirrup to stirrup. "When day comes, people may well recognise our prisoner," the first man replied. "Yes, they may indeed, my friend, and that's precisely what we've got to avoid." They were talking in deliberately loud voices, so that the prisoner behind might hear. Sir Thomas Gournay had reached Berkeley the day before, having ridden across half England to bring John Maltravers the latest orders from Roger Mortimer at York about the disposal of the fallen king. Gournay was a man of singularly unprepossessing appearance. His nose was short and flat, his lower teeth were longer than the rest, his face was blotchy and high in colour, covered with red hairs like a sow's hide. His two long hair curled like copper shavings under the edge of his steel helmet. To assist Thomas Gournay, and also to some extent to keep an eye on him, Mortimer had given him Ogle, who had once been barber in the Tower of London. As night was falling, at the hour when the peasants had eaten their suppers and were going to sleep, the little cavalcade had left Berkeley Castle and ridden south through the silent countryside and the dark villages. Maltravers and Gournay rode in front. The king was surrounded by a dozen soldiers, under the command of a subaltern officer named Towerley, a huge man with a small head, whose intelligence was in inverse proportion to his physical strength, which was considerable. But Towerley was obedient and useful for tasks in which it was better not to ask oneself too many questions. Ogle brought up the rear, together with the monk William, who had never been looked on as among the best in his monastery, but he might be needed to give extreme unction. All night the ex-king had been wondering in vain where he was being taken, and now dawn was breaking. "How can one prevent a man being recognised?" Maltravers asked pointedly. "Change his face, Sir John. I can see no other solution," Gournay replied. "You'd have to tar his face, or black it with soot. The peasants would think we were in company with a Moor. But unfortunately we haven't any tar." "We could shave him," said Thomas Gournay, with a meaning wink. "That's a good idea, my boy. And we got a barber with us. Heaven's clearly on our side. Ogle, come here. Have you got your bowl and your razors with you?" "Indeed I have, Sir John, at your service," Ogle replied, as he joined the two knights. "Well, let's stop here. There's water in that stream." This had all been arranged the evening before. The little column came to a halt. Gournay and Ogle dismounted. Gournay had wide shoulders and very short bow legs. Ogle spread a cloth on the grassy bank, laid out the tools of his trade, and began slowly sharpening a razor, while staring at the ex-king. "What do you want with me? What are you going to do to me?" asked Edward II anxiously. "We want you to alight from your steed, noble sir, so that we can give you a new face. And here's a proper throne for you," said Thomas Gournay, flattening a molehill with the heel of his boot. "Come on, sit down." Edward made to obey, but as he seemed to hesitate a little, Gournay pushed him over, and the soldiers of the escort burst out laughing. "Stand round, my lads," Gournay said. The soldiers formed a circle, and the huge Towerly stood behind the king so as to push him down by the shoulders, should it be necessary. Ogle went to fetch icy water from the stream. "Wet his face well," said Gournay. The barber threw the whole contents of the bowl in the king's face. Then he put the razor roughly to the king's cheeks. Tufts of blonde hair fell on the grass. Maltravers was still on his horse, and sitting with his hands leaning on the pommel and his hair falling over his ears, he was watching the operation with evident satisfaction. Between 2 strokes of the razor, Edward cried, "You're hurting! Couldn't you use hot water at least?" "Hot water," said Gournay. "Particular, isn't he?" And Ogle, pushing his round white face into the king's, whispered in his ear,
"Did my Lord Mortimer have hot water in his bowl when he was in the Tower of London?"
Then he continued his task with great strokes of the razor. Blood purled on the skin. Edward began weeping with pain. "Oh, look at the clever fellow!" cried Maltravers. "He's discovered how to wet his cheeks with warm water." "Shall I shave the hair too, Sir Thomas?" Ogle asked. Of course, the hair too," Gournay replied. From his forehead to the nape of the neck, the locks fell under the razor. 10 minutes later, Ogle handed his victim a tin mirror, and the king stared with stupefaction at his real face, which, at once childish and aging, now appeared under a long, narrow, naked skull. The long chin no longer concealed its weakness. Edward felt stripped and absurd, like a clipped dog. "I don't recognize myself," he said. The men standing round him laughed again. "That's all right, then," said Maltravers from his horse. "If you can't recognize yourself, anyone looking for you will be still less likely to. That's what you get by trying to escape." For this was why the king was being moved. A few Welsh lords, led by a certain Rhys ap Griffith, had organised a conspiracy to rescue the king, but Mortimer had been warned of it. In the meantime, however, Edward, taking advantage of Thomas de Berkeley's negligence, had escaped from his prison one day. Maltravers had set off in pursuit and had recaptured him in the middle of a forest, running towards the water like a hunted stag. The king was trying to reach the Severn estuary in the hope of finding a boat. And now Maltravers was taking his revenge, for at the time he had been very much perturbed. "Get up, Sire King! It's time we were moving on," he said. "Where are we going to halt?" Edward asked. "Somewhere we can be sure you'll find no friends. Your sleep won't be disturbed. You can count on us to watch over you." Their journey lasted almost a week. They rode by night and rested by day, either in a manor of which they could be sure, or in some shelter among the fields, some isolated barn. On the 5th morning, Edward saw the outline of a huge grey castle built on a hill. There was a gusty wind from the sea, fresh, damp, and salt.
"It's Corfe,"
Edward said.
"Is that where you're taking me?"
"Of course it's Corfe," said Thomas Gournay. "You seem to know the castles of your kingdom well." Edward uttered a cry of terror. His astrologer had once told him never to stay at Corfe, because it would be fatal to him. And, as a result, when he had journeyed in Dorset and Devon, he had often passed Corfe, but had always obstinately refused to enter it. Corfe Castle was older, larger, and indeed more sinister than Kenilworth. Its giant keep dominated the whole surrounding countryside, the whole Purbeck Peninsula. Some of its fortifications dated from before the Norman Conquest. It had often been used as a prison, particularly by King John, who, 120 years before, had ordered 22 French knights to be left there to starve to death. Corfe seemed specially dedicated to the commission of crime. The tragic stories about it dated back to the murder of a boy of 15, the other Edward II, called the Martyr, who belonged to the Saxon dynasty before the year 1000. The legend of his murder was still current in the surrounding countryside. This Saxon Edward, the son of King Edgar, whom he had succeeded, was hated by his stepmother, Queen Elfrida, his father's second wife. One day, when he had returned from hunting and was heated with the chase, while still on his horse, he raised a horn cup of wine to his lips, and Queen Elfrida had struck him in the back with a dagger. Screaming with pain, the young king had spurred his horse and fled into the forest. Exhausted from loss of blood, he had soon fallen from the saddle, but he had caught his foot in the stirrup, and his terrified horse had dragged him a long way, banging his head against the trees. Peasants had found his body by a trail of blood through the forest, and had buried him secretly. Then his grave had begun performing miracles, and King Edward had later been canonized. The prisoner had the same name and the same number as that king of the other dynasty, and this coincidence, made more disturbing yet by the astrologer's prophecy, was well calculated to make Edward tremble. Was Corfe to be the scene of a second Edward's death? "You must have a crown, noble sire, with which to enter this fine castle," said Maltravers. "Towerley, go and get some grass from that field." Maltravers made a crown of the handful of dry grass the giant brought back, and placed it on the king's shaven head. It was sharp enough to sink into the flesh. "Now we'll go on, and you must forgive us for having no trumpets." A deep moat, a curtain wall, a drawbridge between two huge round towers, a green hill to climb, another fosse, another gate, another portcullis, and then more grassy slopes. Turning round, you could look down on the little houses in the village, with their roofs of flat, grey stone tiles. How could such small houses carry such heavy roofs? "Go on!" cried Maltravers, giving Edward a blow with his fist in the small of the back. The grass crown fell askew. The horses were moving forward through narrow, tortuous passages, paved with round cobbles, between huge, fantastic walls, on whose summit crows were perched side by side, making a black frieze along the grey stone, watching the column pass 50 feet below. King Edward II was certain he was going to be killed. But there were many ways of putting a man to death. Thomas Gournay and John Maltravers had no express orders to assassinate him, but rather to let him die. They therefore chose slow means. Twice a day Edward was given a disgusting gruel, while his guards crammed themselves in his presence with all kinds of delicious food. And yet the prisoner survived the disgusting food, as he did the mockery and the blows. He was singularly robust in body and even in mind. Other men in his position might easily have lost their reason. He contented himself with complaining. But his very complaints were proof of the fact that he was sound in mind. "Are my sins so heavy that they deserve neither pity nor relief? Have you lost all Christian charity, all kindness?" he said to his jailers. "Even if I am no longer a sovereign, I am still a father and a husband. What have my wife and children to fear from me now? Are they not satisfied with having taken from me everything I had? And what complaint have you against your wife, Sire King? Has not Madame the Queen sent you fine clothes and kind letters, which we read to you?" "Rogues! Rogues!" replied Edward. "You have shown me the clothes, but you have not given them to me. You're letting me rot away in this disgusting robe. And as to the letters, why do you think that wicked woman has sent them, except to provide proof that she has shown me compassion? It is she and that wicked Mortimer who have given you orders to torture me. If it were not for her and that traitor, I am sure my children would hasten here to embrace me." "Your wife, the Queen, and your children," replied Maltravers, "are too afraid of your cruelty. They have suffered too much from your temper and your wickedness to want to come near you." "You can say what you like, you wicked man," said the king, "but the time will come when the tortures I am suffering will be avenged." And he began to weep, his denuded chin hidden in his arms. He wept, but he did not die. Gournay and Maltravers were bored at Corfe, for every pleasure can pall, even that of torturing a king. Besides, Maltravers had left his wife, Eva, at Berkeley Castle with his brother-in-law, and then the people of the neighbourhood of Corfe got to know that Edward was detained there. After an exchange of messages with Mortimer, it was therefore decided to take Edward back to Berkeley. And when, once again, with the same escort, and now looking a little thinner and a little more bowed, he passed the great portcullis, the drawbridges, and the 2 curtain walls, King Edward II, unhappy as he was, nevertheless felt a great relief, a sense almost of deliverance. His astrologer had lied. Chapter 8. Bonum Est. Queen Isabella was already in bed, her golden tresses lying across her breast. Roger Mortimer came in without having himself announced, as was his privilege. From his expression the Queen knew what he was going to discuss, or rather re-discuss. "I've had news from Berkeley," he said, in a voice he hoped sounded calm and detached. Isabella made no answer. The window was half open to the September night. Mortimer went over and flung it wide. For a moment he stood there looking out over the great crowded town of Lincoln, lying below the castle. There were still a few lights showing here and there. Lincoln was the 4th town in the kingdom after London, Winchester, and York. One of the quarters of Hugh Despenser the Younger's body had been sent there 10 months ago. The court, having moved from Yorkshire, had been in residence here for a week. Isabella looked at Mortimer's high shoulders and curling hair silhouetted in the frame of the window, dark against the night sky. At this particular moment she felt no love for him. "Your husband seems to be clinging very obstinately to life," Mortimer went on, turning round. "And his life is a danger to the peace of the realm. They are still conspiring in the manors of Wales to free him. The Dominicans have had the impudence to preach in his favour even in London, where the riots which took place last July, as you know, may well occur again. Edward is no danger in himself, I grant you, but he is a pretext for sedition by our enemies. I ask you to issue the order, for without it there can be no safety either for you or your sons." Isabella sighed in weary exasperation. Why didn't he give the order himself? Why did he not take the decision on his own responsibility? After all, he was all-powerful in the kingdom. "Sweet Mortimer," she said, "I have already told you that you will not get that order from me." Roger Mortimer closed the window. He was afraid of losing his temper. "But why, after all," he said, "having suffered so many ordeals and run so many risks, do you now insist on being the enemy of your own safety?" She shook her head and replied, "I cannot do it. I would rather run any risk than come to that. Roger, I pray you, we must not stain our hands with that blood." Mortimer laughed shortly. "I do not understand," he replied, "why you should so suddenly have this respect for the blood of your enemies. You showed no reluctance in the contemplation of the blood of the Earl of Arundel, the blood of the Dispensers, the blood of Baldock, indeed all the blood that has been shed in the town squares. There have even been certain nights when I have thought that shed blood was not altogether displeasing to you. And are not our dear Sire Edward's hands redder than ours could ever be? Would he not willingly have spilt my blood, and yours, had we given him the chance? You cannot be a king, Isabella, nor a queen, if you are afraid of blood. You can only retire to a convent, take the veil of a nun, and resign both love and power." For a moment they gazed into each other's eyes. His were the colour of flint, and seemed to glow too brightly under his thick brows in the light of the candles. The white scar marked a lip that had too cruel a curve. Isabella was the first to lower her eyes. "Remember, Mortimer, that he once reprieved you," she said. "He must be thinking at this moment that if he hadn't yielded to the prayers of the barons, the bishops, and indeed to mine, and had had you beheaded as he ordered to be done to Thomas of Lancaster, that's no argument. Of course I remember. But it is precisely because I do not want to suffer such regrets one day as he must have now. Your compassion for him seems to me both strange and obstinate." He was silent for a moment. "Do you still love him?" he said. "I can see no other reason for your behaviour." She shrugged her shoulders. "Is that why you want one more proof?" she asked. "Is this mad jealousy of yours ever to come to an end? Haven't I sufficiently proved before the whole kingdom of France, and the whole kingdom of England, if it comes to that, and even before my son, that there is no other love but the love of you in my heart? What more can I do?" "Simply what I ask you, nothing more. But I see that you will not make up your mind to it. I realize that the cross you made over your heart, which was to make us allies and give us a single will, was only a pretence to you. I realize that fate has led me to plight my troth to a weak creature." Yes, he was jealous. That was the fact. Though he was the all-powerful regent, though every appointment was in his gift, though he was the young king's guardian, and lived openly as man and wife with the Queen before all the barons, Mortimer was still jealous. But is he completely mistaken in being so? Isabella suddenly wondered. For the danger of jealousy is that it forces its object to consider whether there is any justification for the reproaches, and thus certain fleeting emotions, to which one has paid no attention, suddenly take on a clearer hue. How strange it was! Isabella was sure she hated Edward as much as it was possible for a woman to hate. She thought of him with contempt, disgust, and rancour combined. And yet the memory of rings exchanged, of the coronation, of her children being born, memories not so much of him, but of herself. the memory merely of having believed she loved him. All this was holding her back now. She could not make up her mind to give the order for the death of the father of her children. "And they call me the she-wolf of France," she thought. "The saint is never so saintly, nor the cruel man ever so utterly cruel as one supposes. No one can see into another's heart all the time." And then Edward, even though dethroned, was still a king. Though dispossessed, despoiled, and imprisoned, he was still a royal personage. And Isabella was a queen herself, and brought up to be one. Throughout her childhood she had had before her an example of truly royal majesty, incarnate in a man who, by blood and coronation, knew that he stood above all other men, and made others recognize it. To take the life of a subject, even if he were the greatest lord in the kingdom, was never more than a crime. But the act of taking a royal life involved sacrilege, and was the negation of that quality of intangibility with which sovereigns were invested. "And that, Mortimer, you cannot understand, because you are not a king, and you were not born a king's son." Too late she realized she had thought out loud. The Baron of the Marches, the descendant of a companion of William the Conqueror, the Justiciar of Wales, took the blow hardly. He took 2 paces backwards and bowed. "I do not believe it was a king, madame, who gave you back your throne, but it seems to be a waste of time to expect you to agree to that. Being neither a king, nor a king's son, my efforts for you have brought me but little merit. Therefore let your enemies free your royal husband, or rather go and give him his liberty yourself. Your powerful brother of France will no doubt then protect you, as he did so well when you had to fly to Hainault, supported in your saddle by me. Mortimer, being no king, and his life having no such protection against the mischances of fortune, will depart, madame, and find refuge elsewhere before it's too late, outside the kingdom whose queen loves him so little that he feels there is nothing more for him to do there." Upon which he went to the door. His anger was controlled. He did not bang the oak door, but closed it gently, and the sound of his footsteps slowly faded away. Isabella knew Mortimer's pride well enough to know he would not come back. She jumped out of the bed, ran in her nightdress through the corridors of the castle, caught Mortimer up, seized him by his coat, clung to his arm. "Stay, stay, sweet Mortimer, I beseech you," she cried, without caring who heard her. "I am only a woman. I need your counsel and your support. Stay, stay, please, and act as you think fit." She was weeping and clinging to him, nestling against that breast and that heart without which she could not live. "I only want what you want," she said again. Servants, drawn there by the noise, appeared and immediately hid themselves, embarrassed at being witnesses to this lovers' quarrel. "Do you really want what I want?" he asked, taking the Queen's face in his hands. "Very well, then. Guards, go and summon my Lord Orleton at once." For some months past, and for an absurd reason, there had been a certain coolness between Mortimer and Adam Orleton. It had been due to that bishopric of Worcester to which the prelate had got the Pope to provide him, while Mortimer had promised the king's agreement to another candidate. Had Mortimer only known that his friend wanted that bishopric, it would have all been perfectly simple. But Orleton had acted secretly, and Mortimer, having given his word, did not now want to have to go back on it. He had brought the question up in Parliament when it was sitting in York, and had had the revenues of the See of Worcester sequestrated. Orleton, who was therefore no longer Bishop of Hereford, and was not Bishop of Worcester either, felt this to be ungrateful in the man he had helped escape from the tower. The affair was still being debated, and Orleton still followed the court wherever it went. "Mortimer is bound to end by needing me one day," he thought, "and then I shall get the diocese of my choice." That day, or rather that night, had now arrived. Orleton realized it as soon as he entered Queen Isabella's room. She had gone back to bed, and Mortimer was striding up and down. The Queen still had traces of tears on her face. If they were so little embarrassed by the prelate's presence, it could only mean that they really needed him. "Madame the Queen," said Mortimer, "considers, and with reason, that because of the conspiracies of which you know, her husband's life imperils the peace of the realm, and she is concerned that God should be so slow to call him to him." Adam Orleton looked at Isabella. Isabella looked at Mortimer, and then she turned her eyes back to the bishop and nodded in assent. Orleton smiled briefly, not with cruelty, nor even really with irony, but with an expression rather of chaste concern. "Madame the Queen finds herself faced with the problem which is always confronting those who are in charge of kingdoms," he replied. "So as not to destroy a single life, must one risk the death of many others?" Mortimer turned to Isabella and said, "Do you hear?" He was pleased by the bishop's support, and merely regretted not having thought of this argument himself. "This is a matter of the safety of the people," Orleton went on, "and it is to us bishops that people turn for the elucidation of the divine will. Of course, the Gospels forbid us to kill, but the law of the Gospels does not apply to kings when they condemn their subjects to death." "But I had thought, my lord, that the jailers you have appointed about the fallen king were going to spare you these problems." "The jailers appear to have exhausted their resources," replied Mortimer, "and they will take no further action without written instructions." Orleton nodded his head, but made no reply. "And a written order," Mortimer went on, "may fall into other hands than those for which it is intended. It can even be used by those who carry it out against those who gave it. You understand me?" Orleton smiled once more. Did they take him for a fool? "In other words, my lord," he said, "you wish to send the order, yet not send it." "I would rather send an order which would be clear to those for whom it is intended, but obscure to those who should know nothing of it. It is on this I wish to consult you, for you are a man of resource, if you will give me your help, that is." "And you ask that, my lord, from a poor bishop who has no throne, nor even a diocese in which to plant his crozier?" It was Mortimer's turn to smile. Now, my lord Orleton, let us talk of these things no more. You have vexed me very much, you know. If you had only told me what you wanted. But since you are so intent on it, I will no longer oppose you. Worcester is yours, I promise it. And you're still my friend, you know that too." The bishop nodded his head. Yes, he knew it. He felt as friendly as ever towards Mortimer. Their recent quarrel had changed nothing, and they had only to come face to face to be aware of it. They were linked by too many memories, too many conspiracies, as well as a sort of mutual admiration. And this very evening, for instance, when Mortimer, having at last dragged the long-awaited consent from the Queen, found himself in a difficulty, who did he send for? The bishop, with the sloping shoulders, the duck-like walk, and eyes that were short-sighted from too much work on manuscripts at Oxford. They were such great friends, indeed, that they had forgotten the Queen, who was staring at them with her huge blue eyes and feeling unhappy. "It was that fine sermon of yours on the text Dolio caput meum, and everyone remembers it, which made it possible to get rid of the bad king," said Mortimer. "And it was you again who obtained his abdication." Here was a return of gratitude. Allerton acknowledged the compliments with a bow. "And now you want me to finish the task," he said. There was a writing table in the room with pens and paper. Allerton asked for a knife because he could write only with a pen cut by himself. It helped him to think. Mortimer did not interrupt his reflections. "The order need not be long," said Allerton after a moment. He was staring straight to his front with an amused air. He had clearly forgotten that the death of a man was in question. He was feeling the pride and satisfaction of a writer who had just solved a difficult linguistic problem. With his eyes bent close to the table, he wrote a single phrase in a clear handwriting, sanded it, and handed the paper to Mortimer, saying, "I will even seal the letter with my own seal, if you and Madame the Queen think it better not to apply yours." He seemed very pleased with himself. Mortimer went close to a candle. The letter was in Latin. He read rather slowly, "Eduardum occidere nolite timere bonum est." Then, looking at the bishop, he said, "Eduardum occidere, I understand that all right. Nolite, do not. Timere, fear. Bonum est, it is good." Allerton smiled. "Which is it? Do not kill Edward, it is good to fear?" asked Mortimer. "Or, do not fear to kill Edward, it is a good thing?" "Where is the comma?" "There isn't one," replied Allerton. "The will of God will be made plain to the understanding of the letter's recipient. But no one can be blamed for the letter itself." Mortimer was somewhat perplexed. "The fact is," he said, "I don't know whether Maltravers or Gournay understands Latin." "Brother William, whom you asked me to send to them, understands it well enough. And then the messenger can say, but say only, that all action resulting from this order must remain without trace." "And are you really prepared to seal it with your own seal?" asked Mortimer. "I shall do so," said Allerton. He really was a good friend. Mortimer accompanied him to the bottom of the stairs, then came back to the Queen's room. "Sweet Mortimer," said Isabella, "don't leave me to sleep alone this night." The September night was not cold enough to make her shiver so much. Chapter 9. The Red-Hot Poker. Compared to the huge fortresses of Kenilworth and Corfe, Berkeley was a relatively small castle. Its stones had a rosy glow, and its dimensions made it habitable. It lay immediately next to the cemetery that surrounded the church, where the gravestones, in a very few years, became covered with a small green moss, fine as a silk cloth. Thomas de Berkeley was a decent enough young man, who bore his neighbour no ill will. Nevertheless, he had no reason to show any particular kindness to ex-King Edward II, who had kept him in prison at Wallingford for 4 years, together with his father, Maurice de Berkeley, who had died during their imprisonment. Moreover, he could not but be devoted to his powerful father-in-law, Roger Mortimer, whose eldest daughter he had married in 1320. He had followed him through the rebellion, and had been freed by him the year before. Thomas received the considerable sum of 100 shillings a day for lodging and guarding the fallen king. Nor were his wife, Marguerite Mortimer, and his sister Eva, the wife of Maltravers, wicked people. Edward would not have found his stay there altogether intolerable, had he had to do with no one but the Berkeley family. Unfortunately, his 3 tormentors were there too, Maltravers, Gournay, and the barber Ogle. These gave Edward no respite. Their minds were fertile in cruelty, and there was a sort of competition between them as to who could add the greatest refinements to his tortures. Maltravers had had the idea of imprisoning Edward in the keep, in a small circular chamber only a few feet in diameter, in whose centre was an old dry well, an oubliette. One false step and the prisoner would fall into this deep hole. Edward had to be constantly on his guard. He was now 44, though he looked over 60. And here he had to live, lying on an armful of straw, his body edged close up against the wall. Whenever he fell asleep, he would wake again at once in a sweat, afraid he had moved nearer to the well. To this torture of fear, Gournay had added another, that of smell. He had the stinking carrion of dead animals gathered from all over the countryside, badgers taken in their earths, foxes, polecats, and rotten dead birds. These were all thrown into the oubliette, so that their stench tainted such little air as the prisoner had. "Here's good venison for the fool," the 3 torturers cried each morning when the load of dead animals was brought. Their own noses were not over-delicate, for they sat, or took turns to sit, in a little room at the top of the keep staircase, which commanded the wretched chamber in which the king was growing ever weaker. Nauseating gusts would sometimes reach them, but they were merely a subject for ribald jokes. "Ah, the old fool stinks," they cried, as they shook the dice-box and drank their pots of beer. The day Adam Allerton's letter arrived, they had a long discussion. Brother William translated the message, leaving them in no doubt as to its real meaning, but pointing out the clever ambiguity with which it was phrased. The 3 rascals slapped their thighs for a good quarter of an hour, repeating, "Bonum est! Bonum est!" and roared with laughter. The rather dim-witted courier who had brought the letter had faithfully delivered the oral message, without trace. And this was the subject of their discussion. "These court people, these bishops and lords, really do ask you to do some odd things," Maltravers said. "How do they expect you to kill someone without its being apparent that you've done it?" How were they to set about it? Poison left the body black. Besides, you had to get the poison from someone, and he might talk. Strangling? The mark of the cord would show on the neck, and the face turned blue. It was Ogle, once barber in the Tower of London, who produced the stroke of genius. Thomas Gournay suggested a few improvements to the plan, and tall Maltravers laughed aloud, showing his huge teeth and all his gums. "He'll be punished where he's sinned," he cried. The idea seemed to him positively brilliant. "But it will need 4 of us," Gournay said. "Your brother-in-law Thomas will have to give us a hand." "Oh, you know what Thomas is like," Maltravers replied. "He takes his £5 a day all right, but he's a sensitive fellow. He might well fail us halfway through the job by going off in a dead faint." "I think that Big Tarley'd help us willingly enough, if we promised him a good reward," said Ogle. "Besides, he's so stupid that even if he does talk, no one will believe him." They waited till evening. Gournay had a good meal prepared for the prisoner in the castle kitchens. A rich pasty, small birds roasted on a spit, and an oxtail in gravy. Edward had not had such a supper since the evenings at Kenilworth with his cousin Crouchback. He was astonished, and, to begin with, a little anxious, but was soon comforted by the unaccustomed food. Instead of merely bringing him a bowl to his straw bed, they set him a stool in the little room next door, which seemed to him a marvel of comfort, and he enjoyed the food, whose taste he had almost forgotten. Nor was he deprived of wine. They gave him a good claret, which Thomas de Berkeley got from Aquitaine. The three jailers winked at each other as they watched him eat.
"He won't even have time to digest it,"
Maltravers whispered to Gournay. The huge Towerley stood in the doorway, which he filled completely. "You feel better now, don't you, my lord?" said Gournay, when Edward had finished his meal. "Now we're going to take you to a good room, where you'll find a feather bed." The prisoner, with his shaven head and long, trembling chin, looked at his jailers in surprise. "Have you received new orders?" he asked. His voice was humble and afraid. "Oh, certainly we've received orders, and we're going to treat you properly, my lord," replied Maltravers. "We've even ordered a fire for you where you're going to sleep, because the evenings are turning cooler, aren't they, Gournay?" Well, it's seasonable. We're already at the end of September." They led the king down the narrow staircase, then across the grassy courtyard of the keep, then up on the other side within the thickness of the wall. His jailers had told the truth. There was a bedroom. Not a palace bedroom, of course, but a good room, clean and whitewashed, a bed with a thick feather mattress, and a sort of brazier full of burning embers. It was almost too hot in the room. The king's mind was in a state of some confusion, and the wine was making him feel a little giddy. Was merely a good meal enough to make him start enjoying life again? But what were these new orders? What had happened that he should suddenly be treated so well? A rebellion in the kingdom, perhaps? Mortimer fallen and disgraced? Oh, if that could only happen! Or was it simply that the young king had become concerned at last about his father's fate, and given orders that he should be treated more humanely? But even if there was a rebellion, and the people had risen in his favour, Edward would never agree to return to the throne. Never. He vowed it to God. Because if he became king again, he'd begin committing errors again. He was not fashioned to reign. A quiet monastery was all he wanted, and to be able to walk in a pleasant garden, and be served with the sort of food he liked. And pray, too. And then to let his beard grow again, and his hair, unless he kept the tonsure. Though perhaps the razor going over his skull each week would evoke memories that were too appalling. What spiritual neglect, and what ingratitude not to thank the Creator for the simple things that are enough to make life agreeable. Savoury food, a warm room. There was a poker in the brazier. "Lie down, my lord. The bed's a good one, you'll find," said Gournay. And indeed the mattress was soft. To have a real bed again, what a joy! But why did the other three remain in the room? Maltravers was sitting on a stool, his hair hanging over his ears, his hands between his knees, and he was staring at the king. Gournay was poking the fire. The barber Ogle had an ox horn in his hand, and a little saw. "Sleep, Sir Edward, and don't worry about us. We've work to do," Gournay went on. "What are you doing, Ogle?" the king asked. "Are you making a drinking horn?" No, my lord, it's not for drinking. I'm just cutting the horn, that's all." Then, turning to Gournay and marking a place on the horn with his thumbnail, the barber said, "I think that's the right length, don't you?" The red-headed man, whose face was like a sow's, looked over his shoulder and replied, "Yes, I think that'll do. Bonum est." Then he went on, fanning the fire. The saw grated on the ox horn. When he had sawn through it, the barber handed the piece he had cut off to Gournay, who took it, looked at it, and inserted the red-hot poker. An acrid stench suddenly filled the room. The poker emerged from the burnt point of the horn. Gournay put it back in the fire. How did they expect the king to sleep with all this going on round him? Had they removed him from the carrion in the oubliette merely to smoke him out with burnt horn? Suddenly Maltravers, who was still sitting there staring at Edward, said, "Was that dispenser you loved so well endowed?" The other two burst out laughing. On hearing that name mentioned, Edward felt as if his mind were being torn asunder, and he suddenly knew these men were going to kill him within the hour. Were they going to inflict on him the same atrocious death as had been suffered by Hugh the Younger? "You're not going to do it! You're not going to kill me!" he cried, suddenly sitting up in bed. "Kill you, Sire Edward?" said Gournay, without even turning round. "What makes you think that? We have our orders. Bonum est! Bonum est!" "Go on, lie down again," said Maltravers. But Edward did not lie down again. His eyes, starting out of his bald, emaciated head, turned like those of a trapped beast from Thomas Gournay's red neck to the long yellow face of Maltravers and to the barber's chubby cheeks. Gournay had taken the poker from the fire and was looking at the red-hot end. "Towerley!" he called. "The table!" The giant, who was waiting in the next room, came in carrying a heavy table. Maltravers went to the door, closed it and locked it. What was this table for, this heavy plank of oak that was normally placed on trestles? For there were no trestles in the room. And of all the strange things that were going on round the king, this table carried in a giant's arms seemed to him the strangest and most terrifying. How could you kill a man with a table? It was the king's last clear thought. "Come on," said Gournay, signing to Ogle. They came up, one each side of the bed, threw themselves on Edward and turned him over on his stomach. "Oh, you brutes! You brutes!" he cried. "You shan't kill me!" He struggled and fought, and Maltravers came over to lend them a hand, but even the three of them were none too many. The giant Towerley came forward to help them. "No, Towerley, the table!" cried Gournay. Towerley remembered what he had been told to do. He picked up the heavy plank and let it fall flat across the king's shoulders. Gournay pulled up the prisoner's robe and lowered his breeches with a rending of worn cloth. A fundament so exposed was contemptibly grotesque, but the assassins had no heart for laughter now. The king, who had been half knocked out by the blow and was suffocating under the table which was forcing him down into the mattress, fought and kicked. He was still surprisingly strong. "Towerley, hold his ankles! No, not like that! Apart!" Gournay ordered. The king managed to free his neck from the table and turned his face to one side to get a little air. Maltravers leaned on his head with both hands. Gournay seized the poker and said, "Ogle, insert the horn!" King Edward started up with desperate strength as the red-hot iron entered his vitals. The scream he uttered passed through walls and keep, over the gravestones in the cemetery, and awakened the people sleeping in the houses in the town. And those who heard that long, grim, and appalling cry knew on the instant that the king had been assassinated. The next morning the inhabitants of Berkeley came up to the castle to find out what had happened. They were told that the king had died suddenly during the night with a loud cry. "Come and see him." "Yes, you can come in," said Maltravers and Gournay to the notables and clergy. "He's being laid out now. Come in. Everyone can come in." And the townspeople saw that there was no mark of a blow, no hurt or wound on the body. For it was being washed, and care was taken to turn it over and over before their eyes. Only a terrible grimace twisted the corpse's face. Thomas Gournay and John Maltravers looked at each other. It had been a brilliant idea to introduce the poker through an ox horn. In a period particularly inventive in methods of assassination, they had discovered a really perfect means of committing murder without trace. They were a little worried, however, by the fact that Thomas de Berkeley had left the castle before dawn, having business, so he had said, at a neighbouring castle. And then Towerley, the brainless giant, had taken to his bed and been weeping for some hours. During the course of the day, Gournay left on horseback for Nottingham, where the Queen then was, to announce to her the death of her husband. Thomas de Berkeley stayed away for a full week, and declared that he had not been at home when the death occurred. On his return, he had the unpleasant surprise of discovering that the body was still in the house. No monastery in the neighbourhood would take charge of it. Berkeley had to keep his prisoner a whole month in a coffin, during which period he continued to receive his 100 shillings a day. The whole kingdom was now aware of the ex-king's death. Strange stories, which were not very far from the truth, were going the rounds concerning it, and it was whispered that his assassination would bring no luck either to those who had committed it, or to those, however highly placed they might be, who had given the order for it. At last a priest came to take delivery of the body in the name of the Bishop of Gloucester, who had agreed to receive it into his cathedral. The remains of King Edward II were placed on a waggon covered with black cloth. Thomas de Berkeley and his family accompanied it, and the people of the neighbourhood followed in procession. At every mile halt, the peasants planted an oak. After the lapse of 600 years, some of those oaks are still standing, and they cast dark shadows across the road that runs from Berkeley to Gloucester. You've been listening to She-Wolf by Maurice Druon, read by Peter Joyce, for Harper Audio.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.